Yo. Wait. Let me start this real quick. And is the stream going fine? I can check real quick. Yes. Video stats. Yep. Okay. Parents.
Leadership from me in and out of the game, kind of all that jazz, and that's all we can do. We don't really have any expectations, but we have good substitutes, and they are high hitters or top hitters or whatever the word is.
Yeah.
So it's going all right, really.
Nice. Yeah. Does it help having like Fearoth? Because I know Fearoth has a lot of like IGLing experience in the past. Does that help take a bit of the load off of your shoulders in terms of just the weight of it, you know?
It's funny because sometimes when we're in scrims, Fearoth will say something a leader would say, and I'm just thinking like, oh, maybe I should be saying that. Like, oh, he said something. He's like, maybe I should be taking notes. Like, oh, he said something nice here, like to bolster the boys, and I'm just there like moaning, like, what is going on? Why are you not trading? Why are you not doing this? And he's like, it's okay, guys. We can just talk about it after the game.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's true.
That reminds me of all the strat naming that you had. Yinsu's been telling me all about the different names that you guys are calling your strats.
John Cena, Justin Bieber.
Oh my word.
Yeah, we got them.
I'm sure he loves that, given the serious.
Well, he doesn't get to experience those ones, sadly. He's got the basic ones: A split, B split.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's boring.
Yeah. I didn't know there's one John Cena on split. So, oh wait, not that map.
Wait, no, we'll scrap that. We're even talking split. No. Anyway, do you have a question after this point?
Yeah. I think for sure I want to ask, like, because this is a weird time in the meta. What is the meta, and how do you define it for you guys?
The meta right now. Can I swear? It's a ball lake.
Go on then.
Is that a nice word? Ball lake? I don't know.
I think that's fine actually for ball.
Okay. It's a pain in the ass because you've got on certain maps you've got a Sage, you've got a KO, you've got a Chamber, and all of these kind of agents. Different play styles required, and all the maps as well. It's all different as well, so it's really tough. Don't forget the Chamber. Did I say Chamber? Because obviously Chamber jets, you know, you got to clear out his util whilst also not dying to them in their aggressive angles, being able to get away. So that's why the communication, the trading, 3-to-1 peak, kind of, that's why we're really just trying to do that, because if we get the trades in, then we're on our way to, because that's what we were lacking in our past tournaments and past kind of games.
Sure.
Okay, one short question as well before we wrap up this one as well, because I know we've got to throw it back to the desk, is your group. I know you're going to be one of the teams getting out of your group as well, but you got 3 other teams as well. What's the other team that you expect to be making out of your group?
The other team we expect, I imagine it's DRX.
DRX?
Yeah, surely. I mean, who knows? Because I've not even scrimmed against Data, and I've not scrimmed against NIP, obviously. And I don't even know how good they are either. Like, I'm going to be watching the VODs.
You're focusing on yourself.
Yeah, I'm going to be watching the VODs like tonight. So.
Okay, cool. All right. Wow. Thank you very much for your time, both there. I'm going to send it back to the desk as well, because I think we've gone over the allotted time. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, the match should start soon.
Thank you very much, Brennan Butler. Oh, I did vote for Bren, but Boaster's coming in there. But I can't help but feel, after hearing that, Doug, that we should have put Fearoth in there, because it sounds like he's got a huge impact right now.
And Boaster like, crap, should I have said that? Am I the one who's supposed to encourage the guys? Yeah, I think Fearoth is going to play a significant role here. And you're right, we didn't talk about him as much because we were chatting about Hyber, but Fearoth is going to play an instrumental role here. The experience that he has, the voice that he has, it's going to come out naturally. You can't really put that away.
Yeah, and they have a big task today, of course. They're going to be going up against NIP. Jess, I cannot believe that Fnatic have never played against NIP, even when NIP were in EMEA, but obviously they've since Brexited over to Brazil.
I mean, Brexit means Brexit, Yinsu, so that's why we're seeing the boys in a different
I'm doing
format
alright.
here. And this team has a lot to prove. Surprisingly, surprisingly,
chilling.
and especially from the region that they
Woke
come
up a
from,
little
they're
late.
one of the more passive-aggressive
Ate
attacking
something,
teams
watched
in their
something.
entire region, which is
No, no.
unusual considering what we see from other teams, you know, the Brazilian, Latin American region that come in with such gusto. This was a nice pace change. Unfortunately, it's kind of worked against them a little bit, and it took them a lot of rounds against teams who like to use that pace in their own region to
I
even
want
get
the
here.
prediction.
Last team to qualify, the team that
Who is
has a
gonna
lot to
win
prove in
map
their region.
one?
Brazil has suffered a lot recently as well.
Yeah, I mean, they have struggled on the international stage, right? Like, you think about it all through last year, there's always one team that comes in with a lot of hype, and both of them have historically fallen flat. So I think for NIP, you have an opportunity here to start things off in a very nice way. This would be a huge win over Fnatic, and I think there's so many interesting dynamics that are happening behind the scenes for that team. Largest age gap between players on this roster, between Jean and Kawanzin.
Yeah.
The kid's 16
This
years
name
old,
is not
right? So you've got
compliant
this
with our
interesting mix of veteran
content
leadership and a
guidelines.
young guy who you can mold and become, like, make him the player that you want him to be if he's got the right mentality and is a coachable kid, and it sounds like he is. There are interesting things going on here. And then to top it all off, it's Shan's birthday.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, so talk about a birthday gift, right? Like, big win over
Birthday
Fnatic.
buff?
Birthday buff, perhaps.
I mean, it's no better time than now, right? If we
I'm
talk about
confused.
opportunities
Yeah.
to come in and get a win. And Doug, you mentioned John there, so let's talk about him a little bit more as to why you feel like he could be someone to watch.
I can't make
Yeah,
a
I think,
prediction.
again, it goes back to some of the
Same.
intangibles that he's able to offer here. And we talk about his Reyna usage, and that's been primarily what he runs. We mentioned on the desk yesterday that Reyna just doesn't have the same punch that she used to have. But the truth is, he's just like a star-studded duelist in his own right? Like, he frags out kind of regardless of what agent he's on, so we've got to keep an eye on it.
I mean, it's good for NIP as well because he's not the sole space maker. You know, they
Right.
run a lot of double duelist lineups and compositions, and so for him, it doesn't all rest on his shoulders, which might be a little nice. But I mean, I see the way that he makes space. I see the way that he works with his teammates as well when he's on the Reyna, and I think it does work well. Unfortunately, it does go back to my point of when they don't run the double duelist, and even when they do, they're a little
Who is
slow to the
going to
punch.
win map
And I think
one?
sometimes
What could
John
be
wants to
not
get out there and get it
compliant
done, and
in
he's
that
waiting for
message?
that sort of moment for it to click.
Who's going
Yeah,
to
again,
win?
it's all about opportunities, right? One team, they have to step up, of course, today to get that opening win, but we are going to take a quick break here. But don't worry, when we come back, Fnatic and NIP will be taking the stage.
What is wrong? Yo, Aini, thanks for the 10 bits. Hope you're right. Who's going to win the first map? Why is that not compliant with the content guidelines? Who is winning the first map? No. I can't. Refresh. FNC. NIP. Just map 1? I can't even do map 1. Map. I have a buffer. Can I show you guys something? Wait.
Look, it's getting high. They can't get in. They out the door. They wanting more. Now you can see my grin. You don't want to get out. This place is an escape. Like the sun in perfect time, and I just call it fate. What are we losing?
Who is gonna win map 1? FNC. NIP. Yeah, wait, I can show you guys. have who is gonna win map 1 as prediction, right?
Well, we talked
FNC
about
and
what
IP.
we can expect
This
from
name
this
is not
opening
compliant
matchup,
with our
which means there
content
is
guideline.
only
I
one
can
thing
delete
left to do.
everything
It's time
except
to
of
get
map
day
1.
2 of Masters Reykjavik underway.
This name is not compliant. I can only do map. Who is gonna win?
What are you?
Why is that working?
The reputation. The unknown. The pressure. Embrace your fears. Become the nightmare.
I can't. I need to do it like this. I don't know.
Fanatic. Done. Don't think about the consequences or expectations. Just gotta ride or die.
We're expecting a tough matchup. Our first Brazilian team on the big stage.
Obviously, I'm not going to underestimate ninjas in pajamas.
We're expecting some fire from them.
The night is dark and full of terror. Xerxia on the backs of a thrifty potential here.
I think it's Destiny playing optics again.
ผมก็เล่นด้วยความไม่กดดันครับด้วยความที่ว่าเป็นทีมที่ด้อยกว่า
And they swing at the same time. The operator swings out. He doesn't land the shot. The upset happens again.
ออปติกก็ประมาทเราไปแล้วครับก็อย่าประมาทเราอีกทีมนึงแล้วกัน
NA, look away.
Personally, I think if you're scared of someone, you are already lost.
Jumping can work an angle. Here he's gone onto the site. Dashing in. Why is he still alive? There's no way. It's a Yampy round to close it out.
I think everybody knows like our potential. It's a matter of time before we just fix what we have to fix and show the world we can dominate.
This is not your year. Not your moment. I'll be waiting in the shadows.
Watch your mark. We have nothing to lose.
Sorry, I'm not talking about it. I'm
I got
looking
goosebumps. Yeah, bro, like Riot Films does not miss. They just don't miss.
Wow.
How do they do it?
I watched like the other version of that yesterday, the hype version of it, where you had all the different players from every team and it introduced them. And I sat there and watched it 3 times and I went, oh God, I can't sleep tonight. I called my mum. I was like, help. You know, I'm so scared of this. I'm kidding. But I do think that this is a good opportunity for us to get into the real feel of it's a bad situation for a couple of teams who are fearing the other teams. And then you get to fear another team now where NIP can't prep for Fnatic. What do you prep for? You prep for 2 new players? Nah, I'm scared of that.
Well, listen, and she may have been joking about that, but that spider spike thing?
Oh, you don't
that's
like that?
terrifying, bro. Who likes a spider spike?
I'm
from Australia. We love spiders.
Stax will be having a nightmare right now because he admitted that he hates bugs. So he's with you. He's with you, Doug. But let's talk about the maps here. The map pool between Fnatic and NIP, of course. We spoke about already the fact that Fnatic are coming in here with 2 players as stand-ins. Do you feel like, Doug, that would change anything when it comes to the map pools, because it feels like they were getting to a stage where they had all the maps down.
I don't think so, right? I think for Fnatic here, knowing you have 2 subs, knowing it's your first match, just kind of go easy with it, right? Like, keep it simple.
Well, we're straight into the vetoes, and you nailed that, Doug. They took away Breeze, which is exactly what we'd expect as their permaban. NIP there without bind. Jess, Icebox is open.
Yeah, this is a good opportunity for them to pick it. Not going to be their initial pick here. Maybe if we don't see that go, we can see that pick. And of course, Ascent isn't necessarily a bad map by any means. We're talking about, you know, them learning, like, you know, oh, now we don't have John Cena and some of those other set plays. We've got A split, B split. Ascent is such an easy map to just do defaults on.
They do have a John Cena on split.
Doug, he didn't
say that. That's right.
He didn't say that.
I didn't say
that. Didn't happen. That didn't happen.
Hello?
Of course, Split is picked here by NIP. I'm a little bit surprised that they didn't just choose Icebox, but my theory is perhaps they know that Fnatic, as we imagine,
Icebox.
Fnatic are not going to ban Icebox. So if anything, it feels like Nip got kind of a free pick there.
They did get a bit of a free pick, but Split is a pretty good map for Fnatic as well. I know Dirk is not here. I know that, you know, a lot of those plays happen off the Rays and stuff like that, but I don't think that would lessen Fnatic's comfortability on the map by any means by not having Dirk here. So they've got a pretty damn good win rate on Split as well. So NIP is swimming in very, very dangerous waters right now.
Yeah, I think I think the map pick could go every way they could possibly want, and they're still going to have a hard time getting past this Fnatic group, right? Like, maps can go their way, but if Fnatic's able to keep things simple, if they're able to work around their subs and still put themselves in advantageous positions, this should be pretty smooth sailing. And I think on the other side, if you're Nip, just play loose, right? Like, you've got the pressure of Brazil and how demanding of and passionate of a fan base that can be. Just play loose. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, the map picks have gone pretty well for them, as well as it could have gone. We are going to take a quick break here, but don't worry, guys. Stick with us. We've got Agent Select on the way.
Okay. Those videos, like transitions or whatever. Could win prizes, but I'm not that good. Okay. Everyone just vibing.
Ich bin echt sexy. Ich sag's ja nur. Mein Bart kann meine komplette Persönlichkeit verändern.
Oh god, fucking foreheads. Oh, Moon Knight. I wanted to watch that. I forgot about it. Maybe I'm gonna watch it later. I still wanna finish watching Loki for the second time. I'm gonna see. Maybe after that. What those ads, man? Okay. Dude, what are those messages? Spammed aesthetic to help Fnatic.
Masters Reykjavik is all about second chances and also some new faces as well. Let's welcome some of those new faces right now. Onto the stage is Fnatic versus NIP.
Ooh. I love the stage. I don't know why, it has a really cool vibe to it. What the fuck? Posted it.
Well, Boaster might be looking the wrong way there, but I have news for you, Fnatic. It's time for you to face your fears because NIP, Doug, they have a fantastic chance here, and they cannot be underestimated.
What
I think
that?
they cannot be underestimated, and I think they do not have a fantastic chance. I don't. I don't.
Tell
I
it
think,
like it is, Doug.
I don't. I think it's going to take a pretty impressive performance. I worry some.
Well, Durka is there.
Oh yeah, Durka's there too, as we saw. Breaking news. Durka is on the stage. I think I worry about their hard-headedness, maybe their stubbornness on relying to comfort picks instead of evolving with the meta.
Yeah.
I think that could prove to be detrimental for them. I want to believe. I just think it's going to take a pretty insane performance out of them.
Ah, okay.
I think it also probably says a lot about Fnatic that they can have 2 whole roster changes, you know, with subs coming in and still be the favorite to win this matchup. That says a lot about their core. It says a lot about their leadership with Boaster at the helm and obviously Minnie, their coach, coming up with, you know, grand and wonderful things that have worked wonders over the past year. So I think it says a lot about Fnatic, but no matter how you spin this is an uphill battle for NIP.
Well, we are into Agent Select now for map 1 of Ascent. No changes on the side of Fnatic there. Hyber and Fear kind of slotting in pretty seamlessly.
Yeah, and that will flash across your screen from right to left, depending on which way you're looking
okay,
at
my
it.
bad.
So
I thought that was the actual
We
Agent
changed
Select.
it. You know what?
Yeah.
I complained about the fact I couldn't see it. Couldn't see it without my glasses, so I complained about it. And now with this lineup on your screen, we can
I can see
exactly
into the future.
You know what? You really did.
That's impressive.
Well done. Wow, Yinsu. That's
What map was
scary.
it?
I'm going to have to keep that in mind. But no, you can see on your screen right now. One thing I wanted answered for me. Do they
No
bring the
breeze,
double
no
duelist? Do they bring the
binds.
Jet?
Ascent,
Do they bring
Ascent.
the Reyna back? The answer is absolutely not. You wanted them to catch up with the times, Doug, and well, we might get that in front of us here today.
Yeah, it's interesting to see Fnatic with not running the Astra either, right? Like opting to go for the Omen instead. There are a couple of teams who continue to try to double down on this Astra on Ascent comp and try to make it work. And I do understand there are instances in which it is a preferred pick, right? Depending on playstyle. But I really like this transition to Omen. I'm expecting to see faster hits, right? Like play around paranoias, go aggressive, ult into back sites, take fights to their doorstep. I think if Fnatic can dictate the pace and keep NIP on their back feet, they're gonna have it's gonna be a long series.
I don't think, for me, the composition really is going to matter for NIP. I like that they're catching up with the times. Doug hit the nail on the head when he said, you know, they're a little bit behind the times, catch up. Boom, no double duelist. And, of course, we got the KO, which I've been really enjoying this tournament thus far. What I will say, however, even with the pace that we've seen from them on this map, even with the double duelist composition, it's worried me how slow they've been. Out of all of the teams that I have a percentage of how early in the round they plant, this one is one of the slowest of the teams. And a lot of the times their win condition actually won't even come from getting the plant down and playing post-plant, which is so unusual in a game like Valorant. You cannot not plant on your attack or have that as your win condition. It's been rough for NIP on their attacks recently.
Well, you guys at home might not be super familiar with Hyber and Fearoth, but one man who loves and absolutely loves Fearoth is Mitchman, and I believe he's dressed for the occasion as well. Over to you, Mitch and Tom.
does that mean?
I'm not sure what that means, but look, you're right
got
about
your
one
hair
thing.
done.
Got my hair done for him as well.
They made you take the suit off. Like you were in a full tux. Like you had a bouquet of roses, and they were like, "This is a little bit much. Come on, Mitch. Get the t-shirt on. We've got the stylist. They'll do their job."
Yeah, but look, we're going on into this game with smiles on our faces because you know what? Coming into today, I was thinking Fnatic. I've obviously got a lot of faith in them. I know Fearoth very well. Hyper as well. Shortlist for pretty much every Tier 1 team out there and has been trialed by them. I'll tell you that. Kind of guy starts a bidding war. But when you look at this roster for NIP, my one concern was if they come in playing like I've seen the VODs of them play, I do not believe in them as a team. But you know what, Tom? Right off the bat, we've got some changes.
Yeah, the fact that Zhanji as well has moved over to the KO is a big change because it's always been other players almost filling in around him, and he is either on that Jet or on that Raze. That's the two options that you kind of bring in for him, and there's a good reason for that. He's incredibly aggressive. He's going to disrespect all of your utility, get it basically up in your face. Now, I will say John will do exactly the same thing, but in recent form, more importantly on this map, they had troubles. And that was one of the things that I was really worried about coming into this, because you look at them facing off against Loud. Obviously, it's the other Brazilian team we've got in this tournament, the one that I think a lot of people have a lot more faith in. Well, the last 2 times they played this map versus them, they only got 4 rounds, and he got 4 kills total off the 2 maps. So I think there was a definite need for him to at least change his role, putting John onto the Jet. That's his comfort zone. That's where he's playing that more aggressive style in your face, and that's something I think the Fnatic are actually going to struggle with having 2 stand-ins, is the fact that this team is not going to be like coming up with all these niche, crazy little strategies. They're going to run at you, and they're going to try and shoot you in the face.
And that's exactly the problem, right? Now, we need to answer a question, and I guess we can't answer that. Only Fnatic can. Do they have the protocols in the 8 days or 9 days at this point of practice that they've had with this 5-man? Do they have those protocols set that they can now defeat a team like NIP if they go for that strategy, the try to test it, run and gun? Well, we're going to start it out here in round number 1, finally getting underway. NIP will be on the defensive side of Fnatic's map choice of Ascent.
Already.
Okay.
You can see they've pushed.
Let's see. I've never seen Hyper play in Fnatic.
Down mid to just try and catch anybody over towards
we're gonna see how they
so
play. But I'm hyped. I want Fnatic to win. I don't want to be based like by anything.
They're trying to take it all.
Yeah, I sort of get this though. I think early round, especially with that KO intel, they were hoping they could spot a couple of players, which would prompt an immediate reaction on the other extremity of the map where they would go swinging through. But Fnatic, well, they're sort of waiting for that. They were holding the default, watching for any aggression, but there's 55 seconds left, and eventually you've got to make a move on the attack. So they're going to move in towards the B site, but the rotates are through. NIP have got Zhanji already ready behind the spawn, but he's going to be naded out. Now the players in Boathouse are isolated. Zhanji able to fight through the smoke, and the kills are going to NIP for a little bit. They have absolutely no idea that Cowanzine was there until the turret saw him, and he's gone. This is starting to go Fnatic's way.
Yeah, and the remaining 2 players don't really have the positioning to try and break back through. It's awkward for Bosa, though. He gets stuck in the mud, leaving it down into a 2v2 after plant. Both players to the back of site, and there's actually still a paranoia here for the defenders as they look to try and get back in.
Oh, that could be such a huge problem. At least if they're holding the doorway, they can maybe force those close range angles, but NIP used the paranoia just to get through onto the site, to break through those choke points, and now they'll look to duel. A shock dart out, Magnum's down, and that is a quick double for Bezany, leaving it in a 2 NIP's
to win. They're the real Rockstars. The thing is, like,
they go off to a solid start. Like they
had so many bad matches. Like the last 2 they played in challenges. I mean, it was basically just for the money they get, but it's like
sketchier performances. It's because when he has a good
I don't know. They played so bad sometimes there. And here as well, in like in the first round, what I can say instantly is like,
Cowanzine is the young,
holy shit, they have some energy. Like, why was Bosa stuck
in most cases are playing like Jet Raider, Jet Raze. It's like, it definitely seems a little bit backwards, but it also means that in terms of how you're going to play the game, they're going in with no fear. They've been here a million times before.
That was so close.
Like land jitters or anything like that.
Nasty little strap from Fnatic trying to come in with the wall bangs out of the Sheriff to start things off. You know, it's interesting you say that, though, about NIP having those older players on the duelist. I just imagine Angel sat here watching it from afar and just smiling, thinking,
you think there's a problem with that?
Like, what are you trying to say, Tom, huh? All these look, realistically for Fnatic, a couple of pistols
Oh my god,
they want
stop
to try to
whiffing,
grab
please.
a few kills, but
He didn't break the drone.
NIP should be able to get away with this one pretty easily, avoid losing too many players.
That was almost good timing.
I like they're giving up a decent bit of control. You know, Besney just there, he spotted a few players. He doesn't want to swing in all too actively. They've put a smoke down now as well.
They have
to
mid
retake
promised
that
doors
control and
closed.
stop Fnatic from really getting
And they
in.
need to come from...
This is nicely handled so far. A cautious round from NIP, and a much needed one as well.
Nice, Mystic.
Lost the one player and 40 HP on site. This could get a little scary.
Cow's low.
Nice, nice.
Isolated. Feron's found another. This is already a successful round for Fnatic, taking down 3 players and now leaving Mystic in a clutch. Now, I'll tell you, there's not many more players on this
nice
squad you want, but Zhanji, quick enough on that wraparound, will grant NIP a second. Now, it's nowhere near
I don't like
as
no
clean
from
as they
CS.
would have liked.
I've
Now
never
it's a
watched
question
like
of, do you fully invest back into this
CS
one?
like
I mean, it's a tough choice.
in any
right?
way.
You
I
got
never
3
played
players
CS and I
who
never
you invest, but
watched
I did
CS.
notice that a bunch of the NIP players had pistols
I
to play
basically
with,
just
like
got
ghosts
into
and
like
stuff left over
the
from
like
previous, so
competitive
maybe those can be
thing
dropped over to
with
make
Valorant.
it not that terrible of a buy. Obviously,
So yeah,
John isn't
I can't really
close
say
enough to
anything
his
about them.
ultimate to
I don't
really
know
get
them at all.
anything to help them out here.
I just know them
So
from
you have a choice: full buy or do what they're doing now. And
one
I
match. I
like
think I
this
watched
idea.
one
Like,
match of them.
give up the 3rd round potentially. They just want to do as much damage as they can in this one.
Oh wow, an early flash straight off the bat is exactly what we're talking
Okay,
about.
Magnum.
The HUD hasn't even had a chance to catch up with everything because half the players are already dead.
Oh no!
Well, Kawazine has done incredible work. 2 kills with the Frenzy from there. The flash almost grants another one for Besony as well, but it is still going to be back into that 3v3 scenario.
Wait, why?
Now,
Well,
just as
what's
in the
with
last
them?
round, Mitch, too much damage here is already somewhat of a loss for Fnatic.
Yeah, it's 2 rifles, right? Fnatic didn't come in here with any sort of Spectres or anything like that. This is their full buy round.
It's still
to already lose 2
3v3.
players
It's like
and
they
NIP
need to win
have
this.
3
Come, they have
remaining,
2
you know,
pistols,
even
1
footing.
Spectre. They
This
can
is
win this
perfect.
easily.
Now, the
Just
one downside
please
for the
don't
NIP
like.
side is that they are set up on A. They've
Please
got all their
don't whiff.
utility there from Killjoy. They've got their players
They can
mostly
lose
playing
this if
around
they
that
whiff.
area. And by the looks of it, I mean, Fnatic's spike was outside B. It had been dropped there. They went back and got it. But they haven't yet decided to go towards that B site. And depending on what they
Problem
choose
is
in the
that
next
Mystic's
couple of
on
seconds
40
at top,
HP.
they're starting to choose to go towards the A site. This could play perfectly into NIP's hands.
Oh, NIP is reading them.
Yeah, no rotation yet. I like this from NIP, just almost gambling. Now the smoke going through into mid could be the fake that they need, but because the drone's gone through elsewhere, already 1 player being spotted. And on the other side, they're going to have to try and clear some of these closer angles. The paranoia leaves them completely blind. The swing comes through, but the trades are so good. Zhanji coming up with a couple, and now it's left all onto Feron, then he can't quite close it. NIP off to a flyer of a start, 3-0 up.
That's bad. They need to get rounds after the 4th. Like they need to obviously save, but
like this for Fnatic.
after this one,
NIP
fucking come
are gonna
back.
be farming cash off the back of that. Just think back a couple of
what
minutes.
was
We
the-
saw them come in with 3 pistols. This was a
How's he get the second?
super light
he's
buy.
also low. Just
Yeah,
both players
they were
tagged.
both low.
And we're already seeing an investment coming out of
That was just like, yeah, that was the wrong
Odin as well.
gamble.
That's
They gambled
round
for one
4
side, they
Odin
gambled for
buy.
the wrong side.
I
If they
can
would
get behind
if they
that,
would have
Tom.
gone
I'm
B,
starting
they
to
would have had a
really like the
3
look of this
round
NIP team,
basically.
at least for now. Oh, there we go.
Oh, okay, the HUD was bugged. I saw 3 players on NIP without guns. I was like, are you crazy? You just want to win it without spending any money? But no, just a little glitch, a little bug. It
Oh,
happens.
so close.
Again, though, all you really have in this round is a few pistols and Magnum investing into a Spectre. No ultimate. Well, actually, they've got the Hunter's Fury, but how are they going to utilize that to actually win a round? I don't know.
But those steps are being heard as well. You got John right up next to the
3
smoke.
players got hit there.
He made the right call. John's backing off immediately. I love it. Doesn't overcommit, doesn't take any silly plays. We've seen teams do it far too often. This time on the back of the flash. Zhanji, I don't know how he's gotten away with that much. That flash obviously saving his bacon when it came to Hyper not being able to see him.
Not
That's
getting
4-0
one. Not getting
flawlessly.
one. Not even close.
Yeah, Prime Gaming flawless coming through for NIP in the 4th round, and I'm like this is one of the things that will always frustrate
Okay,
me. that you
now they
see
need to get
the
rounds.
sort of
Now they
acquired
actually need to get
experience,
rounds.
like Zhanji coming
If they
from
fuck up this
CS:GO,
round,
someone
it's
who's been
like,
around in the
oh,
scene
that's
in esports
bad.
at least for a very long time. Always playing this duelist, and then he switches over to something else. You're like, this looks really good. Why were you not doing this before? But yeah, I definitely don't think he should have got away with 3 kills, but he's going to take it. Already online, and Fnatic already having to take a pause.
I mean, that's Zhanji going back to his roots, though, right? This guy played CS
on.
for how
True,
many years?
true.
And you know, you put him on a KO, he's able to left
I know
click
the
a flash
Fnatic can do
through,
this.
or
If they
right click
play
the flash
well, I
through,
know
right?
that they can do this.
Engage initiate for himself.
Yeah,
I mean, you see how comfortable he looks doing that. That triple kill was perfectly handled. Now,
Man, I love this. I love this stage. It looks so cool.
They're going to have ultimates coming online, and this is really where they want to take a moment, take a breather in this timeout.
Side Odin. Now I know it's paused.
Yeah, they can't see it on the screen, but yeah, I saw Magnum pick that up.
He could, in theory, just sell it.
No, I'll tell you why he's done that. It's the same as what we saw in round number 2. They bought up 2 sheriffs and they tried to wallbang.
Why did it say halftime 29 minutes?
Kawazin has got that Odin base. They heard it last round. He won't have just dropped that on the floor, and it was flawless, so he definitely still has it. And that means he's probably going to try a wallbang. So Magnum's going to be sat there waiting to follow the tracers in the other direction. It is one of the most annoying strategies. I will say you'll get the same sort of value out of a Guardian for that sort of thing, especially if you're counter spamming, because you can see where they're spamming from.
They're like, someone has to pick up the slack on the wallbang if he's not going to be in the server
Listen,
anymore.
I tried to convince Fearoth for years to pick up that
Come
Odin,
on,
but
Fnatic.
he won't listen to the wallbang strats.
He needs
Magnum,
to come
though,
back now.
he's
He
always
needs
been a
to
little
get
bit
those
more
rounds.
inclined towards this Odin.
Like, at least get 5.
I'm waiting to see if
the half.
Kawazin actually goes for that lineup, because it doesn't seem like he is. In fact, I think we're about to have a bloodbath within this B side, because there's already a multitude of players on the other side. I don't think they've spotted the player in the corner either, so it becomes very awkward for Hyber. In fact, he's left all on his lonesome, and now the wallbangs start to come through on the other side.
28.
Both players taking a reasonable amount of damage, but it's Kawazin that comes off slightly worse for wear.
That's very good for Kawazin, getting the first tag out already on the drone. He's going to keep them back a little bit longer as he makes his way through and hasn't quite been able to see them outside, but the job is done. They've stopped the B aggression.
Can you explain to me though, like what an IP is?
Very nicely as well.
Or what are they known
The two
for?
behind, the spam out of the Odin.
Are they still fighting on? Yeah, I don't get it either. I know there's at least 2 or 3 people out there, and they're still going.
Back into a situation with a man disadvantage.
That was such a bad call.
They're going to start pushing up mid to take it.
Monster taking damage, and Bessony's just absolutely wrecked him through the corner of the wall. And they've still got these aggressive positions. Like Mystic hasn't actually got any control of this
there
ace.
with the Odin.
Flash is being set up. They've got the information as well, and Kawazin just spamming.
Wallbang,
There's only 30 seconds, and Fnatic is still just trying to break through this angle, and they've been caught.
Of course, it's Magnum finding that kill as well, with an Odin running in through a smoke on his short.
Nah,
but that's all he'll get. And in fact, that's all that Fnatic will get. Mystic's running for the hills, trying to get towards the attacker spawn so he can save this weapon. You see John on his way down middle, just 10 seconds on the clock. But that's quite a long time when they're hunting you this aggressively. Ambitious play that ends up, working out, I guess. BNJ is still alive.
It's just, it's just the confusion play. It's a confusion play. Like, you're never going to expect someone to actually do that. But the thing I really want to give credit to NIP for at the moment, at least, is the positions where they're gambling, a lot of their personnel have been correct. Like, that early B presence, they almost expected there to be aggression on the other side. And because of that,
what do you think of that?
They were able to basically shut down the initial play. And the problem for
Forrest
Fnatic,
was a CS player. He's like 35 now. I'm not sure if he is retired or not. But he was really popular for having such a career. Ah, okay. So it's like kind of like Angel in
because they didn't have any map control.
We consider and talk about Hyber as being an insanely strong duelist. Like I said, shortlist for pretty much every tier 1 team out there, but he's got to be able to put up the numbers. There's a great flash again from Shan-Chi, but he'll be traded out this time. No one can quite res him back up, but they're not expecting BNJ to be here as well. And he's just getting away with murder. 2 quick kills on the back site, and a spray down for 4. 6-0 NIP. They're not even breaking a sweat.
No, that absolutely slammed as they attempt to try and break into that A site, and that's been the case for pretty much the whole of this game. The fact that Janji's only died once basically says that, considering he's got 12 kills and has been pressured the majority of the time.
What
and finally
are they doing?
Make it into the site, and you got BNJ there as well, just to do exactly the same thing. Like, sure, again, maybe some slightly weaker weaponry for Fnatic, but it's getting to the point where that's no longer an excuse.
Yeah, I'm really impressed by Shan-Chi's right click so far. Like, those underhand throws with the flashes have been catching them off again and again. This time they were able to trade out 1-to-1, but the dude
I don't
still
think
survives
they're
the
just
round.
better. I think like Fnatic is doing so many small mistakes.
Their utility on the way through the entire time.
Like,
now,
what was that?
Away, Fnatic are going to start out this round.
What was that? Hyber taking a weapon while someone got killed from sight.
Because they're rotating to the B site. In fact, the spike was already waiting outside of B.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
That is ridiculous for John to get 2 there, and now he knows he's caught them trying to run back.
Good, though.
I mean, the players on A don't need to move, though, because they've got a comfortable advantage to play with at this point. Don't believe your hood. There's only 3 players left.
Nice. The HUD is working perfectly.
Oh, he's going to catch the second.
Nice,
well.
Hyber.
Janji
Okay,
down.
come on.
Well, now they've at least got a little bit of hope back into this round. John's going to take the wide swing, and Hyber, well, he's just decimating
now
at the moment.
it's 3v2. Come on, you need to win this round. You need to win this round.
Another player to push through that angle. BNJ will be able to clear at least this closer angle, but they've got to get rid of Hyber, who's looking to almost go for the ace at this point, but will fall back.
There's the reveal. They know both players are coming from the market of 4K for Hyber secured.
Nice, Hyber. Okay.
Well, we wanted this guy to turn up. We needed him to show something big.
Where's Sia gonna go? Okay, Sia, man. Have a nice one, man.
Enough, you know?
Yeah, no, it's well, like, it's always weird when something like that happens. Like, I want for anybody who doesn't know too much about Hyber, currently on Koi, a player who's been playing in the under divisions of the VCT and EMEA, someone we've seen for a long time in different mixed teams, and someone with the nickname the Hibernator.
And you know what? I've heard so many horror stories about organizations. So let me just say, I spoke to Hyber, and he said that Koi were extremely cordial and made it so easy. He had a one-day turnaround.
As long as they still get 4 or 5 rounds, it's completely alright.
And they made it happen. So fair play to Koi for being a nice organization and letting their player come and shine on the international stage.
The first round Fnatic wins, he aces on land. It's like
looks pretty good for Koi, doesn't it? Yeah, you know, they're not really losing anything by giving him this.
Double his contract. Double his contract.
I mean, it would be ridiculous as well, because the thing is, you're giving a player LAN experience, you know, but some orgs, they don't care. Well, it's not they don't care, it's they're not very smart. But yeah, fair play to Koi. I mean, really nice in organizing that, and I think obviously for Firoth as well with Alliance, we heard that things were very smooth on that end. So it's good to hear from Fnatic, but they've only got 1 round. Look, you know, they got their players here, but they still need to get a few more on the board.
It's the least sustainable round ever. A 3v5 ace from Hyber. Like, don't get me wrong, NIP are very much firmly in the driver's seat, but it's just whether or not that actually like gets to them. Like, if they're just going to come straight back and win themselves another round, it's almost irrelevant. And again, it's looking like we've got that fast-paced push coming through from Fnatic. They've waited.
Nice.
Hyber's found himself the kill. It's the right click, so his knives are gone. But he's been able to retrieve himself away. The pop flash is solid out from Boaster. And finally, they've managed to
finally they're doing something.
They knew that
there we
BNJ
go.
was there. He had just like popped off 1 shot. They heard the sound cue. They react instantly. This is a much better round from Fnatic. It again comes on the back of hyper, or should I say hyper aggression, as he goes straight into short. Now we saw that backfire, right? The B main round, he goes in, same pacing, same kind of round, but when he loses, when he dies, it just fell apart. I mean, it all came tumbling down for Fnatic. Boaster was going mid and he died and everything was staggered out. But when it works, this is what it looks like, a flawless round at this point.
Why though?
They still have money. As well, just to try and clear out that player towards tree, because they've been so aggressive around their spots.
I mean,
like, it's not one of those
lost,
spots anymore where Fnatic can just go, alright, we've got our smoke down, we'll just make our way through. No one's going to flash this one, Mitch, don't worry about that. We'll just walk through. No, they have to now actually counter that player, and, well, important that they managed to, at least in this round, shut down Genji. I don't know if that's going to be something they can do consistently, because he's probably going to adapt.
So there's that, and then you also have to take into consideration that, you know, it's taken this long to have that counter over NIP. Now maybe they're going to run the same thing again and hope for the best, but I imagine they change it up, and now you're going to have another spanner in the works.
I think he also got tagged up by the recon as well. So I'm pretty sure he got hit by like 3 different pieces of utility, and that's what it's taken to get rid of Genji. So, it's again.
I love the music they're playing. I don't know
what's
happening.
I'm guessing this is a pause. Yeah, it says half time, but that is.
There's so many technical issues today. What's
We've
happening?
changed it. It's MR8 now, so it's much quicker games. That's for me and you. You know, our games always just take way too long.
I had a really long day yesterday.
Did you? Oh,
really
you poor
tough.
thing, Tom.
Like,
you poor thing. Yeah. So
are you
look,
close to your
NIP
mic?
have called this timeout.
Yes,
They're taking a moment to step back,
no, I
and
just
discuss the strategy coming into this one. Because they got countered last round, but we've only seen the A plan. and it's gotten them 6 out of 8 rounds so far. That's pretty solid when one of the
Fuck?
rounds they lost
I
was
just
a
opened
5v3
Spotify.
ace. So
Your country
going to the
does
B
not
plan
match the
now?
one
Sure.
set in
I
your
think it'll be a small
profile.
adjustment though, and looking to get Janji in front of people early
can.
again.
Yeah, give him the opportunity to try and take space, or just reposition. Like we've seen him even reposition around the switch as well, and have the same sort of pop flashes, which he wouldn't have been hit by the utility that was thrown just
disabled
later.
Right
Also,
now.
I think because he was hit by the
know.
0 point, he couldn't have flashed out anyway. But it was just a nice little set play in the round from Fnatic. But again, I feel like there's only so many times you're going to be able to do that to isolate a
I
specific
mentioned
player.
Russia is my
Well,
country, and also was
see what the
giving
plan
you
is in
my
this round. In fact, it looks
Russian
like John might be up to a few
documents.
more shenanigans. We've already seen his mid play in one round, and it did fairly well.
Yeah, he's gone for the light shields here. Some fiscal constraints. That was a spam. They had no idea that he's there. They didn't see a barrel or anything. You know, John was a little spooked for a second. But yeah, he's just going to go back and hold this angle, wait for someone on Fnatic to try to take space. I think they're going to drone this out, though, at this point.
Come
They're
on,
going to be cautious.
please
Yeah, there
don't.
you go.
Yeah,
Drone's going up.
yeah, nice.
That will at least grant them a little bit of mid-control. And it does mean there has to be a slight switch in position. Did he manage to actually tag the player at the back as well? I think it has. So I think it's forced out a couple of positions. Now, Hyber, I think, will have a rough idea, but
They
the pop
say
flash has just kept him back that
in
little bit
Spotify
longer.
app that it's
And in the meantime, the
because
drone's
I
starting to
have
come through on the
different
other side.
country on
Is Shanji
profile.
big brain? Is he
Now
huge?
it say
Did he just use the flash on mid,
it was
and
like
then he's
visit
rotated
this link,
instantly to
fix
short? I
that.
almost felt like that was a
I
reaction
visited
play,
and
like,
it says,
oh,
after
Shanji's mid,
carefully
we got
analyzing
short,
the
go. He's
current
not gonna flash
situation,
through the
we
smoke,
have
and then he's
made a
already
difficult
here,
decision
back
to
in that position
completely
that he's been in
suspend
time and time
Spotify
again.
in
But he's going to
Russia.
make that noise. He's going to try to keep them back. And
Factory,
actually, it's dragged some
like
rotations
today.
over as well. You know, just a
Nice.
little bit of utility being used up here by Fnatic, and it's really selling it to NIP that they're defaulting back to the same
Wait,
old A
what?
play.
What's it
4
flying
players on this A side, and one way outside in spawn with an Odin.
Nah.
Still dangerous though, and especially with the recon online, they need to destroy that right away, and they have done just that. What a spam!
Just
no.
guess.
Darts.
Actually, they've got the lockdown, but they won't actually cover out the back of the site, and because of that,
Nice.
some of the positions are still going to be hold. Hyber is at least slowing them down a little bit. The remaining 2 are stuck in the back of the site, but remember, there's still one man lurking in the dark. It may not matter, though. BNJ's just gone sprinting in. Now, they need to get rid of Fearoth, and they don't know. They don't know the boaster's behind. He could just end this round in his own. The first goes his way, and now the panic sets
Nice.
him for BNJ. A solid flank to give
cool.
them the round, and well,
Can I
it's now
get
3 in a
a
row for
screen
Fnatic.
sharing?
Well, that's
Oh,
certainly the wind in their sails now. NIP have just called the timeout before as well. And then they come into this round. Fnatic have, I'm not going to say an easy time, but it can get a little bit concerning now if these rounds keep on swinging Fnatic's way. I think NIP are going to, I don't want to change it up a little bit after being faked out like that. They played a super passive round. They tried to react to what Fnatic were doing, but now they've realized that these guys are actually willing to fake them out. They're willing to play into those tendencies a little bit. So I want to see some early round aggression. I want to see some map control for the NIP side. And that's exactly what they've done. Look at John again inside of B main. This is the position that allowed them to have that heavy stack on A that Fnatic kept running into.
Yeah, especially with the fact that in the previous round, they basically droned him out of his spot. So unless Fnatic are going to read things incredibly well, he'll
Fnatic are
likely be
losing?
able to hold on to this at least a little bit more. And they've also gone back to the previous setup with the pop flash available from Switch. So this is basically meaning that
lost
Janji
6 rounds
can't
in
be
a row,
isolated
got
anywhere
3 in a
near
row.
as easily. And they've also got a main control with the push that's already come through from BNJ.
You know what's interesting? There's 2 players currently holding this entire map. Between John and Bezany, they have the entire map covered. The rest of the players are just kind of in position to react to whatever kind of control comes through. Obviously, you've also got BNJ peeking aggressively on A long to try and catch a pick. But they're not being given anything. And with 45 seconds left, again, we put the pressure onto Fnatic to make their way up to blitz on in. Hyber is going to be spotted and taken down. John is clean with 2 quick kills. NIP have got control over this round, and Fnatic have to blitz out into John.
Oh my god.
Keeps on delivering. Fearoth will try his best. 5 HP
This
and
aim
ace
is
needed, and
really
it's not
good.
happening today.
We've had a Hyber round, and now we've just had a John round. Dear Lord.
By the way,
half of those
who
shots
are
as well,
these
I felt like my
people?
brain couldn't even react to the fact that it hit the
Hyber,
shot.
That was
like,
nuts.
I know
the shot number
Mystic
2.
Magnum and
Whereas like the
Booster,
first
but
one, I was
who
like,
are
I don't
these
even
two?
feel
they
like he
changed
could
the
have
roster.
corrected quick enough to hit that second shot.
Here we go. Second
Dark
time.
and
Yeah,
oh, that
he's
was
not
such a
even
lucky
aiming at him as
shot.
well.
Yeah,
Aye.
yeah,
Bullet
yeah.
just went
I
where
thought
he
it was him
willed it.
because I wasn't looking. I just heard
Unbelievable. And he
instant
almost got
headshot.
Fearoth as well. I saw that hit a strand of hair. 7-3 right now. With 2 rounds left to play out, Fnatic are going to start to get desperate. Boaster Okay. He bought with like 0.5 seconds left, Boaster. You give me a heart attack, man. All right, so they've got the full buy up. But it's going to take a lot more than just the weapons to win this round.
Yeah, in terms of ults for this round, there's basically nothing online. Hunter's Fury, the only one that's even close, which, well, I don't really think we've seen many, if any, post-plant scenarios. Most of them have just been
Turk
won
is not even
by
in
the
the
time the spike actually goes down.
Wait, who is?
So I don't know how useful
I just don't know who went in for.
the utility already
Like,
expended.
I think who was it? Oh my god!
Oh, I like this.
It just takes about
He was
before
like-
he can even
The
react.
hybrid did like a jump and run through the whole fucking
Yes,
through the whole match.
It leaves B&J as like the
Well,
lone
what was
defender of
that?
this site, somehow
I don't
dancing
know.
between the remaining
Like,
players.
Oh
keeping
no!
things
Oi.
close
No!
down,
No!
trying
No!
to
No!
through, just
Oh my
tapping away
god!
at the
Don't
heads.
fuck that up
And
that
this
much.
is starting to get dangerous for Fnatic.
I'm not
Okay,
even sure
really
how B&J's still
interested
alive.
in
That
that
Hunter's
chat.
Fury's looking for John, and it almost catches his feet. He noticed at the last second. Oh, and with that kill on the Boaster, the round is already done.
so
Fear
bad.
Okay,
cleaned
I
up in
don't
the
know
end.
them, but
8
these
for
guys are
NIP.
really not bad.
This was looking clean. In fact, B&J was
F4
playing in the
news,
same
Magnus
position that he
Seven.
had been
What do you mean?
countless times
I know
before
Mystic
that Fnatic
Boaster
had
and,
seen him in, and they even
Nah,
went with
Ninjas
2
in
players to spam him
Pijama.
down, and it wasn't enough. That smoke
The
that he
fuck
put
is
into
this
play
name?
saved his bacon. That is unbelievable.
I can't
The
believe he
second
survived this entire round.
Maybe.
Like, I genuinely
I never
can't
seen.
believe it. Like, the fact that Hyber didn't get him initially,
Not
then you have
Fnatic.
him just dancing around
I
the
don't know
side.
them.
Like, this is a beautiful replay,
Yeah,
by
I
the way.
know,
Thank
I'm
you very much for
talking
this.
Pacific. I'm
But just no one being
Ah,
able to clear him.
okay,
And then by
sorry.
that point, the remaining players had rotated into support as well. And you have John with his swing.
Magnum
Again,
Boaster
we're
and,
going to have the battle of the Odins. Mitch has
Mystic.
demonstrated that
I know
no
them.
one's actually really found a kill off of
Like,
this
they're playing
yet.
since the challenges.
Oh, okay, come on. I'm getting excited, man.
But I changed
Oh, wow.
Hyper and
Keep
P.
going.
Wow, they
into-
did
was
like
like 10
18
HP.
damage.
Woo!
Wow.
huge Odin gameplay. Oh god, yeah. No, we're really not getting the Odin game I was hoping for, especially seeing the Magnum attack side. Fearod's trying to pick it up now and do a little bit of damage himself, but not finding it. The deep shock
Fucking hell,
dart's
Odin
going through.
gameplay.
And with the minute on the clock, you know, Fnatic, they've put all their eggs in one basket. They are sat outside B, they're waiting to go through. You're seeing that there's going to be a paranoia, I think, moving up through main. Already spotted
at
that
least
John's
now
up
they
close.
have
I mean,
cameras.
you've got to deal with John. You know this
Oh,
guy. He's going to
no.
take 3-4 kills if you don't take him down. He's pushed through with an Odin.
Oh,
What
oh.
a madman. The
no.
Odin wall bang
No.
from Fearoth to finally deal with John. This is where the rest of NIP come big.
Nah,
and it's
he got this.
Shanji, the flash again.
Okay.
But only one found on the back of it.
2v2.
And the remaining players are still yet to rotate through. The paranoia won't really grant anything. Oh, never mind.
God.
Blinds Mystic enough that he can't do much, and Fearoth
Fucking
left in a
Odin.
1v2
What is with
scenario,
Soas
unable to
playing
get the spike
Odin?
down, but he
I know
picks
that,
both
like,
of them.
because
How?
of
How did that not
They
damage?
managed to dodge just through the edge,
10 bullets.
trying to get
Yeah,
something.
I don't know.
Oh, there's no
10
way he
bullets?
clutches this with just 10 bullets of an Odin. First kill goes away, but he switches,
5
and now the
bullets.
time becomes the issue.
Yes.
12
Nice.
seconds left, and B&J will swing. It is going to be NIP to take this half in a 9-3 fashion.
9-3
Very
curse, let's
dominant
go.
from then. It took a few specific
Ah,
set pieces from Fnatic
yes.
to get anything.
They just want to
Fnatic
go for
found
that.
their
It's just
3
like.
rounds in a row.
like,
They
I don't
got
know.
into a swing
What
of it
is
a little
with the
bit, but
overlay,
NIP,
man?
that
They
disruptive
fucked up
play
everything
came
today.
back and
Yeah,
started to
yeah.
change it up.
Technical
I
pause
just wanted
directly
to
at the
ask
start.
Head after head. Unbelievable. This swing
When they went
rounds are
into the
won
timeout,
basically
it
by
didn't
him.
say timeout, it
There's
said
so
pause.
much to look at in
No,
that. So many
maybe.
impressive plays from
Like, I'm
NIP.
only
I don't think we
watching
can
this
do it
because
justice,
of
Tom.
technical
So I'll send
pauses.
it over to
Like,
the
it's
desk.
the most important
Yeah.
part of.
Thank you very much, Mitch and Tom. What a start for NIP. It really felt like, guys, that
Ah,
Fnatic,
well,
they
now
were
they're
kind of
just
playing
talking instead
NIP's
of
game, and NIP
technical
didn't
pause.
have to adapt to anything. They had everything.
Yeah, I'm really glad that I
And
sat
they
here
have
on
a
the desk
minute.
and I said that NIP are the favorites to win this, that they look
Is that
really
what you
good
said?
over Fnatic, and that Fnatic is in trouble because they're playing it out. I do think that NIP are playing loose,
Yeah.
right? Like they're playing a bit, I don't want to say careless, but they're playing with some confidence.
Boy,
I think
second
about
guy doesn't
Talonzine
look like
pushing
he's
through with the
personal at
Odin.
all.
He looks great.
I think the big thing to point out is the difference in the way that we're utilizing 2 of the KOs on either side. Yinsu came into my ear, she said, what do you think about Boaster playing a little bit more defensively, a little bit more passively? And, you know, Zhan coming in and just pop flashing. Every corner the man can pop flash. To be fair, it kind of took Boaster about, what have I listed here, 8 rounds until he worked out the perfection to be
per
able to
round.
replicate that
One-
same
one-
Zhan pop flash and get the same
149.
success. But they were the victim of his utility flashes all over the map. And it
Oi.
took them a little bit to work out that after
Almost
that
the
flash
kill
comes in,
per
there will
round.
be a response
Yes.
right behind it.
I think we should give you some context of they're wildly different players in different roles.
Right.
When Doug, we're not looking at two KO players. Their jobs are completely different on this team.
Right, absolutely. I do think that Fnatic, when they found success, it was because they changed the pace.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, the problem
it was
is,
an
like,
ace,
you,
from Hyber, which certainly
you've seen
helps,
the last
right?
matches
But you think about the
that
following round, it was
Fnatic played in
off
Challengers,
of the paranoia,
and all
the jet dash came
three
through
of them were so
with
bad.
the Blade Storm, excuse me, that one escaped me for a moment. So I think if Fnatic can continue to try to tweak pace, they're going to be fine.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
one
that
guy
was
is
the
flashing
start,
for himself,
the
and
save
himself,
for
and the other guy is
NIP,
flashing, trying
and they
at least
still got them.
to flash for your team. But
The
this is
timing.
not a surprise. Fnatic attack site Ascent has never been good.
And not even that, it's Ascent at the end of the day. You know, we're seeing only the first half. There's a few maps in the map pool where you don't really know what the full story is going to be until you see someone's defensive side. We haven't seen that from Fnatic yet. It's also a lot easier to defend when you
There we
have
go,
a couple of
halftime.
subs
Just
on the team.
demonstrate. 8
Attacking
seconds.
coordination and synergy is really
Because
hard to
earlier,
instill
for the
in a
first
team.
time out, it said
And I really gotta
halftime,
throw it
and
out
then
there. This is
30
not
minutes
This
left.
is not opium. This is not providing excuses for
I was like,
Fnatic.
ooh,
They
okay.
have practiced together for 8 days. They've done pretty damn good considering
Huh?
that, and I think that we will see a
I
lot more
like
confidence going into
decorations.
this second half. They're just
What?
warming into the match, and it's a hard
the
half to step,
background.
you know, right into the mix.
I like
I mean,
the
we
whole
talk
stage.
about,
The stage was
proving
cool.
yourself
So.
at tournaments like these, and Doug,
We're
you
gonna
have to
have
give
it
it to
in house.
NIP.
Yeah.
They're
course.
pretty much one pistol win away from taking a first opening map on their debut as a team here. That's great.
Huge room
And that's the
for
nice thing about
esport
coming into
challenges.
a matchup where you're the underdog, right? Where you're
Yeah.
considered, man, you have nothing to lose, right? You can play fast, you can play aggressive, you can flash for yourself and
things
wide
that
swing
everyone
every
has
single
there.
angle you can
That's like
possibly
hand
want and take
warmers.
those duels because, well, crap, why not? And
They
again,
need
birthday
that.
buff.
Yeah, how the fuck does it work?
Yeah.
real
No,
thing.
you are right. You are
I want
right.
those as well.
I have to see this second half because we've criticized NIP's attacks. How will
No,
it be?
no,
Well,
no.
I'm
You
glad
just
you
need
mentioned that, Jess. Let's
to
take a look at
do
the second half with
tense
Mitch and
warm
Tom.
up.
Oh yeah.
Thank you so much, Yinsu, and the desk. We're right back on into the
Okay,
game.
come on.
9-3 is where we
Come
left off.
back.
NIP have
Comeback
had a
time.
fantastic first
It's a
half.
defense
Now
map.
they're moving
It
over to
is
the
a defense
attacking
map.
side. We're going to see them flex their chops with
You
a
can-
lot of
oh, you
frenzies. I'm
can
noticing these guys really like to play the
What's he
frenzy.
looking at? What is he doing?
Yeah, I'm a little bit sad that they then don't run that with a Brimmy.
He's, I
Just
guess,
skim those
expecting
frenzies up,
for
you're in there like
lineups.
lightning, but
Ah.
hey, I don't think these guys need any help with the W key, that's for sure. You've also got an aggressive position already being held by Hyber. He's just going to try and hit the headshot and get out of there. and
He got a
unfortunately,
buddy
no
though.
headshot
No,
to be
did he? He
found.
didn't?
At least he does the ladder, getting out of there safely. Turret
So
gonna be
many
destroyed. A
bodies
close
and
jump,
no
the
one got a
reload.
damage.
This Danger
Nice.
Man's now moving into
Oh,
the
wait,
side.
maybe-
Already tagged up once, flashed
Oh,
up.
no.
Not able to get too much done at the start.
Nice.
But now here he comes, closing in the distance. And this is where the frenzy really thrives. The shots
Nice.
aren't going to land. And one headshot's not quite enough, but it
Nice,
has weakened up
nice.
Magnum, making it easier to be
Nice.
taken down by BNJ or Kawazine, but never
They
mind.
go
In the
like-
end, Fnatic take that
Uh-huh.
fourth round found. And honestly, that is a round they desperately needed considering how far behind they are.
Yeah, it's a lifesaver, and you have to bear in mind this is their map choice as well.
Oh,
So
but
the
can't
one
do
thing we can say is,
this.
okay, they haven't had much time to practice, but I
Mm-hmm.
imagine they're choosing a map that they have had
It's at
time to
least,
practice.
it's
So.
I would hope it's at
Um,
least their second best map
Yeah.
I
coming
know
in.
that
So
Pesha is
yeah, it's
fish
not great if you're
thing.
going to struggle that much at the same time. When you look at the difference between scrims and officials, and I think the best example of that is like I've heard DRX were
What are you
terrible. Like,
talking about?
hey, we're
I'm
doing
confused.
horrendous in scrims
Ah, there was
and so on.
Who'd you hear that from?
DRX.
Who's your source?
They even said it.
It stacks in
No,
it.
there
in
were,
the
yeah,
interview.
literally. Stack said it himself. We had like tier
But
2,
of Hyber, okay, okay.
teams reporting back that they were like
Bum, bum,
demolishing
bum,
DRX.
bum.
And they've come through and played some of the best Valorant in officials. It's a different ball game altogether. So for Fnatic, you need the officials on stage. You got to get those. Get those games in, and it's similar to what we said about.
Oh wow! Oh, if he would have hit, if he would have shot.
Instead of being straight into playoffs is an advantage for them.
Oh, that was right on the head. Oh my
have
god.
The history together to fall back on that, and this is where I get a little bit worried. We're like, you got to have a little bit of a better performance coming out of the gate, because the warm-up time's going to be kind of tough.
Also, then they'll switch
got
a player,
everyone.
so there is no real
Oh.
warm-up.
How?
It's like,
Well, that's it. That's
you
I
gotta
don't
warm
get it.
up to then.
How
yeah,
didn't he
to
get
then
one
switch
bullet in?
anyway, and then you have to warm up again. So they're in a bad
I
spot
don't
out of
know.
everybody.
What's
Of
with
course,
them
this
getting
round
damage?
for
Not
NIP
getting
is one
damage.
where
Yeah.
they've invested barely anything. They know the alarm
How did they not
bot's
hit the
down.
alarm
It
bot?
looks
What's
like they might be
happening?
attempting
I
to
don't
try and
know what
bait
the
with
fuck.
it, like just break it and almost
Nice!
rotation in the
Nice!
other direction.
Okay, sorry.
The
Let's
problem,
go.
however, is they have seen the remainder of the players.
Nice.
So killing off the 3 on short, that only leaves a couple to go in, and they've forced 0
Did
rotation.
that- what is
so
with
the
the
remainder
UI,
for
man?
Fnatic
That's
know
long.
exactly where they are. They've already been spotted, and Magnum should be able to wire both players
To
quite
spray.
cleanly, if you'd like, but hey, it's not going to matter. They've got themselves another round.
Yeah, you'd like to see a couple more of
yeah, the UI is really nice, man.
I
do love me a piece of damage.
You know, piece of damage, yeah.
A piece of damage.
Nice little piece of damage. A pizza square of damage. But yeah, at 9-5, NIP don't really need to sweat it. This is where they get the buyout, and
Nice,
I'm
they
very
changed the
excited
role of
because
players.
I knew that Magnum was going to do it. We know this guy, but Kawanzine has taken out the Odin as well.
Prime game is what you always want to see when you are the team with the bonus round. That's the whole point. You make yourself a few extra credits. You get yourself the ultimates. Well, this is a straight up B push. There is nothing
oh my god, that's
other than
fast.
this. They are all going straight through B main, and Fnatic have been no, I don't think so.
Yes, I mean, at this point, they have to just play hard retake. There's no way to get back in there and try to fight this, surely. But hold on, maybe they're going to drop that flash through. John's in the
What's
smoke.
happening?
He's taking
What's
it
happening?
What is this guy doing? Still alive as well, running around and
Okay,
taking
Killjoy,
hits.
Killjoy.
This guy is just something else. Firot, the final
What
man
just happened?
standing as a 1v3 with a sheriff in hand.
Two of them saw them in
I
smoke.
think I know the end of this story. We'll see. There's damage
he
done
dashed?
at least to Kawanzine.
Yes,
but
time.
John's still
Good
alive.
thing is he has time, and I think he has a weapon on CT.
Don't you even start.
He has a bulldog.
Don't you
There's a
say
vandal as well.
Don't you say it.
Not my
It's the
Firot
next
against
map up as
Choose
well.
whatever you
Firot's on the
want.
server. I
Let's
don't want to
go.
hear about a Sheriff 1v4 on Split, okay?
He's got a rifle now, and he's just going to leave. To be honest,
right call.
if he can get even one kill and then leave, this is actually a really successful round for Fnatic for a bonus. Of course, they're in
Yeah.
a spot where
Yeah, you need to get like
realistically,
if you get 3 in the
Three-
it
bonus.
would have been ideal just to
three
get them
of
back
his
into a
teammates
position
pushed
where they
that.
have a good
Look at
economy
this.
and they can actually start to close this out. How much damage
Like,
did
not
Firot
pushed,
do
they
here? He's got himself
Oh,
one.
almost.
Anything more would have been great, but John is just
Fucking
lightning
John,
fast on
dude,
those
what
duels.
happened there?
Can we just summarize? I don't know if we have a replay ready for John, but this guy ran on the B side, ran into the smoke that they had put down for spawn. By the way, they knew pretty much that it
Is
was a
it the
retake. 'cause
one
look at
with
the amount of utility coming through from
149
spawn. They've already seen that
damage?
there were players
Maybe.
in market.
He's actually crazy.
He just runs in, takes this fight, then
Yeah.
dashing away.
But it's
Yeah,
also,
no problem.
it's also when you
Magnum
know that
is
your
coming from
opponent
behind.
has like weaker weapons. To do this is
Why
insane.
is he calling
Like,
EU?
it's actually insane.
It's absolutely nuts. I mean,
He
the
should have
success rate.
died.
It's the success
100%.
rate. That's the crazy thing. Wow, the confidence definitely built up for NIP. They've hit double digits now, but we have to remember, that was a weak buy from Fnatic. Now they've got the full buyout, and this is where you have to be very cautious as the attackers. Hyber's operator is lurking somewhere, but NIP don't know
Baby,
where.
can you
So
tell
either
me
they're
where
being
you
cautious and
wrote
droning out
your
mid,
emojis for
but
channel?
it's in B main that you can see Hyber
The
scoped
website.
in, waiting for someone to step out.
Wait, your what?
BNJ is sat there with the spike. He's about to
Website
step on
where
it as a
you got
crosshair.
your
Hopefully it's
emotes
Kawanzine that goes
for
down, though.
channel.
The flash is so solid.
Fiverr.
Firot actually
Oh my
manages to
god,
find
that's
the
so
double.
bad.
This is looking so
I know,
clean.
that's so good, I mean.
And BNJ is the only
And
one
I
left
thought, oh
standing.
man, because of the
Stuck
fucking
within
HUD that's
B
not
main,
there.
rotation already coming through from Boaster just to deny his spot, and they have players
Wait, what do you
watching
mean?
on that flank as well. Mystic will catch him with a
The
knife
person
out,
that did my
well, doesn't
emote.
manage to get much else.
Yeah, the jump keeps him safe. He's stepped back a second just to give a little bit of a clue that he was TPing away. But he was
I don't
still
need the
tucked in
person,
corner
I
like
just need
Mystic
a
knew.
website.
So that
My
is
friend
going
wants
to be
to
another
try
round
to
picked up
work
by
there.
Fnatic, but
Oh,
yeah, there's
Fiverr.
still a long enough way to go.
FI.
Yeah, in all honesty, this is the side where I think if Hyber was going to properly pop off, this is where you'd expect it. That defensive side operator
Sorry,
is something
but I'm
that we've really enjoyed watching from him, but also
He's
his
res,
role on
though.
the attack is much more of like headbutt them. Like that's your role as a Jet on Ascent. Like
Fucking
dive
white
into a smoke,
gameplay.
take some space, try and kill someone along the way. If you don't, we're going to try and react off that.
Who's playing
so
with
for him
white
to still be doing all
resolution?
right, statistically going into the second half is a pretty good
I
sign.
don't know.
Someone's
Ah,
playing
yeah,
with
many.
white.
Quite a fast round. John's
Oh,
already going in there.
I
I'm
know
scared
why,
of this guy on
though.
attack with a Blade Storm. He's just
attacking the
Fnatic are
turret.
too. They're playing a hard retake, and of course they are. Look at what Magnum has to work with.
No one's destroyed the turret. Finally.
Doing 50 damage to Timmy.
Initiated.
So we're gonna have double lockdowns coming into play. That's gonna be an interesting
Thank you,
scenario.
baby.
Hyper already caught one, but is he ready? Oh, he shouldn't be. Why would he? That's a great kill.
Oh.
A little bit awkward.
The thing is, they only really had pistols in this round anyway, so they're just trying
What?
to get what they can. Kawanzine with a nice shot, but they've already managed to defuse. And for Jandy here, he's got an operator, so
Oi.
he's just going to hold on to
kill.
that. That's a good round. Like,
a
again,
fantastic round.
you just bring yourself through an operator. All you had was pistols. Okay, you had to burn a couple of ults along the way, but they're ones that a lot, especially when you look at lockdown nowadays,
it's the most countered ult in the entire game. Like, most of the time, you're never going to get to use it. So using it in a round like this to just get you some space and get a plant, it's not bad.
And it's also, Fearoth was just about to get his Hunter's Fury online, so it's not there. He'd also used a Shock Dart already, so that put them in a position where they're like, okay, this is a pretty good ult to use right now. Force Fnatic to move a little bit faster.
They're playing a KO Sova. Like, it's the best comp for destroying that ult.
Chuck a breach in there as well, and you're just really ruining someone's day.
Yeah, true.
But yeah, all in all, a very positive round for NIP.
Man, I love that stage.
Now being laid, but there's still a little bit more for them to do. They're 10-7 in the lead, and a timeout is called by Fnatic. Understanding the importance of this round here, Fnatic are investing pretty much their entire economy. They're putting it all on the table right here and now. Over on the NIP side, the exact same thing is happening. So this is going to dictate whether NIP storm ahead in the lead or whether Fnatic are going to be right on their heels.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see if John keeps the operator for the entirety of the round, because it was dropped over from him from JstDave, but a lot of the time if you're unable to find that opening pick, you're going to want to drop that over to someone else because he needs to be the one taking the space. So maybe it's just a counter to Hyber. We've seen how he's been getting aggressive, taking map control away. If they can shut him down, things will become a lot tougher for Fnatic, but I always find it a little bit tough when your Jet is holding an op, because you need them basically to just dive in head first.
Yeah, but so far that's what John's been doing, right? Almost thinking he'll do it with an AWP as well.
What is
The
that
guy's
chat?
just been ludicrous,
Spam
running in through B side, in through the smoke versus a low buy. It's something to witness. He's got that operator, and we'll see exactly what he's going to do with it. Hyber has some other ideas as well, and he's actually watching the same angle, but he's pulled off it. He's heard a player inside of mid putting up that turret, and he wanted to go and look for anyone coming out of market. This timing is going to be key.
Oh, that was so
again,
close.
They miss each other. Ships in the night, and
No.
eventually John will land the shot. And it's Magnum that he's taken down.
Nice,
Hyber will trade, and Shanji's losing some HP, but they've got the A site for their troubles.
Yeah, there wasn't much to stop them because of the setup that was in onto mid, so it's the same after plant, which Fnatic have been relatively good at getting back in on. They also have nearly all of their utility. They didn't use any of it in the early stages of this round.
You naughty boy, Mystic. He's holding it. He knows. Oh,
Oh no, the timing.
Oh, the timing.
Oh, he got it. Okay.
Whew, that wasn't an awkward fight. All right, so NIP in a position on site. 3 players left alive. Fnatic are going to be blitzing in. They've even got the Blade Storm to work with here.
Nice.
Hyber looking to find some victims, and there goes
Nice.
Mystic, but NIP just can't find the kills. They need BNJ, the last man alive, to go huge. No one's cleared down below. He's already got 2. BNJ,
Oh my god, no way.
done. 11 rounds for NIP. Wow. This guy is an animal on the A site.
Well, that's what you call a Red Bull clutch. I put that one in the montage. That was ridiculous. And then this is the thing.
God.
Clear under bulk from now on,
Fuck,
forever.
man.
Check it. Even if you're sure, send a first player in under the bulk, have a look around, then they leave, and then send another player in just to check if BNJ is hiding there, because that is now 2 rounds that he has won from the exact same position because they could not kill him.
That's a big miss. A big miss. Post plant under heaven play. And it's not expected. I mean, they're going to be kicking themselves after that one. And we talked about the importance of that round. Everything in the setup was done perfectly by Fnatic, with Mystic waiting and catching them pushing through, with Hyber trading out the mid-peak where Magnum fell. Everything was done perfectly. And even still, they end up 11-7. That small gap that they left, BNJ just ripped a hole wide open in the game plan. You know, you look at what Fnatic have to work with in this round, they can still make it work, but it's now or never.
I always love that. You hear the drone, 0 point, no information. And they've still got this little trap play of 3 players waiting. And with everybody on the other side of the map, the problem is, because we've seen so many of these stack-ups, Fnatic aren't really taking much map control anymore. So they're just sat within their setup, no mid-presence
God, they're
at all,
doing nothing.
in
They're
fact.
just waiting.
And
They're
maybe
going
that's
back.
because it hasn't really been pressured a huge amount from the opposing side. So they're just waiting for this take to come through, and because nothing's been seen by NIP,
Oh no, never mind.
they're going to start
Good
doubling.
push, eh?
Fearoth still has his recon to play with. It's come back online a little while ago. We haven't seen it popped out anywhere. It feels like he's keeping that for a reactive play. As they start to push in.
Nice.
Hyber going to be finding one from afar. The Odin trying to take
Oh.
him down and doing a damn good job of it. Boaster, oh, he's going to be caught. That play not quite working out. Fearoth will do his best from up above. 2 kills already under his belt. He's ready for more, but has to back out. 10 seconds left. Hunter's Fury to try and tag them, take them down, but he won't be able to deny the spike plant. He won't be able to get the kill
so
with it
close.
either. And Magnum, well, he almost catches him shifting over towards the boxes. But they've
Both
missed
are low.
again, and this is so scary. That Odin tucked in the corner. Bezany able to react off the back of it, and that's so beautiful from NIP.
Nah, man.
Now on map point.
Yeah, they're playing off of each other so well. I think that's a real kicker with this squad, is these trades back and forth every single time. The little
Fnatic,
setups
man,
that they have
what's
just to make
happening?
sure that the players are in a solid position to actually turn the round back. And, well, Fearoth gave it a damn good go after the initial
lucky.
play didn't go their way. But it was this clutch because realistically, both the remaining players were low. It was only this crossfire that made it work. And Bezany right at the end, just closing out the round. 12-7. NIP are actually going to take a timeout themselves because what we see this many times before with the Brazilian teams given that opportunity, fighting up against, well, maybe not the full force Fnatic, but still a tough team to play. You do not want to let that slip.
Yeah, 5 consecutive rounds. It doesn't really seem like a lot, but just before we came out of this, you will have caught a glimpse of the NIP economy, and the reinvestment they have to make here is going to put them in a spot where, again, everything's on the table. In fact, I think they'll even have a weakness coming into this round, and that causes some issues, you know? You give Fnatic that one round, and it can spiral out of control quickly. Taking this moment for NIP to make sure they close it out, it's definitely the right call, and something that so many teams fail to do. The only danger is that you're giving Fnatic time to also think about it, right? But
yeah, but they have to go for something almost audacious. Like the buy, like you can't see it right now, but I can. It stinks. Like, you got an Ares in the mix, you got a couple of Spectres, a pistol for Mystic, and Boaster. I feel like he's just trying to select what he can best utilize out of a really poor situation. Ultimates, the only one that's close is his, and well, a null command is super situational, and a lot of the time NIP, like, I'm not going to say they don't use their abilities, but they haven't needed them. They've been finding those entries without too much hassle, so...
Come on, now
think
get
that
some
this is
rounds,
looking
like get
the
to the
beginning of
12,
end,
get to
and
overtime.
Fnatic are going to have to pull out a miracle here.
yeah, it's definitely going to be a Hail Mary play. I mean, look at this. 3 Spectres to work with. As the timer hits 0, NIP got to dictate the pace here on the attack. The Ares early round, not going to find Fearoth anything. NIP were playing that Odin wallbang every single round, so they know well to avoid those early sprays, and it's a fast play in through market, but Fnatic have stacked up with 3 players currently on the site. The weaker weapon's going to be put to the test. Hyber already finding the first, but they've let John right through. He's come in through market, taken the first, and now look at Shang-Chi in through the smoke. This is a textbook play for NIP, apparently. Oster not able to get anything done. This is left down to Fearoth. He's got to take down the final 3 players, and Spike is right in front of him. He's even upgraded to a Vandal. He's not going to be detected up close, but the flash is about to come around the corner. That is huge for Shang-Chi. Those flashes...
Fnatic, man, what's happening?
Down, the most impactful KO flashes that I have seen to date.
Yeah, and coming into this series, he was not someone that normally plays on this agent. In fact, we've seen 2 other players within his team actually play on it, and that's Kawazine and, of course, John. So the fact that he's brought this in as like a sort of niche pick and played incredibly well, especially within their defensive setups, I feel like he was just making things, at least within the first 6 or 7 rounds, really, really tough for Fnatic to actually just deal with his plays. And then you had John and BNJ just pulling out some of the most magnificent pieces of individual skill I've seen throughout this tournament so far.
Hands down, hands down. I mean, this was an utterly unbelievable opening map for NIP, and when you take into consideration the fact that this was also Fnatic's map pick, all of the issues that we have with Fnatic coming into this, with them having subs and limited prep time, well, this was their best chance to get it across the line. And with this map out of the question, they have to take it to 3 to win.
Map?
And that means fighting on Icebox. And sure,
Was
Fnatic have always been comfortable on that
What do you
final
mean?
map of Icebox
Or
if
they
we
only
end up
need
there.
to play 1.
But it's not like NIP are
Well,
strangers
that's
to
the
it.
thing. Now we walk straight into NIP territory. Like, you basically have their 2 best maps coming in on the series. So I think that realistically, the fact that this map went their way, and I feel like you almost have to favor NIP for the rest of the series, just because I think that just the aggressive plays that they've managed to make, they now move into what I would say is more comfortable agent choices as well. Like, they go back to their double duelist, which on Split has been something you've been able to do for years now on the map. So yeah, I'm really worried for Fnatic going forward, but I'm also thoroughly impressed with NIP because this is a much better performance than I've seen from them within their
NIP
own
banned the
region,
map.
at least.
100%. Yeah.
Then
as I said, coming in
Fnatic
today,
picked the map,
if NIP came
NIP
through and played
picked
the
the map.
same as regionally,
now
I
I
have my
see
doubts.
0-1.
What we've just
That's
seen
what I
here,
wanted to know.
especially with Shanji,
Yeah.
unbelievable.
It's the
Let's
same.
get on into map number
That's
2 as
true.
quickly as possible. So let's get out of here.
Because I
We're
didn't
going out to
see
a commercial
anything
break.
before. That's why I didn't know if it's like second map or third one or first one or something.
Oh, no, it's only going on for an hour.
Oh, cool. Cool. Oi, baby.
Yeah, I don't like that one. It looks cool, but things I want to do a short break, but the thing is, there's always German ads in between.
And you need to skip them? Or what?
Yeah, they have like copyrighted music in them as well, though.
Ah, okay.
I don't even know if that has copyright. That shouldn't have, though. Maybe.
I mean, you could
Hello,
get.
am I lagging? Is stream lagging? What?
You could. I know that you hate it, but you could get ad block for watching only.
Nah.
Nah. Honestly.
I know what I can do. VPN. I can just set myself into another country and then I have other ads.
I'm done.
Login. Yeah, that's what I mean. 6 ads.
But that's the cool one. At least.
Oh god. Do I not have? No.
Okay, be right back.
The fuck is that ad?
He is fishing. Okay, be right back.
I'm done. Oh cool.
Der erste Monat geschenkt? Geht. Einfach ausprobieren geht. Aber festlegen geht gar nicht. Und was geht noch? Probiert, was geht.
Mit der Kongstar AllNet Flat M 18 GB für 22 €. Und der erste Monat geht auf uns.
Oh, I'm stupid. I should have blocked that instantly.
Don't wanna hear about it. Every single one's got a story to tell. And I'm talking to myself at night because I can't fall.
Nachts schlafen. Schneller laufen.
God, these fucking ads.
Immer alles geben.
Yo, why is that not working?
Das ist nichts für mich. Ich gehe lieber einen anderen
Oh,
Weg.
oops. I see, it worked. I'm just stupid.
Jacob, willkommen! Du kennst mich, Mann. Einen guten Portschlüssel lasse ich mir doch nicht entgehen.
Okay.
Wenn wir ihn besiegen wollen,
Muss jeder von uns eine Rolle.
All I can do is dedicate this book to him. Another legacy for Clear.
There we go.
I'm a positive person,
English ads.
and I'm not going to
You're
let
back.
what happened to my
Okay.
family change that. I still believe there is so much hope in the world. After Clear passed,
I'm a rookie in love. Everything I know about it is from what I've seen in movies, what I've heard in love songs, and what I imagine it to be. I'm a rookie in love because I'm afraid of it. I'm afraid of its force, and I'm afraid of my...
What a fantastic start for NIP. They take down Fnatic on map 1 on their debut here at Masters Reykjavik. I've got Doug and Jess back here with me. I love it when teams come out and kind of defy expectations and show us why they should be feared. And if you're a Brazilian fan right now, Jess, you got to be happy about what just happened.
I only had a small lunch, and I'm glad because I now get to eat my words about what I said about NIP. Their entire attacking half was impressive. I said, at least statistically, in all of my graphs that I've taken in their previous games, they're one of the slowest attacking teams in their entire region, almost in the entire world that I have here in the tournament. They came out swinging today. What a contrast to what we've seen of them recently, and I think this just goes to show that improvement, it makes me a little bit giddy when I see such swift improvement from a team.
Yeah, I think NIP played with a little swagger. They played, again, a bit fearless. You even think about the retake, or excuse me, on the bonus round where they push in. Actually, I mean, this is another one.
This man, wow. I think this is probably one of those players that you look to and you just have to highlight how good he is. We spoke about Sushi Boys on the A site on Ascent yesterday, but he is now the king of A site.
And for him to have the patience not to try to spam into the Cloudburst when the swing first came through from Hyber, I believe it was, who was trying to get the tap, conceals his location. You think, okay, hell's clear because nobody's spamming from down there because I just walked through there. It was a trap.
I felt like that kind of summed up the map for Fnatic. They did do a few things right.
Yes.
On that retake, they did everything right. They got it down to a 3v1. But Doug, they weren't hitting their shots. They weren't winning the duels. And you can't be doing that against a Brazilian team.
No, you really can't. And I think as I was watching this team, I have reason to think they're going to continue to struggle on their attacking halves in particular. And that's because a Jet isn't something that you easily plug and play. Right? Like, if Hyber's going to continue to be that role, yes, he can kind of freely go on and do his own thing, but there's so much timing that's built around him if you want to play a coordinated fashion like Fnatic like to do. So if it is just going to be Dash by himself, there are so many, like, minor timing points that have to be built around when he's going that's really difficult to coordinate, and that's why it seemed, in my opinion, like they started off stronger defensively. But I worry about Fnatic and their attacking half if they're going to continue to have Hyber on the Jet. The coordination is going to be harder to keep up with.
I mean, outside of like Hyber, obviously with his first kills and whatnot, the only other player on Fnatic that attempted, which I'm not sure whether is intended on this map, if it's part of the strategy, Magnum died to the first kills the most out of anyone on the side of Fnatic. Now that's odd. He is the killjoy. He's not necessarily one of the front runners to take those opening engagements. Maybe a little bit of responsibility Magnum feels on his shoulders to step up to the plate now that there's a couple of newbies, you know, inside. He needs to step back. He needs to trust those players to be able to do their role. Hyber did a good job. He was well positive in his first opening engagements. So hopefully that's sort of settled back and they've seen as a result of that map, even though they didn't win, that players like Hyber and whatnot can step up and he can play a little bit more of that supportive role.
I mean, similarly, Fnatic, they've been in these situations before. One map down, this is not new to them, but one member on their team boasted the in-game leader usually kind of picks them back up. We've got him right now for the AIM Lab shoot-around as he is warming up for the game, but as we... he's probably going to try hard on this one because he knows we're watching, but Doug, you need...
What is he doing?
This is me when I'm on AIM Lab.
Oh,
so
he
he's doing a cosplay of me right now. I love it. But you need a personality like this, Doug, when your team is down, right? You need someone to pick you up and be positive.
Yeah, again, it's jokes now, but Sue, I think you're absolutely right. This is important to have that lighthearted personality that's willing to joke around. And you even saw him right after the match. He gave the camera a look and like a, yeah, okay, that happened, right? That's not good. But that keeps you grounded, right? That you can very quickly assess, all right, what do we need to do differently? And that is going to be a quite big question that needs to be answered as they head into the next map, because as Mitch and Tom were saying, this should be Nip's butter.
It should be their bread and butter, but I have no doubt that there's another kind of spread that we'll see from Fnatic coming into it, and I think this will be a spread of confidence. They can now trust in Hyber to do his job. I really do think that Hyber played his role quite well, and whilst it wasn't necessarily the most successful because you had NIP on the other side absolutely dominating the pace and, of course, making power positions left, right, and center, I still think that there's an opportunity for them to get on a split, which requires a very confident frontrunner and space maker, and trust that Hyber can do that role.
Well, yeah, let's talk about split a little little bit more here. What I'm a little bit concerned about is even when Fnatic had a Brave had to play off role here. You know, he is a Sova player, but for the sake of coming in, being able to fit in with the team comp, he had to play the Sage. Now, Jess, do you feel like that would also apply to Fearoth, and how much faith do you have the fact that, you know, a team that has 8 days to practice and one of your stand-ins has to play a different agent?
I went back all the way back to the Alliance days. I went back to even Banks interviews. You know, this is throwing back, and I'm sure Mitch is listening to me somewhere going, yeah, this is a throwback to Fearoth back in the day. And I watched a lot of his games, and the man is a little bit one-dimensional when it comes to his agent pool. So it's a little bit of a difficult tale to tell whether or not this will be appropriate for him. He's obviously a leader in his own right, so that's something that he should take on the chin and be able to work with. But how flexible is he going to be? I spoke about flexible players yesterday. I don't think Fearoth actually fits into that mold just yet, and that's a tough place to put a new substitute into.
Yeah, especially in a matchup like this, opening matchup, again, the subs, everything that's gone on there for a position like this, it is going to be
Fnatic,
difficult.
come on,
I think
time
if
to
we
come
turn our
back,
attention over
time
to
to
Nip as
win.
well, continue to play loose, right? Like, continue to play fast. It's working. You caught Fnatic off, or you caught him off a couple of times in an unexpected situation where they weren't able to react and respond in a way that would have been deemed appropriate, and that kind of kept Fnatic on their back foot. I mentioned at the beginning of the series it was going to be dictated by pace, right? Who's going to be able to set the pace and keep it that way? I mean, Nip had that from beginning to end.
I mean, this is the concerning thing, right? Because Nib, throughout all of last map, they just played their game. They didn't do anything out of the ordinary that we didn't expect from them. And it's working, Doug, and it's working so beautifully. So do you feel like that's the way to close out this series?
Potentially. And look, the thing that we were watching, we were actually sitting here on the desk and we're going, they're just 5 hitting the side every time, right? It seems like how is Fnatic not adjusted? Nip, started adding layers to their adjustments late. On their attacking half, that kind of kept Fnatic once again on the back foot a bit. So it
wondering
really
if they have a
isn't just
display
like
underneath, like in
the
that
site very
small
quickly
thing.
and just kind of frag and
See,
duel
like,
your
the
way
match
through
and
it.
stuff.
They are showing that there is depth to how they approach these attacking rounds, and I think that can be problematic.
It's also funny as well because I hail Magnum as being one of the best smoke lurkers that I've almost ever watched in my life. The way that he can stand in a smoke and know how to manipulate the positioning of the map is awesome, but he's being played and
now I'm
his own
interested
medicine.
what they have
You think
there.
about that map number 1, and I said
Thank
he
you.
was one of the first opening
I'm
kills
gonna
round after round. They
die
kept trying to play his game
thinking
inside
about
the
that.
smoke, and the man went, hey, that's
I
my
wanna
game.
know.
Get out of the
Please show
smoke. I'm the
now.
one that's meant to be lurking in the
Probably a
smoke. He just
display.
had nowhere to move, and it's just
Oh, wait,
almost
wait.
it's almost terrifying to go up against a
Let's
team
see.
that uses your own tactics against you. We're going on to Split, where a lot of these kind of smokes and whatnot, I expect Omen to come out. You know, that's going to be in the play here. So,
Esport
I mean, does Magnum go, I can't
commentators,
lurk in the smoke, can't really play my own game
stuff.
here. I'm dying a lot on the first kill when I shouldn't be. So how do I play from now on? What's the sort of win
workplace?
condition for me moving forward?
Yeah, well, I think we should talk about that. And usually I feel like the answer is, oh, Durka's there, you know. Durka can bail you out. Durka's going to come and rescue you. But Hyber was the one kind of doing a lot of that on a set.
What the fuck?
Coming into
Esports
Split,
commentary
do you feel like he's going to
competition.
be, well, an ace is nice and helpful for your team, but how much of a difference are we seeing here? Do you think this is a result of them missing a Durka, or is Hyber already kind of a competent replacement?
Yinsu, stop. If we compare anyone to Durka, my brain
we
is
have
going to
I feel
melt.
like. Yeah, I think we have to.
Durka is one of the best duelists in the world, in my opinion. Just, I mean, maybe it's recency bias for me, you know, being in, you know, the EMEA region. I watch a lot of his gameplay, so maybe it's just filled inside my head. But honestly, his movement, his game sense, his map awareness, everything just folds together. So I just really, I'm not sure I can put Hyber even in the same ballpark at the moment, which is a shame.
Well, but I think the thing is, I don't think we have to.
Correct.
Right? Like, he doesn't necessarily have to be Durka, even though he looked like him on stage, as we saw.
But then what is their win condition? If it, because
Everyone
it
else
was
has to step
Durka.
up. Yeah. Everyone else
Nope.
has to fill the
Shit.
gaps that are now missing. That's how it works when you are in an unfortunate situation like this.
Discord, I mean.
I think they can win
Ah,
without it
yes,
being
now
a
I see.
pop-off from Hyber, as we're
Thank
saying, right?
you.
And it can be by committee. I think
just
that's
want the
perfectly
same
fine.
picture.
I think it's doable. They have the tools that are there. We talked about Hyber a lot. Fearoth had himself
So
a
they
great
don't have
great
anything
map
there?
too,
Did he
right?
not?
Like he was perfectly fine. So I
Huh?
don't know
It's a
that it's
screen.
necessarily
Is it
the
a
subs are not clicking. This isn't
Yes.
working out the way that it's intended to. Hyber struggled because it wasn't a one piece of the puzzle.
And I guess that's why they don't.
The entire machine just wasn't clicking.
That's why they
it
don't have their.
A little bit slow to start. I think
like you see this
it's
paper.
It's the Fnatic way, right? They like to make life
They don't have it
hard
on
for
that.
themselves.
Well, but
because
that goes back to what we were talking about earlier, right? Like they are so John Cena, right? Like that's how they played the game, right? So you put different pieces in there, and it's not as simple as plug and play. And I know I mentioned the hybrid thing earlier because for duelists in particular, I think the common conception is, oh, just put a Jet in there, he's gonna dash, and everyone follows him. But there's so much, especially with a team like Fnatic's playstyle, that's not easy to replicate. Right, like the timings are going to be off. You're not going to have the same synergy you previously had. Now, if you go to a team like Nib, go. You'll be fine, right? Like you don't rely on that nearly as much. And for Fnatic, it's a different song. It's a different tune.
I mean, Mitch and Tom kind of mentioned that double duelist comfort zone, which is not, you know, it's something we have to address. And coming onto Split, the double duelist power, Jess, that is going to be very scary considering what we just witnessed on Ascent.
I mean, John, Zhend, I just want to see how it works, you know, toe and toe together. I love Split as a map as a whole, regardless of the teams on it, because I love Raze, and I love the kind of movement around the map that happens in such quick succession. Now, I have already criticized Nip on their attack previous to this event. We now have a whole map's worth of footage to go, wow, NIP have sped things up 10 times. So, like, can they do it on Split? Hell yeah, they can.
Well, let's have a look now into Agent Select and see what both sides are going to pick. And I'm glad you said you love Split because I heard Mitch and Tom really love Split as well.
Oh,
so much so they were willing to cast like 50 rounds of it.
I remember that, yep.
Yeah, and
of course,
as you
Mystic
guys
is
can
on
see on the
Omen.
side of Fnatic already, there's a small change there. Boaster used
Mystic,
to play the
please
KO.
don't play
Dark, he's
CP.
moved over to the Sky.
Yeah,
like,
and they've gone with
all
the
the time.
So again, we're
Tempting.
seeing them move a bit away from the Astra to maybe more of a meta. I don't know that I love that. More of a timely pick, perhaps. So I really like that. We were talking about Boaster on the Sky. They have. Fnatic are in a position to set up well.
Oh, we're in game. We're in game. Okay, over to you, Mitch and Tom.
Sue trying to take all of the jobs, it seems. Like, coming in for our casting as well. She was like, they love Split, but I love it more. Just take it over.
Yeah, we've already had John taken down, one of the key players for NIP on this attack side. I mean, it's going to be a speed round if we've ever seen one. Fnatic over on this defense, starting it out on Split, and you can see there's 2 players. There's a Poison Orb down as well, so they've got a decent bit of slowing if NIP decide to blitz through onto the A side.
We didn't even see it.
Is wide open for the taking. There's the flash information going their way. Now it's time to win those duels, and Magnum's in trouble. He's gone down, but these players are backed up, and Boaster's taking advantage for 2. That's the advantage still to play with for Fnatic.
What was that port?
But it's good because BNJ can then plant the spike, and maybe he'll go up thereafter. Probably not. Hopefully not, because Fnatic are already
nice.
Picked off his teammate. Oh, well, good night.
No.
It's not the round for Shadow Steps. It's not the round.
No, it hasn't quite done him any favors on that one. There's Fearoth getting the defuse. Well, maybe not. There's Hyber getting the defuse. Both of those players topping out the scoreboard overall in the last map. They lost 13-7, and yet these super subs of Fearoth and Hyber were doing a lot of the heavy lifting. We'll see if that's gonna be the same here on Split. It certainly needs to be because this is comfort ground for NIP.
Yeah, one of the things that is going to be interesting, I will say it's not necessarily an agent that I think that you're really going to struggle like, having to pick that one up. But
let's go, boo!
He's known for his Sova. Now this is obviously a map where a few teams test Sova out here and there. But he's having to fill in on the Sage. I don't think it's going to be a massive problem because it is one of those agents where I feel like a lot of the utilities fairly
I
simplistic,
just got
fairly
it.
basic, but it's something I'll definitely keep an
Like,
eye on because
they see
the
that
composition's
in-game
changed a little bit, maybe just to give Boaster a little bit
Valorant
more space to
Masters.
take those aggressive
Is that
fights,
in game?
but more
I've
so,
never looked at those banners
I
since
think it could
started.
also get them that extra
It's,
information so that Fearoth can actually
behind.
place his utility a little bit
It's
better.
on Essence as well. There's a big ban in the middle.
I didn't see that on Essence.
NIP have quickly taken it into heaven. That is Fnatic caught off guard again. Mystic's gonna have to. Oh wow. That paranoia was perfect, and it even just confirms that he's here. They blitz in from all angles and take him down. Another fantastic execute from NIP. The way these guys apply pressure, you can see that Fnatic just cannot keep up with this pace.
Jackie already looking like he's put the nail in the coffin. It's left all onto Boaster.
Boaster, let's go! Can we have an overlay? Let's go!
Well, not really getting luck that he was probably hoping for.
Like, I like that up there, there's nothing as well. Like,
you have to love watching about NIP.
There we go.
Investing straight back into the round, knowing that they can try and put the pressure straight back onto Fnatic, especially playing on that attacking side. Making sure you get off to a strong start is always going to be important, building up that economy. And oh no, don't do it. Don't do it. He's gonna get back.
What just happened? What was that?
On his head.
Well, that's one way to do it. First round for NIP.
It was on his head.
Yeah.
That's a force by round 2. That has found a lot of success.
I want to watch the replay of this exact moment.
That spells exactly the sort of the walls just going up again and again. Yeah, it spells a big problem for Fnatic. If they're going to be caught off like that, round 2 coming in, NIP having had the success on the previous map and the confidence that they had onto Shanji, onto John, it's no surprise that they force buy like that, but it certainly looked like Fnatic weren't expecting it.
No, that's for sure. And again, this is a style that, although I think NIP at times can be quite readable, I don't think it's necessarily something Fnatic are going to be used to playing. Like you think of the likes of FPX, this slow, defaulty style of play, working things out with different pieces of information, slowly picking you apart, and NIP are just like, let's go.
There's very few teams that will play the game the way NIP just did in that round, especially with the pace that they've come in. And I don't know if they would have done that had the previous map had seen less success from those kind of plays. And I think in EMEA,
they only have one on
a play like that are pretty bad. So you're not going to be in a if they're blitzing you down like that in a force buy, they're not going to have the success. But these NIP guys are unbelievable. I mean, just the entry ability of Shanji and John alone blows my mind. Coming to round number 3, as you can see, Fnatic aren't going to have the same force buy. It's just pistols. And they've successfully gambled on the right side here for NIP. Moving into the A side, it's wide open, boasters down, and now they can just play ranged duels.
Yeah, and the thing for Fnatic here is almost, do you even want to try and give these players the chance to actually farm up their ultimate orb, or if you want to try and die to the spike? Like, you can try and hold them in on the way out, make some cash of your own, maybe get rid of some of the weaponry, but if you're just facing into them, this is just farming for the side of NIP, and that just looked a little disjointed. If you're going to invest that paranoia, I want to see it done so that other players push onto it, not just as a final sort of like, hey, maybe I'll get a kill.
That could have been very bad as well. We saw those final kills picked up by Besley.
Don't do it for your sake.
So, yeah, okay, your Cypher and your Omen. That's fine.
Do it for
Give them the ult orbs because you've actually got Shanji just 2 away from his ultimate. He's currently sitting 5 kills and 1 death. And then you look at Kawazine. He's also in the same position, about to have his ulti online. And, you know, with a Prime Gaming Flawless on top of that, it's not just the ult economy that's overflowing. NIP have got plenty of credits here as well.
Yeah, and then there's not going to be a change straight away. Paranoia are up so that they can take control into what
Don't just doesn't care about any
already finds the opener. Quick
like
up front, almost manages to pick, but it's a slaughter up top.
Let's go.
Leaving just one man standing. B&J, he's been good at clutches. He's been pretty good, Mitch.
Good at clutches, but it's a 1v5.
It's not happening. No. You know, this is a round I can 100% get behind for NIP. I think that play clearly didn't work, right?
Yeah,
it doesn't take a genius to say that, but the reality is they've had success from these blitz plays so often that, yeah, you just throw those.
You sure we don't need to tell us,
Try to close in. Maybe we do, actually. Yeah, we could probably break it down a little bit. You know, what I will say, though, is Magnum Snakebite, fantastic. He's ready for that blitz play to come through, whether it was going to be the dash out of John, whether it was Blast Pack play coming out of Shanji. It didn't matter. That Snakebite was going to catch them. He sprays down afterwards, and even if the player comes through, he's going to get tagged down by the wall. It's an easy kill with so many players that have been having.
High settings.
It was a well-handled round, but that was a blitz that Fnatic were ready for. And we've already seen what happens when they're not ready for them. So this is going to have to be high alert from this point forward, because remember, they've only dealt with the bonus round at this point.
I feel like B&J is basically just spending his time trying his best to bait them into swinging him, and the rest of the team, well, we got the spike. Like, we're not going to move, no reason to do anything. Calm and collected from Fnatic, and it's a Prime Gaming
40 minutes
right so there you go. Both teams going to be
chilling in the same
position. Their economic position going into the next round, but this is where we expect to see the Ninjas actually look to break back. They're going to have the rifles very close to a couple of fairly impactful ults on their side as well. Fnatic, okay, you've got yourself the Seekers already available, and potentially a Viper's Pit. They could somehow get an orb, but realistically, I'm much more looking at the likes of the Resident Showstopper, which will soon be coming up for NIP.
Brave was in Fnatic, right?
Yeah, as we said, they were just 2 away in the previous
It was Brave
round.
and now I forgot the other name.
Wait, I'll find. Just chill and watch.
You like that one, Sit?
I think so. Let it breathe.
Mystic in a very aggressive position. They did not expect it to be I don't know what the exit strategy was, though. It's just a very one-and-done position for him, which, okay, it might catch them off guard, and that's it. They've got the res, so it doesn't really play much in this round whatsoever.
Brave as fuck.
For the remainder, you can already see Hyper still trying to be a little bit more aggressive,
Brave
and Fearoth as well, just attempting to slow them down. But, well, he's going to have to do an awful
my
lot.
god.
It does seem, however, that they've got a good read, because Boaster's already rotating into position.
What's
Big
happened?
problem,
Why is
though,
he
there's
not
that
playing?
other ultimate we mentioned, and it's
I
looking
would
for
say
some
because
players.
he's
Oh,
Russian,
he's found them
but
as well.
I'm not
Good
sure.
by Fearoth. And maybe the spray down.
Oh
Sure,
my
Shanji doesn't get it, but his teammates
man.
converted. The site's theirs, and it looks like the round might be well, 1v4 now with just Boaster left alive, and he loses his head quite quickly. This is NIP. A stranglehold on the game right now. Fnatic came in, they find a couple of rounds, but when it comes to weapons in their hands, NIP look convincing, and now, thanks to that
They need
Prime
to
Gaming
win.
Flawless, Fnatic will still be able to buy at least. So it's a lifeline in the early stages of the defense.
Yeah, and now they have all of the ultimates as well. So it kind of, it likely will swing back in their favor. I think the main problem I have is it almost seemed like a misread on the ultimates that were on the other side. Like, if you're going to have Mystic that aggressive with no backup plan, if he gets a kill and goes down, okay, it's not the end of the world. But if they have a res, it's worthless.
Russian players
sure.
face
think,
potential
in a
restrictions
situation
from
like that, I'm
compressing
expecting
at
him to almost
VST
paranoia, but for him to do
Masters
that, he needs to have a
with
player peeking out
CT.
from bench. He needs
that's
to have a
why
player
he's not
peeking
Players
out
who reside
from
in
heaven,
Russia
and
could
Hyper
face a
was stuck behind the
potential
smoke. He
ban
wasn't able
from
to assist,
attending.
so really, it was
Two
good counter
teams
by
that
NIP
have
as well to
already
make sure those
qualified
angles were
for
constantly cut off.
VCT,
This time,
Masters,
smoke goes down,
Fnatic, and
same
FunPlus
place,
Phoenix
but
will
NIP are
likely
gonna play
be
right through
required
it. They
to
want to try to
find
take this control.
top
Reactions
substitute
there from
players
Fearoth
to
to put the
attend
slow on
the
the floor,
event.
but that doesn't keep NIP
So
back. Not
bad.
for long, anyways. The nade. Oh, it's
I
not
mean,
gonna come through. In fact,
that's
they're just allowing these
really,
guys to
really
make their
bad
way
for
forward.
Okay.
Hyper
FunPlus
finds the
Phoenix,
showstopper. A double
because
kill
almost
for
half
that
of
man.
the team is
That leaves
Russian.
BNJ
Not even half, I
all
think almost
alone.
all of them.
And he is found and taken down. Fnatic
Two
with
of
a
them,
third. That's a round they need.
100%.
Yeah, I like the
one
fact
more
that they play things a little bit more passively into heaven.
was
Like they have the
Ukrainian.
slows coming through.
I
from
mean, they're
Fearoth,
not
which means
gonna
that
take part
the
in
risks
that
that have
anyways.
to be taken from
so.
NIP are quite a bit higher as they start to push through that utility. But then you also just have
FunPlus
the
Phoenix.
nice little crossfire
Yeah,
They
down
were
below,
replaced.
which isn't
Yeah,
cleared.
by
Obviously, the
Liquid.
showstopper definitely helped. But NIP are going to take themselves as a tactical timeout. Now, as said, them being on the attacking side, I do think that with this composition, they have a lot more sort of fast-paced setup.
Yes,
which
because
means
they
I
couldn't
would
find
expect
players
them
to
to get
replace.
a higher amount of attacking rounds than you
I mean,
might
then
normally
they would
see.
have
But as we've seen on
replaced
this
all
map
of
in the
the,
past,
like,
you can definitely get very aggressive on the defense.
For
as well.
example,
so if they
their,
don't get like say 5 or 6 rounds,
wait,
it's not
what's
going to be
Angel?
like the end of the game.
They would
but
need
I
to
would be a
replace
little bit
Angel,
more worried
and
for them.
it's really like
This is where things can get a little scary
valuable
now with the
player.
timeout called. You're seeing a lot of words
Ah,
coming
now
out
mind,
there
yeah,
from the
only,
NIP coach, and this puts them in a
only two
spot
of
where
them are
I'm
Russian.
expecting early aggression to come through. I'm expecting blitz plays and pressure on Fnatic.
two strong ones.
But you have to remember on the Fnatic side, there's
Angel
a lot to
is
consider
not
at this
Russian.
point. They're going to come back into this round.
So
say you go for
Angel
some early
was
map control. Well, Fnatic have got a
Ukrainian.
res, so you better make sure that where you're killing that player,
Chao
you're
and
risking
Sai
your
Jetsu.
teammate's life for something
Russian.
worthwhile for map control you can hold on to and deny the res coming back through. Seeker's online as well for any
Sai
late round
Jetsu.
play, but the beauty is I believe the Viper's Pit was put down in the last round.
Good poster.
And well, I see it's no longer online, which then obviously is a huge positive for NIP, knowing that there's not going to be a part of the map, which typically will be middle,
Where
just
the fuck is this
locked
banner?
down from the get-go.
I don't know.
Yeah, especially with a couple of other old Spacey being either reactive or information, I
No!
guess, for the side of
Ah.
Fnatic. I don't think that it will be the most defining factor in this one.
What's
By
wrong?
the looks
I
of
wanted
things,
to
though,
go further out.
might be an early
Ah,
one-way
so
being
you can
set up
see
overall.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be overly surprised. He's actually fake TP'd to bait them into thinking that he's gone aggressive. That's Mystic over on the B side. So almost faking that information. And in fact, for now at least, we're going to see them doubling back to try and put some pressure on aim. Maybe because they know they've lost that control, or it could just be a coincidence.
Yeah, you never know. But what I do know is Hyper's
Boy,
about to take a fight.
Hyper.
He's up above in heaven, and he's got a teammate, Boaster, covering the cross. And he's playing reactive on the back of Boaster's flash once he sees him come across. There's the flash, it pops, nade going down, and there's a player coming up close to him, but after seeing that nade, they've decided to back on off. Moving to the A site through main, walling off heaven. That's control going their way. John taking a bit of a risk going back out, but Hyber narrowly misses the shot, keeping NIP into a 5v5. Oh, Mystic! He's been caught. Great game sense from BNJ.
Yeah, he tries to TP back and it just doesn't work out. They've still got to try and clear this man, and again, that's just so difficult. B&J just a rock at the back of the site, and whoa, The problem now is they've had to invest this res and they still haven't got rid of him. He's even just going to maneuver elsewhere and they haven't cleared John. He just sits in the corner, leaving Fearoth all alone to try and clutch it once again. And BNJ even gets that final kill. He is so difficult just to maneuver from different positions. And, well, Fnatic completely fail at clearing just one man.
Yeah, again and again, BNJ just seems to make the impossible happen. I don't know how this guy is able to keep control. Look at the previous map, A site on the back side. He had so many clutches there. This time around, he's holding down their back, then TPing screens, and finishing off the round by trading out Fearoth.
Yeah.
All together, that's BNJ's
really well.
round. He has dominated it and left Fnatic in a pretty tough spot where, again, their economy is just in the bin.
Yeah, the thing I really like as well is that although the focal point of that round is always going to be BNJ, it's the manner and what the other team are doing. Like, note how towards the end of that round, John is holding a spot that you would never really hold in a normal position because they've already managed to take a round through screens. Like, they know that that position is already clear. They've spotted the rest of the retake all making their move around towards the ramp. So then the rest of the team, what BNJ is just doing his thing, they go, okay, let's reclaim the rest of that map control, and now John can play in a position that you're never ever going to play in a retake because we know that those spots are clear. It's easy to just focus on someone like BNJ going ham, but the rest of the team weren't just sitting there going, go on, bud, you've got this one, we'll just sit here and watch. Like, they're all reactively moving at the same time, and that's why it's so difficult to actually play against them, because they are not a team that I think works well in sitting back when a team is trying to retake. They are a team that are very proactive, and it's shown in their comp, because if you try and sit back with this comp, you're screwed.
I'll tell you what, this is genuinely, Jess made a great point. It's like rolling back the years, man. Going back to old G2, essentially, when it comes to NIP, with the way you're seeing insanely strong individuals. They've got a good game plan. I don't know how good their pivoting is, but they haven't needed to so far. They are reacting perfectly off each other in these rounds. Like you said, BNJ TPs into screens, and immediately John repositions based on that. It is split-second decision-making that is ultimately showing to be a well-oiled, maybe Puggy machine when we came into the tournament, but I doubt that even now. This is clean gameplay. And when you look at Fnatic, the way that you want to beat a style like NIP is with hard structure, and unfortunately with limited time to prepare and 2 stand-ins, it's not exactly possible to come in and be the most structured team. And again, they had the best chance of being that team on Ascent. Now they're on Split, where NIP wanted to play, and it's a completely different ballgame like we're seeing.
Again, information-wise, they've spotted Janji and mid, but this has been a fairly normal occurrence out from the side of NIP. They like to pressure that mid control, make sure Fnatic can't get too aggressive, as we saw from Mystic in the early rounds, and then they fall back into what is basically a default play, and Bezany on the other side is just selling this fake into A. It means there can't be any sort of rotation, but with the smoke down, it would have to be basically a pop straight through it. Now, they don't have the flashes available for that, so they're just going to walk straight in dry, but Fearoth only gets 1.
They know Mystic's on the back of the side as well from that paranoia, so he's going to be taken down immediately. Hyber might want to try to blitz on site, but look who's waiting for him. John's in the corner. Oh,
how does he still play?
Blast pack to try to push him into the nade. That's cheeky. Bezany's being caught on the mid lurk too. This opens up an avenue of approach for Fnatic. They're still having Magnum online as they move towards the site, but that wall's already being used up. Utility's going to be limited. Snake bites the site, doesn't find them. Good spam, but not following through for the kill.
Never mind.
Oh, John's still alive down below, although he'll be dealt with. Magnum in the 1v1 to try and clutch this out, but it's BNJ again on the other side of that smoke. He's tucked into the right, and Magnum won't catch him. NIP get away with another 5-3. We now sit. This attack side just keeps racking up the rounds.
I told him to do that. He just
even though they managed to win the round, the fact that they were playing that one more passively and lost their luck a little bit earlier on, it definitely seemed like Fnatic had much more of an opportunity in this sort of position. Luckily, you still just have someone like John able to just win these individual fights, and it was only because Magnum actually pulled out 3 kills that one even became particularly close. And now you start to get into real dangerous territory for Fnatic. 5-3 down, no economy to really play with in this round. Okay, you've got yourself a Viper's Pit, and I think they might actually throw it in. I'm seeing a Spectre onto Magnum. It seems peculiar to buy that if you're not actually going to use the ult.
It could be to set himself up as well, though, if they want to play a retake at some point. I like the fact that they play early aggression and don't just gamble, hold down one part of the map with it. But now that you've not seen them,
miss it.
you know, those rotations have to start coming through, and they are.
Overly.
Question is, are NIP going to commit to the B site? I'd be quite surprised. They haven't found a pick. They're not seeing Fnatic.
Yeah, you need to count people now.
I don't know which guns they have.
Now you need to know.
Yeah, they're realizing there's probably a push out of the defense here. NIP
Oh shit!
I bet. Right on the edge of them. Only a couple of players. Like, this is definitely going to be a surprise. And bear in mind, Magnum's the one with the gun in hand.
Oh my
so the
god!
first player going down isn't so much of a problem. JstDave, I think he's aware. He's baited him in, but Magnum will win the fight anyway, and then fall back to try and put this pressure onto B once again.
John
fucking
still
Jet.
tucked in the corner. Look at that. The timing was perfect to distract Mystic, pulling his crosshair away.
It's alright, he missed so badly. Who's alive?
Oh, Magnum!
Waits in the middle to catch that rotation. Finds massive results for that. Hyper got to do it all, and he realizes now that the
porting, man? There's a wall.
Probably just tries to grab a weapon here from one of those downed enemies. I don't even know if he'll want to go for it once he gets that in hand.
Oh, it doesn't seem like he is. He's just going to run back towards the site, maybe try and catch someone else, make things a bit more costly. The one thing that isn't really there at the moment for NIP is that extra economy. So any extra kills he can get
I
can
hate
make
seeing
the latter
Cypher
rounds
without
of the
his
half
hat.
a little bit tougher. They're going to know exactly where he is if VOD doesn't give him the time of day. Already dropped 6-3 in favor of the Ninjas, and Fnatic, well, they need a turnaround right now because this is already getting way too far out of control.
Yeah, it really is. You know, the defensive side is split. To tie up is really not ideal, and that's the best case scenario right now, the base result for Fnatic. 10 seconds left. Take a look at what they're going to be buying up when we get back in. There you go. They got the rifles to play with. They've got still that Viper's Pit, having not been invested previous round. This time a bit of a change, though. So you see Magnum right away is willing to put this one down.
Yeah, just opting to try and lock down this side of the map. I don't think that's really going to deter NIP too much. In fact, you can already see a couple of players trying to pressure it, but they've had so much success at being able to shut down Mystic on this B site as the solo defender. Like, I really don't think that so far his Omen has really worked out for him, at least on the last couple of maps. So they've been trying to find if he's looking to get cheeky, looking to get aggressive, but in this round at least it's much more passive from Fnatic.
Yeah, you see that even in the orb control, Tom. I mean, they gave it up completely in B main. We've had the orb taken by Cowanzine, who's now one away from getting the res back up again. And this is a big concern. 2 players still towards the A side of the map holding down this control. And NIP are going to be doing what has worked for them again and again, splitting in through Heaven and trying to fight the B site. They need a ton of utility, but they don't really. They sort of waited back for it. Showstopper!
How do you miss that?
Still gets the kill down below!
What the fuck?
This is unbelievable! There just seems to be nothing that NIP can do wrong.
Well, no, what he did was wrong.
Please,
it was disgusting. I feel gross, but like it's just the way that he flies into the site. The showstopper gets absolutely nothing because of all of the counter utility, and then just has that reaction instant headshot. Like that's a desk breaker. Like someone's just hit a loud bang on the stage with a punch through the desk because. Ultimately, at least in the early stages of that round, Fnatic didn't do anything wrong, but then NIP just come and break their whole setup apart.
Yeah, I mean, that is absolutely unbelievable. The fact that you see him fire the showstopper, fly through the air down below, being shot at the whole way, and then land and stylishly just tap away, take the kill. Like, oh, are you shooting me, bro? Sorry about that. NIP hunting down the final rifle. Magnum is surrounded from all sides. He's paranoid up and about to be dropped on.
No!
Oh, can't even get out with the weapon. 7 rounds secured for NIP, and look at Fnatic's economy.
Like, what
Yeah,
was
that was just disgusting.
When we get back out of this, you'll see they're not in the prettiest of spots.
They can't lose like that. They can't lose stuff like that.
Yeah, and on the other side, they're
need
not
to
in
win
a bad
those
place
fights.
at all. Like, sure, they've been taking casualties here and there, but that round was definitely cleaner, and especially in the manner in which they sort of blasted their way in towards the site. Like, you kind of expect them to take more of a hit there. Like, they basically pushed into a slow where there had just been a nade and still managed to get a double entry into the site. And that is just the force of the 2 players that you currently have in the form of JstDave and John. Like, the fact that they are able to just still get those opening kills for their squad. And I think that's the real issue. Like, we talk about reliance. I believe there was a tweet that we saw where it was like, team's reliance on their individual or on their star performer, that was it. And I think with Fnatic, Durka was the highest. Like, it was something like if he doesn't get, I think it was like 275 ACS in a map, there's like a 60-something% chance they'll lose, which is absurd. It was so much higher than everyone else.
Yeah, that's pretty ridiculous. And you look at what they're missing coming into this. They brought it up on the desk that it's big boots to fill, really, when it comes to
impossible boots to fill.
Oh, absolutely.
Come on,
he is literally
please.
statistically.
They have completely different size feet, Mitch.
What size are Dirk's feet? Who's got bigger feet?
Oh, his have to be like a size 17.
You reckon?
Yeah.
That makes sense.
The man's packing.
So
feet.
now, listen, we're back into the game, and
Why are they
the
talking
HUD's been
about
on
feet
and off.
size of the fucking people?
I almost hope this is a bug. Why are there 3 judges?
Oh, no. It's not even
Fnatic is
Bucky
going
FC anymore.
judge
There's
threat.
one. There's one. I like how it's your man who's the only sane one within the bunch.
Thank you, Firoz. Why? Oh my God!
Oh.
Oh my God, Boaster!
Oh, no.
I hate it.
Two
I hate it
went
so much.
past.
They haven't checked it. They're running through. Oh, Boaster!
Oh,
He's only got
Boaster.
one. That
You
could
can't
have been
miss that. You
massive,
can't.
but one kill found.
It's
Fnatic
shotgun.
on the
Now
back
what?
foot again.
Now what are you going to do? The double judge Bucky retake. Things you never want to see.
Keeper, man.
Oh, well, Bezany is not going to be happy with that
They
one.
went mad.
Mystic
They're going
now
mad.
with-
They're going
he's
mad.
looking for the ultimate clutch. This would be the biggest flex of his entire career if he was able to somehow pull this one home. And unfortunately, NIP are just giving him no chance.
I would have booked NIP's flight home if they lost this 1v3, to be honest.
Oh,
I
and
would have
he's
been
reading
sat outside
that.
the venue in the truck ready to drive him to the airport. You can't lose a 1v3
How is
to a
Xant
judge.
reading that?
And NIP make that very clear. Shanji with a 3K to close this out. That puts him
Watch
in
party,
a world where
yeah.
he could have a showstopper
Sad
if this
watch
round goes
party.
crazy. But realistically, at 8-3, it's not like NIP are clutching for straws. They're not out here going, oh, we need a showstopper to win the round. And even this, they run in through the
What does
poison
that
orb.
mean? Am I stupid for not knowing that?
Unchecked with a judge.
Yeah, it was so close to him getting so much more, which is the unfortunate truth of the matter. But the fact is, NOP already 8 rounds in the attacking side of Split. This is a dominant performance, whether you like it or not. And, well, for the players on Fnatic, I think a 4th is a lifeline at best.
Well, here comes the paranoia to start. They're worried about maybe a judge up close. I wonder why. Well, he's on the side already. Shanji's blast packing in, opening it up. John trades out. They've got site control. Magnum's going to try and contest.
No.
That was
Nah,
not
they
pretty.
lost this. There's
Not
no way
pretty
they're
at
coming
all.
back from this.
5 versus 2. Mystic grabbing a couple of kills. This
Mystic
maybe
is
makes
playing
it
well, but
doable.
Aaron, like most of the
Firoz
team is
one away from Rez.
literally losing their mind right
There's
now.
at least a possibility here. He's going to try and fake out the TP to the side. The problem is the wraparound. There is the kill for Fearoth. Now they can look to try and find the
Oh,
res.
no.
He's dropped down. No, he's still the player, and he's still got caught, but he still manages to land the kills. What have I just witnessed? That's the ugliest clutch
What
in
is
Valorant history,
happening?
but it's around on the board for Fnatic.
I'm looking at the wall, and it's making as much sense to me as the game was. What was that? How did that happen? Fearoth dropped down. He didn't even manage to res him. He spent literally
Shake your hands in the air like you're a true player. That's the line, isn't it? That's what he was doing.
literally, 10 seconds? He's jumping around with a res in his hand. just trying to res up on the balcony. That is unbelievable. What a round.
What does Doug think of that play?
Yeah, I'm going to need to hear from Doug for that one.
Doug?
Yeah, so the play was there, right? And
Can you give us
and
a
the
rendition?
move, yeah,
Give me the move.
the move. Well, I can't. Not, but the move was made, and then the attempt was tried, and then
the thing happened.
And then the thing happened,
Yeah.
right? And then and then that with the bullets. That was
Don't
ugly.
disable,
I think
but
it just
that's
summed
don't
up.
have it.
I think it just summed up Fnatic
Ah, no,
right now.
you know I don't
and,
have
and
it.
then, like, wait, let's look at that one more time. And this actually, this feels
shake it,
because
this
I
feels so.
You tried again.
don't have
So like
25
permanent,
CCD at the
right?
moment.
Like this feels so fitting for what
is
the
happening.
series is looking
You
like.
need to
Really,
pay
we were
for
chatting
it?
about it here on the desk. The timings all look off. Right, like Fnatic's timings look off. They're not playing together. It's these little micro things that aren't lining up the way that they should. And meanwhile, Nib is just like full sending. They're having a good time. How many times did we see them updraft, dash into heaven, or double satchel up there to apply pressure? Right, like they're going for the jugular. They're not slowing down. And Fnatic, They look lost.
I have whiplash just looking at the POV when we switch to one of the Fnatic players, because you see someone blast pack in and then you hear the dash at the same time and you're like, which way do I look?
Yeah.
Which way do I look? There's a smoke there. My God, one of the mans that I'm talking dashing
I like that they
is John.
just don't announce
He has two of like the best buddies
technical
that a
pause
guy
anymore.
can ever have. B&J and Zhand right next to him. There is not a singular thing you can do when this trio is just
5-3
dominating every part of the
come
map.
on.
I mean, they're in their element right now, Doug. I don't think Fnatic could realistically even do anything to stop this.
No, it doesn't
It's just
seem
annoying.
that's going to be very likely. I think for NIP, they have. I'm just excited to see Brazil finally have shown up to the international stage, and they look really freaking good.
Yeah.
Right? Like, now, is it a matchup thing? Perhaps, right?
Maybe,
Like, perhaps
maybe.
against a stronger team that has a full roster, is the outcome different? It's tough to say. But it's hard to look at how they just performed against Fnatic in the first map and then the first half of the second map and not think, all right, Nip.
The best thing I can say moving into the second half of this is that NIP have been able to replicate that fast play we saw on map number 1. This is something that they've improved on in mere days. It has been like a week and a half for them. They were the last team to qualify into this event here, and I have games that are in this exact month that I can go back to and go, oh, this doesn't look good, or rather even just weeks ago, and they were slow. This is not it. I feel like I'm watching a different team, Doug. I have no idea what I'm doing, but I'm having a damn fun time watching it. And for Fnatic, you can't prep for this. I'm telling you what, because if they looked at the same VODs I did, Yinsu, they are looking at a completely different team in the server now, and that has got to be the most jarring thing for a player, a team, and an entire coaching staff to deal with.
I mean, to quote Platcher, I can feel the momentum building for Brazil. Maybe their first title. Doug, I feel like long time coming since the last time going into Iceland, Reykjavik 2021. I think everybody expected Brazil to do just this.
Yeah, but we've been expecting that for so long.
Sure.
We got it now.
Right, we're finally getting it. Yeah,
Better
we're
late than
finally
never.
starting to see that come through.
Yeah, I can't wait to see more. And also, let's see if Fnatic can actually find a response here, Mitch and Tom.
Well, it's time to really put everything
Sue
they've
isn't
got
doing
on the
pistol
table.
rounds?
Huh?
I thought I had a longer break
I thought
because
she was
Sue does the
casting this
pistol
one.
rounds.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We'll have to renegotiate after this one.
You
sort
know what
that
I
one out.
think?
I need to be paid more.
Yeah, it's all right. She's going to go on a drink.
She's
run.
coming around now, don't worry.
All right, she's on the way?
Okay.
I've got her headset
Really
ready.
need-
Let's get it done. We're at 8-4, coming back into things.
Dark
Look, Fnatic got a lifeline picking up that
Oh,
final
come
round.
on, Sue.
And
This is for Sue, isn't it? She wasn't up here already?
Yeah.
We're waiting for her.
Probably,
Sorry, Fnatic.
probably.
Sorry, guys.
They
Sorry.
just
But
feel
look,
unsure
4
from
rounds
the
for
beginning
Fnatic,
because
it's pretty
they
terrible.
don't have
I'm
his
not going to lie about
player,
that. They're on the attack
their
side
player.
now. This is going to be a huge uphill
Yeah,
battle. And, you know, the
true.
main thing that worries me is defensive like John on Jet. Honestly, this guy found so much value on the previous map. It was obscene. He can't just run around headshotting everybody
Team is
like that.
team. You can't
Now we
build
move on to the defensive side of
teamwork
this
again.
map, where NIP can feel more comfortable. It's their map
Yeah.
pick. Literally,
On
all
this
of
level.
the data points to this being over in the next 15 minutes.
Well, the other thing as
unless
well
the
is...
tech balls is 15 minutes.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But Hypog's not here. B&J, he has been an incredible site anchor so far. Now, in most cases, he's going to be seen on the B site. He's going to have his little one-ways. He's going to be able to cheekily move around the site. Something that Mystic really struggled with. I don't think that's going to happen in the second half. Like, he has been someone I've been so impressed with just by his ability to stay alive for ridiculously long amounts of time. Now, if they're able to continuously switch up between him and Besney, who I also think has that ability, it then becomes quite a bit tougher. Are you trying to read his hand right?
What's he saying? What's he writing down? Fearoth go kill? I think that's
It's
what
like-
I think that's what I saw.
Mitch man. Analyst.
The love heart, I'm sure, would be beside that for many, but
And then he's just crossing it out.
well, you can see that there's some conversations going on for sure moving into this pistol round. NIP, defensive side, we've already seen plenty of aggression out of them. We've seen that they love their frenzies, and a map like Split's only going to feed into
Need to
that
charge
more
my
for
phone
close
with a
range
deck.
duels. This man here on your screens, Shanji, not your screens anymore. Beautiful glasses. You notice? I love them. I love anything that's like you take a piece of clothing you normally wear or an accessory, and look at that. It's completely different. There's like different stages to it. I don't know. I love them.
I will also say, like, especially when it comes to, like, I feel like the Japanese players and the Brazilian players, when it comes to just raw style, I'm just jealous.
Next
and
level.
then it's just me, the Brit, just like, yeah, I'm cool.
Tom, you're looking good today, man. You're looking good today, all right? Let's
yeah, but I
set
didn't,
that straight.
I didn't dress myself. That's
Yeah.
the difference. Like, there are people employed to try and make me look
For the
worse.
people at home, we don't have stylists or anything here. Tom just needs
have a
assistance. I have to look after him in the morning. It's, you know, I'm sorry I put a trash bag on him one time, but it was what it was.
Did you have to cut the holes in it?
Yes.
It was so cold.
You said you were too warm. I was cooling you down, man. I was helping out. You know, it is what it is. But yeah, I think at this point, NIP, they feel relaxed. And you can see it in their body language on the stage right now. This is the home stretch for them, really.
Yeah.
And coming in, the pressure is on again. We saw it on the previous map where Fnatic have 2. They come in, they win the pistol round. But you've got to follow it up with so much more than that. And the problems have been dealing with players like Shanji, who's activated now on this raise. Honestly, I love this KO so much, though. I think those flashes were the best flashes I've seen in Valorant to date from a KO. And it was all for himself as well. I don't think we've even had to see him dive too deep into what he's able to do with that.
I think it's something as well that if you're Fnatic, like, I don't think you would have been predicting, because especially when you look at the rest of the map pool, it's not like you can go through like his different maps. Like, oh, okay, let's go to Bind. He plays Raze. Let's go to Haven. He plays Jet. Let's go to Split. He plays Raze. Let's go to Ascent. He normally plays Jet. Oh, then you go to Icebox. He plays Jet. Then you go to Breeze. Oh, guess what? He plays Jet. And then you go to Fracture and Jet. So it's like you wouldn't have expected that coming in. Like, okay, there have been other players that have been sort of switching things up and rotating things around for the team. But the fact that he has taken that on his own back, I believe as well that they said that he was also calling. So the fact that, that this man is basically like just... Jandy is doing an incredible job with this squad.
So he's getting information for them, right? He's their intel. They're duelist, essentially. He's their initiator because he's flashing himself in.
Yeah.
So he's initiator for himself. He's just a team. He's his own team. And then there's another team with him.
/NIP.
Yeah. He'll help them out occasionally, but for the most part, he is playing his own game.
And he looks good doing it.
Oh, he looks damn good doing it.
It's not fair.
Right. Yeah, the other thing I was going to say when you said about the style, you look back at Zeta, who we had on the other day, that coach, man. He came out.
Is it still the same pose?
I feel like that's the thing, though. Because the coaches have to do the walkout, and then they stand side by side. If you're the coach on the other side, you just kind of look at yourself and go...
Dude, I was looking at myself. I was like, I don't want to... Don't put me on screen after that guy, please.
It's like, can we just have his full screen camera on for a little bit? We'll just talk along whenever he moves his mouth.
There's always MBS as well from Ascend. It's always well dressed. It's always got his shirt on coming out. Means business.
Nice flowery shirt, yeah.
Always a little bit more flowery, a little bit more colorful. Well, look, Tom, I've heard in my ear the tech pause is resolved. We had to mess around with the server a little bit.
Shut up, Tom. But like, maybe
that
we
was
just
me.
get fed.
That was sorry. Yeah, I just quickly hit the talk back for that. But look, 8-4. We're diving back into things at last. The tech pause has subsided. We've refreshed the server. They've unplugged it, plugged it back in, done that a few more times, and now we're ready to roll. The defensive side of NIP. Early aggression is what I'm expecting. I mean, this team is just overflowing with confidence right now, and they know that Fnatic don't have the protocols there to deal with the all-out aggression when they bring it to the table.
Yeah, the interesting thing as well is how the executions are actually going to go for Fnatic, because sure, you're going to have Hyber as the tip of the spear, but you can't really afford any level of mistakes because you know that NIP are going to be right on you if you have anything of the sort. Now, we're going to see an early aggressive camera. I imagine that was heard, but it's still just going to give the information. And the other information they get is from this double duelist mid-peak.
No more charges left.
You know, you say peak, right? They're having a little bit of a look.
They peaked.
They're gazing down every so often. Yeah, they unpeaked right after. They're tucked in. And I'm kind of surprised. You know, I said early aggression is what I expect. I expect confidence off the bat, but NIP are clearly looking to close this out. They're not trying to mess around, not trying to give any advantage to Fnatic. And the pistol round really, it could be so valuable for this attacking side. It looks like we've got a fake being set up here with Boaster. Holding for any B main aggression. Probably going to pop his util in towards B. And they'll blitz out afterwards. They've got a decent setup for this as well. They're able to block out Heaven and use their wall to cross over. So not too bad.
Just pulled the rotation as well. Kawazin going to have an awful lot to do in just a moment's time, but he's put the slow down. He's bought himself at least a moment or two, and it looks like they're just setting up for the retake with the rest of the players still being able to run back. He's doing that with a classic. just tapping heads through the utility. And well, okay, sure, it will be the site taken from Fnatic, but again, look how fast that rotation's already come through.
Yeah, of course, you got John picking up Mystic there. Another frag
already
for
going
NIP
down.
as they gear up for this full push. Boaster trapped down in sewers. He's so far away. And the rest of the team's falling. Fearoth does his best, but only the one to be found initially.
Yeah.
And that went exactly as you expected in the 1v4. NIP have picked up the pistol, and that is another nail in Fnatic's coffin with 9 rounds on the board
Insane
now.
technical pause.
What did Fnatic do? We saw NIP lose the first pistol and then force buy and completely overrun Fnatic, but I don't feel like we're going to see the same out of the attack side for Fnatic now.
The other thing as well is a lot of the force buy. Sure, plant, that's the main necessity, but you also like to get a few kills just because it gets you those extra few pieces of utility. They got 1 kill, so it's not like there's really any extra cash that they can play with if they're going to go for a force here. So I expect this one to be an eco. I don't really expect to see much put into the round whatsoever. And again, like this is likely to put 10 on the board for that defensive side going in. Like I wouldn't really be counting on any team to be able to bring that back. Especially not one when you look at Fnatic, who have desperately struggled in recent times to actually play on this attacking side. Bear in mind the last time they played this map, Mitch, they got 0 rounds on the attack. And that was the first half.
Yeah, it's not great, actually. Yeah, 0 out of 12.
Yeah, and then you remember the previous one, you should do, it was 44 rounds. I think they got 3. Now, we then did see in overtime 10 attacking rounds in a row, but this time they can't afford to get 3 in regulation because in case anybody can't do the math, they will have lost.
Yeah. This is certainly not the easiest of games for Fnatic, and we know all the issues that they're dealing with. But NIP is the main issue. Now look, 1 kill on the board already is decent. But Fnatic need to get more out of it.
What John is.
Like, the man's a lunatic. He honestly, he's deranged. He just runs at them and takes map control with sheer confidence. And the thing is...
Have you seen Rogue One?
Yeah.
If you think the guy's like, I'm one with the Force is with me.
Yeah,
Just walks out in front of, I am one with the Force is with me. Just walks out in front of all of the bullets. That's John.
It's unreal. Here he is catching the rotate. Hey, Mystic. Oh, a little tag, and he's dashing into him. Of course he is.
Hey, he wants to get that Blade Storm. He's trying to edge towards it at least. And
10 seconds.
Well, the remaining players, if anything, on Fnatic just have to die. Boaster's found 1, but at this point, yeah, going down is the more important thing just to make sure he gets that additional cash. Now, all in all, for an eco for Fnatic, it's not bad. Considering the scoreline, I imagine they would have hoped they could have got a little more.
Yeah, look, it's definitely, it is still going to be one of those rounds that you can shrug off and brush off. But
yeah,
at 10-4, you're running out of any sort of runway. At this point, Fnatic need to step it up. And this is a very important round because in the previous game, we saw a similar situation to this where NIP, where they were in a much worse spot even. They had 2 Spectres and then they had a few pistols, ragtag group of pistols to back them up. For Fnatic, they were on a full buy and they got destroyed. I think, was it a flawless round that we saw then? It was very close to anyways. The point being, they better win this round right now. And NIP get to use these weaker weapons on the defense so they can hold these nasty angles and try to initiate on their own terms.
Just looking at John's position, just sat in the smoke. He almost wins that duel. Fearoth has to actually heal himself back, but luckily it was only a Spectre on the other side, so they will get off to a strong start. This is a current crunch on mid. Like they know that there's that extra piece of utility. JstDave waiting patiently for anybody to go for that peek, and more importantly, they are going to spot both players currently in towards Heaven, but that might actually almost convince them to go back towards JstDave.
No, I don't.
I feel like that's a worse decision, just because it's him.
Reloaded shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, there's 3 players on the safe side of the map. Obviously, no way for Fnatic to know that. Great flash. Going to be moving over to the B side.
No,
Good call
I don't.
by Fnatic. They're playing this
I see.
Close hyper.
How do I get it? How do I get it?
For that Boaster's going to be sending some angry messages. I don't think Boaster can get it.
What you need to type.
That's the plan secured at least for Fnatic. And now 5 versus 4. NIP will try to just do what damage they can.
Yeah, chances of much, slim, but they do still have the paranoia. That's why he sat outside the back of the site. He's looking to just try and almost create an incredibly awkward position for the remaining players of Fnatic as the rest of his team come through. Now, they've got to try and break the wall up top, which is going to give information that there's at least players wrapping back around. And they are all kind of locked into the site. Now, sure, they had the exit through B. There's the paranoia. Fearoth has to drop down, but he has cover. And that's the main thing. B&J, though, actually wins that battle. They can't really lose too much more. Bear in mind how many buy rounds are probably going to come back through, and there was a chance for B&J to do some real damage. But again, a couple of kills, it's not bad for NIP, but Fnatic are just going to be happy to get away with that relatively clean.
Yeah, look, Mystic almost went down in the end, and that would have been a tragedy. If they lost him as well, this economy would be completely crippled coming into this round. And even still, it's not in the healthiest of spots, but they can drop over and have a full buy. Again, though, the problem becomes with that little bit of damage that NIP did, they're going to be able to push Fnatic into a pretty uncomfortable spot if they win this round, which, again, NIP are going to come in with rifles to play with. And everybody on that defensive side is damn close to having their ult online.
This is more of what we expected. Wall early on A to just lock out that portion of the map. And then on the other side, John is gone through, but actually Fearoth still swings it anyway. The flash, I don't think actually gave the information that he was there, but it did catch his teammate, and that's a little bit more awkward. This patient play from Fnatic has given them that early duel that they wanted, and now they're just still waiting. They're expecting this to be more of a domino effect, Mitch, where someone else is eventually going to swing.
Yeah, and normally that does come through, but I think at this point, NIP have definitely shown their willingness to take these rounds incredibly slow, which has surprised me immensely. Considering the way that the game has gone so far, the way their attack side went, every time that they go for space, they seem to find it successfully. Now, Fnatic were hoping they would do that. Again, they were waiting for that push to come through, but it doesn't. And so 40 seconds left on the clock. They're going to go for this B split. But limited information. Luckily, they are gambling towards the right side. And that wall is going to completely block out BNJ. The blind doesn't do that much for them, and BNJ goes down. Esni following as well. That's the round secured for Fnatic. NIP
What's happening?
have to pretty much go for a save.
We heard dismantle. Pick them apart one by one.
Wow.
What?
Definitely one of the best
I
rounds.
see. That's how you support. That's how you support the team.
They didn't really give them an edge. Didn't really give them.
What? They're playing
any
shit today.
position
I don't know
for
what's
those players
happening.
To sort of pop off as we've seen in previous
If they
rounds.
come back from this
If
and
there was
win
ever
this
going
map,
to be a way
I
back
believe
in
again.
Fnatic, it needed to be on a round like this.
Absolutely. A round like this, both in context of where it is in the game, the fiscal importance of it, but also in the context of how they won it. Flawlessly rushing into the site, taking these duels. It's systematic, and that's what we want. No gaps, clean executions. But getting that done again and again will be difficult. A lot of the time, NIP are going to have 3 players towards this B side of the map. They're not going to have somebody aggressively up in B main to be picked off or anything like that. If they play the same defaults that we've seen from them, it will be tough for Fnatic to repeat this result. But I say tough, not impossible.
No, of course not. And yeah, as I said, one of the better rounds that we've seen from them so far. I'll be interested. So the economy on the other side, obviously they do save a couple of extra guns, but it's not a spot where realistically they can invest. Although I'm saying that, I'm currently looking on our secret little bot error. I'm seeing Judge bought up for John.
So John's 2 away. They've seen it at home now. So there you go. You got 2 orbs away for John. You buy a Judge, I'm very scared because it's feasible in so many positions. Not even as a jet. I mean, the dash sure does help, but playing up above in B Heaven, for example, I'll go back to Angel. We saw that guy play that position what felt like 10 rounds in a row. Or it was God B, right, who played it literally an entire game from that spot. It was ridiculous. And when I consider John, I think, right, he can do all the conventional stuff with a Judge. He can play close and maybe try to farm an ult orb here or there. But then I sort of have this suspicion in the back of my mind that this guy is just going to be like updraft dashing in on the back of a paranoia, killing 3 people.
If I was going to guess, and honestly
Test.
guessing what
This
John
is a
does
test.
is very, very difficult.
Yeah.
I would hope that he would almost go A main. Just because there's a
What are you
chance to get an
testing?
orb, chance to, if you hear them coming, just sit in the same corner that Boaster did. Obviously, they don't have the exact same sort of setup, but they could set some sort of smoke down. The standard would just be that he plays Heaven.
Yeah.
And then you just have the dash away.
I
it's not
finally
really too
see
much
the
of a
crown
difficult
on
position
Wolf.
to be in. And by the looks of it, at
Hell
least,
yeah.
that's where he currently is. So I think it's more just going to be an attempt for him to try and get something done, let the weapons play those extremities a little bit more. In fact, it looks like they're gambling them over onto that A site, which, again, Fnatic have sort of had a heavier lean in towards B over the last couple of rounds, so I don't really
My
mind
God.
sticking the weapons there just as a bit of a guess. And in the early stages, at least, Fnatic are going to try and basically fight back into mid.
You know what, Tom? Quick shout out to Lothar at home. He was just hitting me up there before the game, letting me know. Apparently, BNJ wants to be called BNJ, right? We get this little document from the players, and they say, like, hey, you know, the coaches or whatever will let us know. But apparently on the NIB website, it says Banjo. So I think that must be what it stands for, maybe, or what it used to be.
What?
He's a Banjo.
How scary that is? You peeked it like 300 times, no one's there. You peek it once.
NIP. Banjo's leading the charge. He's inside of B main, and I mean, this is going to be a double push into a Vandal. The Magnum's more than ready for. John, though, still manages to find.
No, he's back! Magnum is back! Okay, never mind, I'm gonna win.
Gets done, though. Well handled.
Overlay's back, let's go!
Overlay's back, everything's back! The Fnatic just didn't win because of overlay.
I like the A side this time of year. It's pretty nice. Go hang out for a bit.
That doesn't seem like they're giving it up just yet, though. Both players within heaven
have money.
Maybe hoping that there's going to be an angle to face back into Fearoth. Looking a little different to normal, but he's going to try and sneak his way back from behind. Already one ended and knows the second is there and not overfacing.
Nice!
Eventually get the final kill.
What I love about that, you see the way he doesn't actually peek the corner? He peeks it and then sprays at the corner, and that gets the reaction there, the pre-fire from his opponent. So he's like, all right, guys, yeah, he's up there. You don't need this, because it was a gray area. He wasn't 100% sure where that guy is, and he doesn't take the risk. I like it. I like seeing those little calculated plays. That's 7 rounds for Fnatic, an important one for sure. But even with those weapons removed, it's important to say that NIP, the reason that they did not run away and try to save those weapons in a 2v4 is because they wanted to do damage.
But am I stupid for not knowing what LFG is?
And they knew that even if they didn't, they'll come into this round in a comfortable spot.
I messaged you on Discord.
It didn't tell me. How the fuck should I read it?
Because I didn't know. I didn't want to tell you on stream for you to not seem like you don't feel like you don't know something you should know.
They've done very well dismantling any level of aggression. Like, you're starting to see John have to play much more passive positions and not be so aggressively taking the fight.
Like veteran competitive player, you know, LFG just means looking for group for me.
With the wall currently there again. This is something basically Fnatic
you know.
But they have to be careful because if Kawazin's on top of it, then it's much more of a problem.
Oh, you saw the double.
So Rez is online for Fnatic. You've got Rez and a Blade
so I'm not
NIP
enough
that can
anymore.
come through, but it's Shanji, man. He's who I'm worried about. If this guy manages to find a kill, an orb, a plant, well, not a plant, but I'd be pretty worried if he found a plant. Let's go with a defuse on that one.
Just defuse it.
Is it Lipton?
That'd be cool, yeah, if you could just take the spike, just hide it somewhere.
You just got something
that would be terrible.
from
Please don't ever hide that. 35 seconds left. Fnatic are trying to blitz in through the A side, or at least trying to fake it out. They're making some noise. They're taking down Shanji and hoping that John's going to come pushing on through and try to take that space. But John, I love this guy, man. He makes the... So a lot of players are too aggressive, right? They can't stop W King, but John makes good decisions. And when he does get stupidly aggressive, he wins.
Oh, it could be a free kill, but it's only going to be the one.
Persik in Russian
Not anything
as well.
more. Again, they managed to bait away the rotation, and it was Besny
Persik
moving his way back. What a swing, though, from Boaster. Gives up the kill. And now that they've got the res, they've managed to bring things back into a winnable position for NIP. Hyber spot could be everything.
NIP is not going to win.
They need to make sure they clear him. He's faked the footsteps, though. It's so smart. They used the run to leave one player behind, and now it's all onto Mystic. Attempting the clutch, but he's stuck in the corner. The nade has done so much. There's no chance for him here.
Wait, I just noticed. What is
Fnatic, but more importantly, a fantastic retake from NIP.
NIP and their nicknames with caps.
Everyone essentially...
I don't know.
That was the key term for NIP.
I'm sure it wasn't like that.
I'm not even going to disagree with that coming into the tournament. I'm with you. This is some of the cleanest Valorant. It's like it's like crew tournament to tournament. The way they just turned around and went from not playing good Valorant at all to playing some of the best we've seen.
Why?
This NIP is fresh-faced.
The steps in mid was so
It's so smart. It really is. Everything about this is just so nice to look at. You can see all the work that's gone in, all the thought that's gone into a lot of these plays.
They were just
but it's
waiting
the reactive
for being
play.
cute.
It's when things are now going wrong, we're seeing them recover it. We're seeing those protocols be fell back onto, and that's all I need to say that NIP is a good team. This is a serious contender.
Again. Default from Fnatic, just waiting to see what sort of play NIP are going to look to try and make into this round. They've been able to catch the majority so far and just make sure that they're not going to really fall apart. The problem is with this early lockdown of the A site, you can almost gamble those extra players in towards mid and have that site anchor firmly in the B site, and Fnatic aren't really gaining much from this sort of position, but they have been able to isolate Cypher at least in a 1v1 trade in most cases. So again, looks like the same sort of pressure put in, but they did fake it the last time they did this, so I'll be curious to see if there's a rotation.
Oh, he's gone over the trap, but they noticed it's okay. It's all good. Ready for that. Here comes the showstopper. Hyber has to wait a moment. Oh, actually sets off his blast pack at the wrong time. They've left the site, but at the end of the day, it's done its job. It took space, it got them on the site, but Mystic with a double is absolutely insane. All right. Playing on into the Viper's pit. BNJ goes down. Bezany, 10 HP left, and he's good for one. I could see so much more happening there with how these rounds have gone. But Fnatic have dealt with it. Left Shanji to clutch it.
Yeah, maybe one of the most impactful from the shadows you've ever seen. Mystic just teleports behind the whole squad. I don't think you see that work in pro play very often.
For about 2 years,
most of the time everyone goes, he's there, and then just turns around and kills him. But the fact that he gets a double, it basically dismantles the entire retake. And that's what NIP have been working on this defensive side is, okay, we're not going to overcommit, we're not going to overface when it comes to the initial fight. We'll fall back and play with retake. Well, if you have someone in behind you taking down 2 players, that retake falls apart.
That's some 2020 Omen play right there. It's like when you jump onto a game with some of your friends who like play Apex or CS or whatever it is, and you're just like, well, how is this guy in our spawn?
Yeah.
You'll love it, man. I remember those days. 11-8. NIP are in the lead, but they've struggled to get some rounds on the board. Fnatic are starting to really build up some momentum. And this split, although we'll prejudice it as a defensive side of
it's chasing.
Right here, these teams are
still chasing.
Sided rounds a lot easier by the looks of things. NIP have been left down to practically nothing. John, though, if he gets missed, I'm so worried, but he's missed the first few shots. 2 knives left to work with.
Die. John's gonna die.
They're starting to realize this is a B play.
Yeah, that's the thing. Even though he hasn't got a kill, he's taken away that control. So there can't be anybody in this direction. Now, sure, they can look to split back. This has me on edge. This sort of bait and switch setup. I think they're just going to wait.
Do they see my legs?
No reason for Fnatic to try and make a play through this spot, especially without any utility as well. And they're almost trying to set this up so that JstDave can nade them back as BNJ goes for his initial pick, so that it isn't just a straight up swing and trade. The time, though, Mitch, starting to tick down. 35 seconds left on the clock, and I think the B-side play looks fairly obvious.
Oh no, the shorty's got one, and now it's up close. Swapped out to a back. BNJ already got a second. Down below, he's dealt with. The Bucky's come through for more.
Oh my god, can it like...
Bezany's got a double with a Bucky, and Boaster's 1 HP. NIP have just come into this round.
Yeah, they lost.
Hey, shorty, and some pistols, Tom.
4 rounds they need to win in a row. And after losing something like that.
It was gorgeous. That you've got the smoke. How well does BNJ play around his smokes, dude? He's all the time. Backside on A, on Ascent, right here up in heaven. God,
yeah,
NIP
nice that Race checked that and then turned around, like turned away.
Isolate Jules, and then you just got this. Like, Bucky within the cage, especially because he's played an almost identical setup. Like, it's the same way that he's been set at the back of the site almost every single round, and this time he's just there with a Bucky. Like, not going to be expecting it on the other side. 4 rounds in a row needed for Fnatic, otherwise they are going to be heading into that lower bracket match, I believe, versus Zeta, who had real struggles in their first game versus DRX, but I think it's safe to say that Fnatic's form right now is nowhere near the level of DRX. Quasin, not had much to do so far this game with how many B takes we've had, but the first time he's asked, he's going to find a couple.
This is going to be tough. Already with the man disadvantage for Fnatic. No ultis in their favor. Hell, NIP don't have them, but except for the From the Shadows, and maybe that'll have huge impact based on what Mystic was doing earlier. The thing is, though, NIP can just sit down now. They've got B control passively. There's still a wall up in mid, so they know no push is coming through, but, I mean, that's going to disappear in a moment. There it is gone. And with that, you see the rotation coming over, because now there's that extra angle to watch, so Shanji's got to come over and make sure nobody crosses through. They'll even use the From the Shadows as a recon dart, confirming that no one's in mid, allowing Shanji to go back to A. Fnatic need to move, because they are running into a stack now.
Yeah, this is an ultimate trap, basically. the flash, all it's really going to do is catch the cam, but they have the information. The swings there from Zanji, but he actually goes down. An opportunity, but still 2 players within that site is going to make things incredibly difficult. The timing of the peak's good for Bezini, but he gets nothing
please
done.
don't fuck up.
He's that knife in the back. They didn't know he was here. Swings out already with a couple, and it is done. It is NIP to send Fnatic into that lower bracket, and they will go through to face off against DRX, a team that definitely came into this as one of the underdogs. But Fnatic, with their couple of stand-ins, they haven't looked right today.
There's no sleeping on NIP after this. I mean, Fnatic didn't play the best game we've ever seen, but NIP have played some beautiful Valorant right here and now. That's the kind of gameplay that will stand up against the best teams in the world. And Fnatic have got to go back to the drawing board now.
What are they doing?
You got to hope that maybe they can warm up coming later on into the event. Every single day that they get is like gold dust at this point because they've only had 8 or 9 days to prep together. Let's hope the 10th is going to be the charm. NIP, though, certainly a team to keep an eye on now moving through the upper bracket.
Yeah, that's for sure. Like, they've already proven it versus Fnatic. Now they're going to go up against DRX. I definitely think it's a different beast, but the fact is, I think we underrated them coming into this. Even though Fnatic were vulnerable or weak with the players missing, it's one of those stories where we kind of still expected them to win. I think the majority of people would have done because of the caliber of not only the players they had, but the players that they brought with them. So now it gets to the point of not only will they have to go and face off against Zeta, but even if they make it through, they're either going to have to eliminate DRX or face off against NIP again.
That's
so
annoying.
for Fnatic, it's an incredibly tough road. If anything, on the other side of things, you've got 2 chances to try and make it to the playoffs for NIP, which that's a huge advantage.
Liquid versus
And with what they've shown here today, I mean, DRX doesn't even look like a safe bet coming into that upper bracket match. Granted, they have played some beautiful Valorant, but NIP on a good day, some of these plays from VNJ coming through, get John out there with some play storms.
You tried to do it with judges, they did it with a shorty and a bucket.
Yeah. That's something else.
Then
That's
they need
something
to
else
win
entirely. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. And we saw NIP on so many low-buy rounds have success, right? Going back to Ascent, we had the Eco coming through, but here on Split, the consistency was something else.
Because I saw
this is a team to keep an eye on, like we said, and someone that I think the entire scene is underestimated coming into this one.
Yeah, because they're showing every map.
Good stories about them, but nothing on this level.
No, and I think that was the thing that was so impressive. It wasn't so much that, oh, you know, like, Fnatic didn't have this or they didn't have this. It was the
Liquid is playing, they're showing the bands and the picks and stuff, and I can show you.
The steps or just having BNJ playing around his smokes. I think he for me is the player that I've been most impressed with throughout the day. Like, I've really enjoyed how he's been able to anchor the sights on this agent in particular, because it can be done, but to do it to the level he's done it at, or play it in these clutch situations, it's a little bit abnormal. And then the fact
they're
that
probably
they
nice
run this
people,
double
but
duelist, this
Fnatic,
hyper-aggressive
man,
comp, and you go,
should have won that.
you know, we've seen so much advancements in Valorant since then, and they go, well, maybe not. Maybe you haven't. Maybe you just thought you had.
The last thing I ever want to do, right, is double down on bias, really. But I gotta say, Firoth had one hell of a game, man. It lived my heart up seeing him play so well. That's the only thing I'll say on that front. But for NIP, this is unbelievable. This is what we wanted to see for them coming in, because realistically, you know, the Brazilian region, we got the same out of APAC here. They're stepping it up, man. The world's starting to catch up.
The crazy thing as well is we now have Fnatic and Optic going into elimination matches.
That's true, man, yeah. I mean, look, I'm just going to say at least the MEA has an excuse for being down
And we have Crew as well.
We do, yeah. It's unbelievable. Now, we've got something for you guys at home. Get your phones out, scan this code right here, and you can go on over and vote for who you think the MVP was. There's a couple of options. You've got Shanji, you got BNJ, you got John, or just Brazil. I don't know what the safe bet here is, Tom. Where are you leaning?
I feel like you almost have to go for Brazil because that just incorporates all of them.
Right.
I feel like this is an oversight, whoever made that one on the deck, because if that doesn't win, I feel like there's going to be some issues.
We'll have to have one day. If we ever get the matchup, a Brazil versus Turkey poll. That's what I want to see. I don't know who would win
that. Like, realistically, you'd expect Brazil just because of the amount of people, but at the same time, the Turkish fans are nuts. Like, I feel like they'd make 4,000 Twitter accounts and just keep voting again and again. Or you could just do versus CNED. I feel like that counts as Turkey at this point.
I've seen /places. Someone will just keep making accounts. It will happen. But look, that's the end of this match here. What an incredible performance from NIP. We'll take another look at it in the Prime Gaming post-match highlights, but that will be coming up after this commercial break.
I said mm-mm.
Oh.
Check Telegram.
Stay up for old because I can't be online that long.
You feel overwhelmed. You feel resentment toward people for asking for your help.
Next team is
you
playing in a
avoid
second.
phone calls and interactions with people you think might
Yeah,
ask
liquid.
for something. You make comments
And
about
it's
helping.
liquid.
Or at.
It's English now, so.
Oi.
Alienware.
Inside your head is a 3-pound marble
Oh my God,
that
again,
rivals
did these
any
audiobooks.
technology in the world today. Sparked by the flow of electrical currents and an ever-changing blend of chemicals, each with a distinct job, it unendingly up.
What is rpg.twitch.tv? It's like, if you want to log in there, it says it's not from Twitch. I'm done. What would you say if you would now, baby? Or you muted?
If you would, I would say that I say it on Telegram.
Ah, oh.
Jump B.
You're gonna see jump P in a second.
Wait, Team Liquid, I forgot. It consists of
Scream,
players.
Jumpy.
Ah.
God, I'm so bad with names.
Wait, I'm checking.
I'm bad with names.
No, I'm checking.
Team Liquid.
No.
What? I want to see as well.
No.
Oh lord, I have a website.
Oh, Nivera.
Ah, of course.
See Chamber
Jumpy,
gameplay.
Soulcast, Link, Nivera.
Okay. They are cool.
They have a women team?
Team Liquid?
Wait, I'm gonna...
Yes, send me. Please. Oh.
They have like team for so many games.
Even Dota.
What is that?
Yo, Nivera, like everyone has cool pictures.
Welcome back, everyone. That was the Prime
And then
Gaming
Nivera on different
post-match
backgrounds and
highlights. I'm back with Jess.
Oh,
And
yeah,
not
true.
poetic. Fnatic would concede
like,
a very important round to the
I'm
new, I
teary
guess, Bucky
sometimes.
FC. They used to be the Bucky FC, and now I think they're getting a taste of their own medicine.
They have
It's surprising as well
influences
because
as well.
a lot of the half buys where
Can I be an
we saw a lot
influencer
of those
for
rounds
Liquid?
for NIP scrounge. They were
Wait,
just farming half buys
Link
left,
is in
right,
game
and center.
Blizzard,
And
right?
most of the eco rounds went
think
to
so.
Fnatic. So where were they pulling? They were pulling,
No,
those
Scream,
half buys
I
out and
think.
said, Let's see what we can pull out here with our money, get our money's worth, maybe a force here and there, and that's where their farming really came out from NIP. And it's nice that they didn't just have to get the rounds from those full buys. They could do it across the spectrum.
Yeah, this is probably, it wasn't just this, but it felt like we were watching the return of the Schmieg, in a sense, in that the chaos with which they played, there was some sophistication in there, right? But it was this, like, blase blah type. We can play super calculated, or we can just hold W and go and shoot and kill, and it's gonna work.
Do you know what? I want to see Baby Bay play against Brazil. I want that. I want that.
He might be for Brazil.
Baby Bay? Why do I know this name?
It was just so fitting. It really brought me back to that kind of play style, and I thought,
Baby Bay. Isn't that
I
one
mean, this is
that
what we waited for, right? And we spoke about we wanted Brazil to show up, and after all these international lands,
it's
and
him.
NIP, they look like a real
He
contender.
looks like...
And it's not even like they're one of the favorites coming out of Brazil either. There's another team that is looking to take that top dog spot, and I think NIP have come out and surprised. They've said, well, okay, there is another team that a lot of eyes are on, a lot of favorites are going towards Loud, for example. But watch out, we also have a team, coming in second seed here to go, yeah, we have what it takes. And there was a round as well as we sort of bring up this replays here from, of course, I want to shout out to Fearoth as well, who had a very good game. I know Mitch did call him out, maybe a little bit of bias there, but
no.
Mitch and bias, Fearoth, I know it's coming out, but I love the fact that we saw, and maybe it was a little bit of shift W around, but mid-round adaptations from the side of NIP. I saw multiple pings throughout a round to give BNJ the indication as to where to smoke. Where do you want to dark cover? I needed to hear ping, 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 ping. Okay, dark cover comes instantaneously. I love the reaction from the team. I love BNJ as a player. I think he'll probably be one of my favorite omens. Those one-way smokes across the map. Oh, that was really exciting to watch.
I gave Bala such a hard time because he was so high on Brazil.
Okay.
And I'm like, Bala, come on, don't fall into the trap again. We've been here before, right? They're out to get you. And dude, I think he was right this time.
He does have the second biggest brain out of Bren, Bala, and Boaster. So yeah, fair play to Bala. Now, I actually do have one person I would love for you guys to see today, which is Kakuka, of course, standing by the telestrator to dissect one of the rounds from the last match.
Thank you very much, Sue. And here I am. I'm going to take a look at what happened there on Ascend, that first map that we witnessed. And I want to take a look at that bonus round because I think it sets a lot to what NIP wanted to do on the rest of the map. Now, if we look at the round, this is probably something that we have seen in the past. You know, you have those Spectres, you're looking for that close quarter. So you're going to go for a pretty obvious play. Let's say back to basics. You're going to go for the aggression on Jeff is going to dash. BNJ is just going to be using the paranoia. And you're going to try and neutralize whatever players are standing there. So if we look at the round, that's exactly what's going to happen. And Fnatic doesn't look like it's aware that this is actually one of the chances, even though Magnum finds one kill and Hyper finds the second one. Little Fancy, that is a weapon that I hate to see on this game, actually finds it too. Now we fast forward onto the round, and what happens is very important for NIP. So they decide to full stack onto A now that they are in this 3v3, and there's plenty of reasons to do this. One of them is because all the kill utility, it's the only utility that they have left, is set on this side. And it's not only that. One is covering A main, the other one has tree, so everything should be covered. And in case they want to go for a retake onto B, they can always come to mid and retrieve the weapons here to actually have a fair chance in getting the round. So Fnatic decides to go with literally all the utility that they have because, you know, everything happens so fast in the round. They still have everything to play with. But they're going to make a very big mistake, let's call it, in communication here. Back to the minimap, we're going to see this Omen smoke here. So what this smoke wants to do is give NIP the feeling that this might be a B split, okay? The problem comes when instantly this drone starts going onto A tree because you're given mixed information. You should have frozen the round a little bit, but just because they didn't have the time, this is the play that they're going to go for. The problem is NIP is completely ready for that. Actually, I think that the drone didn't even spawn Shandy right there, and the rest is history, and this was a very important round for NIP. You see the paranoia coming in, but yeah, Venture's position, Sandy gets one, gets two, and even though Fia gets two of them, he's going to close the round. And as I said, this was the beginning of the end for Fnatic, and it wasn't until Hyver got that ace that they actually could go back into the game. That was all for me, so back to this, guys.
Oh, like, holy shit.
Thank you very much, Kakuk, at the beginning of the end there for Fnatic, but very much the beginning, though, for NIP. They had everything. They were always ready for Fnatic. Fnatic were throwing everything at them, the kitchen sink and so on. But, Doug, there's not much you can do when a team is this well polished the way that Nip turned up to be. Yeah, and you kind of... This is now the second upset into a major region, right? Optic falls last night, now Fnatic falling tonight, and we start to... I feel like every tournament we go into it and go, okay, teams are catching up, right? The gap is closing, and somehow the gap feels even smaller than it did before, right? Like, we're seeing upsets that we almost weren't... Well, I guess it wouldn't be expecting it if it wasn't an upset. But the gap feels like it is getting smaller, right? Like, teams that we wouldn't expect to show up are showing up in a big way and taking down considerable teams.
And I love that Kukuka pointed out how the mistake occurred there in that round for Fnatic. A lot of times we point out teams and this is what they did right, this is how they took advantage of their opponents. She pointed out a small fundamental misplay from Fnatic, something that cost them the round. And I think viewers oftentimes you just go, oh, NIP's better. Well, actually, they made a big mistake. NIP got to capitalize and manipulate that mistake, and it became, quote-unquote, an easy round for them as a result. I like that because round after round, that's how they were farming. That's why I said some of the half buys were the reason they won Split, for example, manipulating tiny little mistakes, and the best teams will adapt to that mid to late round and be able to do that. Great example there in the Telestrator. I mean, speaking about NIP being just better, we do have a Verizon high-speed moment for you guys. I felt like we could have lived through that entire series, and every single round, someone would pop off. But right here, the Shorty, the Bucky, those half buys. I mean, I felt like even if you didn't lose the game after this, Doug, the mental is gone. Oh, yeah, and this actually felt so reminiscent of a similar play they had on A when the player was hiding behind Flower Pot or behind Flower Box. Like, they're laying these traps, and Fnatic were just unfortunately walking right into them, right? And you're right, the kills go their way, what have you, but the mental probably takes the biggest hit out of everything. I'm just loving watching NIP because from the get-go on the pre-desk, I sat there and I said, their attacks look shaky, they look super slow, they're losing rounds on time. This is not a team that I have full faith will win this match. And after map 1, I'm like, I'm sorry I even spoke. Didn't mean to put that out there, didn't mean to put the facts out there of the VODs, but that was what we had. We didn't have this to go back on and really talk about NIP as a team that could come in with that kind of gusto. So I'm honestly surprised, and it's a good amount of surprise. I'm obviously heartbroken for Fnatic because that's a hard position to be in to begin with. We spoke about MV, now Optic, in that same sort of situation last event as well. So it's one of those juggling situations that teams have to go through, and you either, fight or flight, and it looks like Fnatic, they have to fly down to the bottom sort of bracket there and try and fight their way out. Yeah, it's not easy when you have 2 stand-ins, is it? I mean, 1 stand-in version 1, that's fine. I think 2 is we draw the line there. But we've seen a lot of big stars now here from the Brazilian region, especially NIP. Now let's take a look at the poll result. You guys voted for player of the match. I want to see... Yo, Brazil came second in that poll. I think BNJ, yeah, yes. I think the fact BNJ won the poll gives you a good indication of how insane he was in that game to be able to beat Brazil, Doug, in a poll.
I didn't listen for like a year.
That's something. That brings a little bit of clout to you there. But he had himself an insane series. John had himself an insane series too. I thought for sure it was going to be one of the 2 duelists, to be honest. That was going to win that poll, but really all 3 of them were perfectly good candidates to win that.
You're probably very damn good if you beat your double duelist composition in a poll, and you are the Omen player that's been sitting back like a rock in both Ascent and Split, and no one can move you out of your spot. I think people gave a nod to BNJ to vote for him
10 of them, lost 10 of them.
And I think that's the right kind of nod to give him because that man stood his ground, and no one can pick him out of there. That's a hard place to be in. Between a rock and a hard place, and that rock and hard place was both BNJ.
And speaking of those double duelist comms you guys spoke about, one of the duelists, John, is standing by with Sideshow for the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you very much, Yinzu. Yes, I am joined by John, the star jet player, at least today, for NIP, and our fantastic translator as well, Anna. I want to start off, John, congratulations. That was an amazing performance. You must have come into this game, though, not exactly sure what was going to be happening. Fnatic, they had 2 subs, and EMEA have won both of the last 2 tournaments. What were your team's expectations for this match?
What are you writing?
I'm applying a phonetics network.
Com 2 substitutos. A gente acredita que o jogo ia ser mais bagunçado porque ele não tem tanto entrosamento e a gente tentou se aproveitar muito disso.
Since there was 2 subs, they thought that the game was going to be a little bit more messy since they're not used to playing with them. So it's what they were expecting.
Well, Messi, that seems like something you enjoy. I believe you're known in the Brazilian scene as Cavalo Valoroso, a guy that runs in, you take the fights, you take the duels, and see if you can come out on top. Is that part of the reason for you going on Jet, on Ascent today, and mixing things up? You usually like to play a lot of Reina.
É por causa de você ter achado que o Rio ia ser um pouco mais bagunçado que você decidiu jogar de Jet dessa vez? Porque normalmente você joga de Reina?
Foi um jogo que eu e o Xande, meu teammate, tinha combinado da gente trocar uma função, que ele estava fazendo muito bem. E a gente já vinha com isso na cabeça, não foi muito por causa do cavalo valoroso, não. Mas foi justamente mesmo porque a gente tinha que trocar algumas funções, a gente tinha que mexer um pouco na estrutura, que era um dos mapas pool nosso que não estava bom, e foi por causa disso.
Since it was not one of the maps that they were working on really hard, they were already expecting to change those roles with Xande. And it was something they have been planning. They were already planning to change more than the 2 roles that they did. And it wasn't just because of the team playing with 2 subs.
Okay, now your team, the desk mentioned it, is not
She sounds a
currently
little,
the big super team
stressed.
in Brazil. You had a fantastic roster, NIP, they used to have an EU team and they came and added you and Shandy together to make this great squad. But you've been the 2nd best super team in Brazil this year. How do you still get that drive to win, the fire to come to Masters? What is it that really motivates you forwards? Is it beating them? Is it beating the other teams? Where's the fire coming from here?
Bom, vocês não chegaram como o super time do Brasil, vocês começaram agora, se juntaram uma lineage diferente. O que motiva vocês? Vocês querem ganhar do outro da Loud, que é o time que vocês estão contra, o super time da nossa região, ou você quer ganhar dos outros times?
Eu quero ganhar de todo mundo. Se puder fazer uma final brasileira, pra mim é melhor ainda. Eles são um grande time, acho que é o top 1 do Brasil disparado. Mas a gente tá correndo atrás, não só deles, eu acho que o campeonato tá cheio de players e times muito bons. E a gente veio pra ganhar de todo mundo, mostrar o nosso jogo, mostrar o estilo da NiP e se divertir.
They want to win against everyone. It would be really good if it was a double Brazilian finals, and they know that Loud is they played a lot better during the championship compared to the other teams, but they still want to show their game and try to improve every time and get to the final point.
Oh, wouldn't that be a treat? A double Brazilian final would be quite something. Thank you very much, John. Thank you, Anna, as well. Coming up, we have another incredible match for you. It's Liquid playing against Xerxia, that upper bracket final that's happening to get out of groups. So don't go anywhere. It's coming right up.
Verizon is going ultra with 5G ultra wideband in many more cities, so you can do more. Mindy, with up to 10 times faster speeds, she can download a movie in minutes or a song in seconds.
Yep.
Okay, now let's work off-site. Public Wi-Fi? No thanks. 5G ultra wideband is faster and safer, and so powerful that it's not just for phones. Hello 5G home and business internet. It's time to go ultra with Verizon, America's most reliable 5G network, so you can do more.
asked for so much from you.
Say that I'll be...
I thought I could just do it real quick, but I'm asking so much.
For what?
For the Fnatic thing.
Okay.
What's the best clip that I have? What would you say is the best clip that I have?
Give me time.
I need to fill it out. Like, what do you... We want to see what you're all about. What's your proudest moment as a streamer?
Harmony burp, I would say.
I'm done. Yeah, of course I'm done.
And they're like, oh, we want you. Right now.
First of all, I thought about the moment I got to Immortal the first time. Second of all, I thought about like... Wait, I'm gonna send you a clip. Like this. You know?
Wait. Need to disable stream sound. Nah. Maybe that needs to be God, what happened there?
Are you laughing about the clip?
No. There's like 4 days in a row where you have 2 chapters of stream.
Yeah. That was the time where I disconnected because of the stream overlay. I'm gonna do a short break. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna fill out the last things and we're gonna watch Liquid.
I'm gonna search for clip while you're not there.
I'll go back.
We're deep into the group stage already here at Masters Reykjavik, and it's time to turn the heat even higher because we have our first qualification match, a chance for one of these teams, Team Liquid and Xerxia, to get out of groups. I'm here back with Jess and Kakuka as well. Hot from the Telestrator. Welcome back on the desk.
Lovely to be here, and I'm very excited because, you know, I feel like from 2021 we have a lot of stories to continue. It's all about revenge, payback, unfinished business, and with these two teams, the story is different because they were both here in Reykjavik last year. They were also in champs, but they haven't played against each other, and they have so many things that they're similar in. I'm really looking forward to see what comes out of this.
I love a stylistic clash, and that's exactly what we're going to get here. Two completely different regions. We love a bit of chaos. Team Liquid loves to deliver, and Xerxia, well, they are not short on that by any means.
Yeah, Xerxia, they're hot off I would say, upset. A lot of people saw that as they took down Optic just yesterday. A lot of confidence, Kakuka, right now for this team.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not only the way that they play, being extra aggressive, looking for the duels, being completely eager to take down Optic the way that they did. It's a mix of everything. You know, Surf having an amazing debut, something that we're not so that used to see, you know, a player shining like that. And it didn't matter what Optic had to do, Xerxia would have a response.
Let us not forget that we heard in the press conference they were using the Optic game to benchmark themselves against the rest of the opponents all throughout the tournament just from that Optic game. Now, I think we can safely say if they're benchmarking themselves against one of the favorites of the tournament, they've beaten Optic, therefore they must be better than Optic, therefore they must become one of the favorites. Is that how maths quick works? I don't know. Quick maths.
I think that works. I back that. I will back that. But of course, the question is, can they do it again, Jess? And they would have to prove that by going up against Team Liquid, who coming to this tournament, people weren't quite sure where they would place them either.
I mean, they opened a candy wrapper and it had a golden ticket, and they managed to get their way onto the stage here somehow, some way. They weren't meant to be here, but my God, have they come in, and they were able to win their first match. And then that's really important stepping stone for them to prove that they are meant to be here. Yep. We've heard from Scream time and time again. He goes, when we are playing at our top, he most fears not playing to his potential. He said that word for word, and I am watching him hawkeye because I want to see him play to his potential. And so far, all of the team has stepped up, and I think it's really impressive because they got a lot to prove as a result of not necessarily earning their place here.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not only that. Yesterday performance, it was a little bit of chaos. We know that Liquid feels comfortable with all of that. It's not only in the compositions, also in the server. They just want more. And it doesn't matter what you put in front of them. They're just going to have a response of more aggressiveness. We're just going to come and hop onto you. And I remember that Cruz said that they're feeling really comfortable in this meta because they feel like they have one of the strongest controllers in the world. But the only controller
I've sent
that
you
actually
3 really good
Link.
ones.
Yeah, and his hair apparently.
Yeah, that's right.
After we heard from yesterday. But of course, these two teams, they've never played against each other before. So the map select is going to be pretty interesting to see how the picks and bans will go. So let's take a look at that now. Of course, Liquid, they seem to have maps they really strongly
I don't know if I want to clutch or it's like streamer moment, you know what
I would like to see, obviously, from Team Liquid something new. So when I was talking about similarities,
like when I was reaching Immortal, that was more
mostly
streamer
ban
moment
the same maps. They don't want to see a lot of bind. Okay, bind is the first veto, okay? So no surprise on the side of Team Liquid. It's something that I don't think they have that prepared. Maybe we can put the fracture there. But we saw it yesterday, probably, you know, another ace.
Yeah, this is a free ban.
Why not? Both of these teams kind of shaking hands in the map vetoes, going, you don't like this map, I don't like this map, let's just throw it out. And ooh, we've seen some very interesting things.
So they're picking the map, they're picking if they defend or attack, then they're picking a map.
And that's great, but okay.
I'm having
and then
flashbacks.
Liquid decides if they want to defend or attack, probably defend.
Against you two, I think in different order.
Oh no, attack, wow.
Actually got knocked out of playoffs.
And they ban 2 maps again, and the last one is the last one possible.
Am I surprised? I'm always surprised.
Yeah.
Let's get into Aegis and then I'll stop being surprised.
Out of all of the maps that Liquid could have picked, they went for Split first.
I mean, so surprising.
First.
It was 2 4-13s in a row, and they literally were like responseless. I don't
usually say this, but it was not good when they played Split at EMEA. Jess, they didn't look good at all.
And when we saw yesterday them running the Neon Soulcast as well, we wanted to see whether or not he had fleshed this out. This is why I spoke about Split and him on Neon.
Like if you want to have a clip,
and rightfully so, he was really poor with the way.
Or you just hit Immortal
we could see
first
the
time.
ideas, but it wasn't coming to fruition. Now that he played yesterday and what we saw
You
on
can pick a
Fracture,
clip where
my
you
God,
have
things that we've
Immortal
seen from
thing
Team Liquid. Maybe they've worked
on
it out.
overlays.
Maybe they're giving the nod to themselves, the respect and the confidence to say, we did it yesterday, we can do it again today. We never showed you Fracture. We've given you a really crappy, split so far. Let us remedy the situation for you.
Two things that I really want to see from this first map is Surf playing on the race and actually seeing as comfortable as he was yesterday. And I actually expect some changes on the side of Liquid. First, because it's Liquid, and second, because they were running that Omen Brimstone, and I don't see it working that well anymore. And I think they saw
and it was funny as well.
Work, so I want to see those changes.
Yeah, I want to see those changes as well. We love a surprise here on the desk as well. And we can count on Liquid to bring us those. But now it's time for Liquid and Xerxia to take the stage. Remember, guys, a big qualification match. Well, a first for both teams. They have never faced each other before, but they have been in this situation before where they need to fight for their lives to get out of groups. Liquid versus Xerxia. I don't think many people, at least to Kakuka, expected this to be the first, these two teams to be the first one to get out.
I mean, Team Liquid always manages to get to this point somehow. Yeah, somehow. But I honestly voted for Optic to win the entire thing, so I was, kind of devastated yesterday. But it's also, it gives me a lot of hope to all the regions that, performed badly last year. And it's like, we actually, this meta fits us. We learn how to play when we can put it out against the other regions. On this map, especially on Split, I want to see Scary. He was amazing yesterday.
Incredible.
Now that he's on the Omen, because they played this map 3 times this year, 3 different compositions. The last one is the best one. It is the one that worked for them. So that is what we want to see. And Sushi Boys on Killjoy. It's just Sushi Boys. You need a little bit of Sushi Boys. You love a little bit of Sushi Boys.
Plus, also the KO being introduced to their composition. I mean, against Team Liquid, they're running the Neon, a couple other things up their sleeve. How well is that going to counter it, especially with the, sort of the flashing dash, get into side quick? Team Liquid might have to second guess themselves on their attacking rounds here a little bit.
Hey, I want to think about what Liquid is going to be playing. I'm just gonna expect the change and at least to not see the double controller, because Xerxia's composition leans a lot on being heavy execute. We see 2 initiators. The race is a lot about explosivity. You have not only all the flashes that KO and Breach give you, you also have the paranoia from Omen, just in case you want to force anybody else that was still playing on the map.
Yeah, we're into the Prime Gaming Agent Select, and now to see, for example, Xerxia. Are Xerxia going to change their comp one more time? Or is Liquid going to bring something new? I feel like maybe we can have both. Liquid right off the bat has brought us something new. Astra we are seeing here as well. And also similarly on the side of Xerxia, they're playing a 4th comp this year on this map.
I mean, the only changes is from Fox from the
boys.
KO onto the side. But yeah, I just need to look at a little bit at Liquid.
What if they knew they would bring the Astra?
Baby,
What if they
you know,
just
I
knew?
hope that you're
What
like
do you mean they just
sushi
knew?
boy,
And they knew, I mean,
because
we wanted the
prefer
flashes and stuff,
sushi
and, you know, to go
boys
through the
is my
cosmic
type.
divide. I mean, what's better than, you know, to bring like your
you do
style
have,
out?
but okay,
How did
let's
he
put
get
it like
that
this. You know
name?
that you're against a very heavy execute composition. You need
Like
to slow them down.
they were just
what do
like
we have? They just slow
ordering
them down.
something and they
Obviously,
asked
Sage
like,
does a lot
what
of
should I
work
call
there, not
myself
only the
in
wall, but
game?
of course, it's slow
And
you
they
know,
were
the
like,
method that even
I
if your
kind of want
race
to
is
have
going on site,
sushi.
the
I
rest
have
of the team is
sushi,
going to be
boys.
soft, and Astra can do it as well. I really want to see if this is actually going to work. I'm kind of scared. You know, Liquid are always taking this risk.
Yeah, we love that. Link coming in with the Astra. I cannot wait to see what Sideshow and Bren make of this.
Just got a second chance,
yeah,
right?
Excited to bring you the action for this one. Liquid versus
So
Xerxia,
lucky.
and what a match it's going to be as well.
You know what I loved is just Kakuka and Jess melting down, trying to figure out what the comps are. Maybe they knew an Astra was coming and it's fifth
I mean, not with
dimensional.
0% win
I
rate.
think this is going to be an incredibly fun game to watch, honestly, Brent.
Yeah.
Because both
Oh,
these teams are not
I
afraid
forgot.
to just throw new stuff out
Yeah,
there,
it's just-
different things, see what sticks. And it feels like they're both playing with an element of the free roll that the desk was talking about with Liquid. It constantly feels like that when you're watching Xerxia. They just play loose and carefree, and they are
Some say
so
whimsical.
confident. They're so
Some
confident.
say whimsical. And here we
That's
go.
our
We're into the
boys.
pistol round straight away.
Jumpy,
Sort of fault
Ivera.
lines to push away Scream, trying to control up that B main area. Getting a bit of ground early, but the rest of Liquid for now just kind of hovering around that A main area.
And just to talk a little bit about the compositions while this round looks a tad
See.
slow. Liquid have played this before. They played it at the beginning of their group stage. It's a pretty classic comp, except the Astra is a bit weird now after the nerfs.
Right, yeah.
But they are playing slowly.
True.
Xerxia is a team that
Vulnerable.
enjoys incorporating these little trap plays in. It was in
Oi.
mid, but Fox still finds the first pick.
And this looks like they were more than ready for any sort of pop plays that were coming out of that choke point. Fox needs a bit of assistance. He's currently
Oi.
playing, and there it is. The support from Scary from the back. The
Yeah, they
crossfire
played that well though. They
enabled, and what a
defended that
start
well.
for Xerxia here. Against Team
Ah,
Liquid.
pistols are random.
Josh, you know, we were speaking just before this cast.
I'm
talking
dying.
about the kind of themes coming into this match as well. 2021 definitely the year, I think, of the minor
Jump.
region teams kind of showcasing that they really can go toe to toe with the top.
I
dogs.
just wanna see
Yeah, it
you
looks like they're
better
just
with
trying
hope.
to carry that momentum all the way through. Can you imagine Xerxia in this qualification
Can I
match to get to
bet
the
with my
playoffs?
second?
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams getting to playoffs, or either of them,
All in.
would be a fantastic achievement.
No.
But Xerxia certainly seemed like the team with the most momentum behind them right now. And yet both of these teams had those opponents they knew they could beat in the first round. And this is a very different challenge for both Xerxia and Liquid.
You're gonna
Able to
bet
beat
on
the
Liquid,
other
right?
when they don't know how they play. Here comes
5,000.
Liquid with a bit of B main control, using
Oh,
the aftershock.
I just wanted to.
And there goes the
add
turret. That denies a bit of
3K,
information, but Surf is gathering it back in mid. Spots
I have
Navera,
20K
that
on
means
my-
that
on
they're
that
not
account
worried
now.
about the A ramp lurk, and it allows Scary to push.
Look at this. Supported for now. Cruz setting up with the stun. Just the flash actually.
Oi.
For now, Fox, okay. Put the util away for now, young man. You got a game to play. And he does have the crossfire set up. No worries here. Although Liquid, I think, proved that they are such a dangerous team when it
Oi.
got the sheriffs in hand.
Yeah.
I think they won
Yeah,
all of
they
their
won.
rounds that they won on Ascent with sheriffs, Josh. I don't know.
They did win a ton of thrifty rounds. It was chaotic. It really was. Both of these teams able to take those 2-0 wins over their opponent. Xerxia, they did look dangerous in terms of set plays and stuff. So I'm gonna be thrilled watching them on these kind of rounds. The thrifty opportunity, seeing what they've got cooked up. This was just Surf farming, but this third round is the one where you need to craft a cool strategy, something to take your opponents off guard. So just having a look at what the defensive setup looks like right now. They've got Omen looking towards B main, gonna put up a smoke in the middle of there. Stop Liquid from taking that early control, but it doesn't look like there's anything crazy going on right now. There is a turret taking contact on a ramp, but no one really contesting there from Liquid.
It's a map that we were talking about the compositions earlier, but it is switch-ups. For Liquid, they're playing, obviously, that
Guardian.
comp that they played at the
Jumpy
beginning of
at the
the
Guardian.
Jumpy.
And Xerxia playing their Haven comp.
Yeah, so
And
they've kind of switched it up massively.
Yeah. It's really not that different, though, to what they normally play on Split. Here comes Liquid up through mid. Surf. He was so confident taking these re-challenges, swinging, destroying the Optic players.
Spectre and Hando, bit of a gun diff, sets up the one-way, and they've got this paranoia as well.
They've always got a setup. That's what's so good about Xerxia. It doesn't matter where you push them. They're not a thoroughly rigid team, but they're fluid enough to be able to transfer from one setup into the next. So If Surf was going to take a bit of pressure there, Scary would have had his back with the paranoia. But now Liquid just freezing the round, cooling stuff down, and they have ropes control. At what point does Xerxia look for information somewhere else? They've got Fox rotating back away from A Heaven as Liquid take B main.
And time is running really low here. We've got 25 seconds left, and it looks like it's going to be the B split, but is the setup ready for it? Paranoia in handy. Here's the Sage Wall come through.
Oh, hello.
That was a bit skew whiff, but he wants to run in front of it instead. Maybe intentional there, but Scream gets taken down quickly.
No.
Surf run around the corner. You got to be kidding me.
Okay.
All right.
Jump.
Quick little kills going their way. And Fox
Nice.
is going to be cleared up as well, just waiting at the bottom. Cruz bucket
Nah.
in hand. You got to be
Oh my
choking.
God. The fucking
Running through it, the
bucket,
nade
dude.
forces him into the line of sight, but Sushi Boys. Spectre. Tack tries to fake the footsteps. Not enough though. Liquid. They walk away with the round.
Yeah.
It was an expensive one.
It was expensive, but it's those two players that really stepped up for Liquid that do it again here in round 3. Yampi played fantastically on Fracture yesterday when they took down Crew. And then Link was just playing some solid games the entire time. And he's one of the players that really steps up for LAN for Liquid, I think. Always outperforms his online performances and looks nasty doing it.
Oh,
yeah, Xerxia
first
had some
up,
good setups
Surf.
there. We saw a TikTok wall from Scream as well.
Surf has
We'll see
5
whether
kills
more
as
of
well. It's
those
gonna be
rear their head.
dangerous.
Surf's going to take a peek with the operator. He loves pulling this out.
I love this as well. Team Liquid, the kind of team that might want to take that ego duel. You can see Scream is really just playing with fire there.
But he knows he has that
Oh my God,
opportunity.
he is.
Now that Surf's off the angle, he goes and takes B main control. That level of aggression to push Surf off the angle and take all the space immediately. I really felt like that was missing from Optic's game.
The confidence.
The confidence to just, there's a small window of opportunity there where Surf takes a shot and has to, reset, and Scream's taking all of that space for free.
My God, he's camping out of the op the whole time.
Now a bit of time. As
Both
well,
of them
waiting
are like
out.
the Rock.
You can see the spikes just drop there and mark it as well. So
I am the
Liquid
Rock.
obviously leaning towards the B area.
Ew.
Scream just being able
Skin.
to hold on to that B main control that we were
What
talking
skin?
about. Vitally
Minima.
important. Spike
Ah.
gets picked up, by Yampi. And
Scream?
he's kind of rotating around, probably trying to set up the perfect lineup
wait,
here
let
for
me
the fault line to set up
see.
the combo.
That's what I'm thinking. There goes the flash. It is perfect.
Yeah,
Catches
Scream.
Surf utterly. Paranoia to stop the people in B Heaven from getting in
Nice,
there.
Scream.
And Scream, he's boosted himself up again.
Nice,
Takes down
Nova.
Cruz.
And the utility is so good right now, but
Okay.
still Surf left standing.
Nice.
Quick little flash around the corner. Not enough to try and get any sort of damage done.
30 seconds left.
Surf was the last man
Yes,
standing there.
up.
on that
Sushi
side.
boys.
Just up to Sushi
Up.
Boys to try and lurk
Give it
around,
to
see if he can get
Nivera.
any sort of damage done, but
Spike planted.
only a 1v4 for him. It's been light work in the past for Sushi Boys. He's a bit of a lanimal, at least, to
Sushi
showcase
boys.
it at Champions.
Sushi.
He is. He was playing with Jet for
And
them
he's
last
gonna
time he was here as
die.
well.
No.
Some of the maps. But this seems like a pretty unwinnable
No.
situation. No idea
Nice.
that Link is there. And it's going to be 2-2. Liquid playing a great game so far, actually. Responding well after the pistol round loss. I really like the utility that
Pistol
Yampi
rounds
threw
are
out on Breach.
so much
Yampi's
random.
agent pool appears to be whatever.
I've had so many matches
No,
where I
whatever
just
you want me
lost
to
the
play,
pistol
man.
rounds and won all the other
I'll do
rounds.
whatever you like. And he's able to
Oi.
find crucial kills for them, but
Scream.
also has really stepped up in terms of, I mean, obviously the guy is doing most of their IGLing too. He's got such a pivotal place on this team. And Scream's comm there for him to pick up the spike, move towards B main and hit the flash onto Surf. Exactly what you need to stop Surf from getting value. And that's such a big economical investment. Now they're reset. He, of course, though, still has those jet knives after having large performances on the pistol in round 2. So there's still some damage that could be done.
Yeah, it looks like they're just poking and prodding, looking for
Oi.
a bit of the setups. They spotted a bit of it out. It's a deep dog. And they can drag it. And while all that was going on, it looks like there was an attempt at a bit of B main aggression, but Yampi
dog
showed
didn't
the
like that.
operator in hand.
And Yampi's perfectly happy taking the op. Obviously, opping Breach is not normal. Nivera has got so much info in this round. He
Not
saw
much
them
that
with
is
the cam,
normal,
he
is
saw
it?
them with the peek.
Now the wall comes up here. Spike dropped off to the side as well. Looks like they just want to try and commit.
Two fucking drops on
into
the
this
other
one
side of the
here.
wall.
Players with the crossfires from Xerxia. That's an aftershock to push away the plant. 45 seconds remaining. Drop down from Sushi Boys, but
Oh no!
not great weaponry in hand.
Ah,
With
nice,
Snell,
Link.
Blade Storm out of the picture. One of the big tools they were
Fucking
hoping for, I think, to try and win out on this line.
Oh.
Oh, nice shot!
He got deleted.
That's what you need. Confidence to be flowing. It's
Pew, pew,
absolutely
pow.
imperative when you play against a team like Xerxia, who aren't afraid to take those duels against you. You've
Ah,
got to
jump
step up. You've got to be
PSP.
willing to put your round on the line and meet them head to head.
Just want to
Like
say,
I said,
you
Yampi
pronounce
is
it
just so
wrong way.
comfortable attack-opping. It's a weird thing to have in your toolkit as a Breach player on Split, to be going for the attack-off. But he really is just very comfortable doing it.
I feel like playing stretched is only a mental thing, like because half of the players are playing it, half of the players are not.
I think he's probably going to find pretty decent value here. He's going up against Surf, and they've immediately.
And always when it's like 50-50 of people playing it, saying like it brings something, it's mostly not. Oh, that was so close.
Sure that they spot out where that operator player might be playing.
Oh my god.
Surf such a danger for them, but this re-swing cruise.
Straight to the out.
Hunt for the kill here, but he's pushing up right with Surf, watching the cross for him.
And they're using the flashes to post Surf up on the angles and challenge and push away Yampi.
Is Lynx not going to expect this, is he?
Nah,
he surely does.
Jiggle peeking for it, but a little bit too wide. Surf. Beautiful pick-off for them.
I like that.
This looks like a Breach ult fake here, Brent.
Breach just spectating
with his rolling thunder here in B main, and the spike is making its way
like,
towards A ramp.
Cool, let's go.
Liquid have what it takes to be able to go for a gamble like this. This is such a massive ult to invest when you're down a player.
Yeah, the spike was leaning towards A, but they've decided, actually. We've got a bit of time to work with, so they have to res as well.
Oh.
Yeah, they move back
in.
I think that's a
Surf's on a bad
decision here.
for them.
But now that you've got the res, it makes a lot of sense to try and invest the next ultimate too. Liquid were phenomenal in terms of getting value out of their ults yesterday.
The res online as well.
They're pushing everything in there.
But it's all a fake showstopper in hand. Solkas, if he gets one kill, that's going to be valuable
that
for
was
them. And look
like
at this, all the way through to Seekers, though.
Expensive fake,
Bit of
but
false information. Yeah, it's actually moving into
Yeah,
market.
but
and
no
towards B, so
one is on
they don't even
A.
suspect
They have
that this is
A
the fake coming through.
completely
Liquid,
for free.
They get the site for free.
Look at that treacherous Seeker in spawn. What's he doing? Giving them that
They have
terrible
actually
info.
just been hard trolled. They have been hard
Oh,
trolled by
Scream.
They really have.
Scream, you got
That's
it.
so unfortunate
Scream,
for
you got
Fox,
it.
and now Scream
Nice.
Yeah.
Good enough. Oh god,
Scream
he got
is
killed
on
though.
fire today.
Oh no.
Making it happen.
Watch this, he's on fire.
Now on the flank, and
Oh god, that's a flank.
Sandwiched.
Solkas.
Back in the spawn, just tries to dodge the timing here. The boombot. Need to cross it up. What's the play here? Do they still want to commit into this one? Fox is in so much danger, but
no.
on the ropes. Who are we watching here? Flick
What's
round the
happening?
side. He's definitely looking for it now. Has to try and get it done. And while all this is happening, the defusal. So just inside his own smoke. He pops it down again. I'm not sure if he got
Now I'm
hammered
here,
in the way, but with the ticker.
Other one, now I'm here.
Way too much time burnt off the clock. Link in
Yeah,
prime
no time.
position to try and save it, but again, not enough time.
Not even time
for
to get
them, so
away.
Liquid
Yeah.
clutching out
Nice.
around. Very expensive, very close though, right down to the wire.
Wait.
And they're 4-2 up on the attack trend. All of these rounds since
Ich meine
the
Timeout.
follow-up have been pretty gorgeous from Liquid. That was a 4v5 round.
No
and,
timeout?
And Brent, that is such
So winning, losing
great
4 rounds in a row?
Not only
that was
do they
really well played
mitigate
now from the
the
left and
player
then
disadvantage,
instantly from
but they end up using
I
a huge
would
amount of
love
ultimates,
to
setting up a really elaborate fake. That
the
is
same.
gorgeous gameplay, and something that I was
To be honest,
not really seeing
I always
from
have
Liquid in
problems
their
with
online
this
games.
thing
They were
because
really struggling with that.
Now that it
it's
seems like
weird.
they've settled, you know, the back to the
It's
basics of the
weird.
compositions.
Sometimes you're not
Oh,
a
that
touch.
was
a bit more
bad.
success with it. Pull through the choke point actually does disrupt that setup as well, because the KJ turret was just pulled right into line of sight of it.
After
Still,
this one, they're gonna have a timeout.
Xerxio
Just this
on
one
that
has to save anyways.
by round, looking to do some damage once more, maybe get a bit of weaponry under their way. Are they set up for a pop flash in mid here with Fox? It seems like maybe.
I don't think so.
he's
I'm
backing
not
away.
sure they
Lay
actually
down
have
a
a good
bit.
setup here, Xerxio. This is much more of a on-the-fly.
Talk has
looking
got
around,
damage.
Yeah.
Sage, what the fuck
not
you?
choosing to dig into the playbook for such a
Oh
low
no,
buy.
3 damage.
Just setting up another one of those one-ways over by A ramp. That could end up being pretty useful here, actually.
Fucking bottle Sage.
Well,
They break the
Bottle.
trip, but there's no chance that Liquid
What
think
of
that's
water?
really a push.
I'm done.
And Scary still has
What?
another smoke here that can go as a
Nothing.
one-way.
I think they have to be worried as well.
Just
though.
came from nothing.
They hear the judges in play potentially.
It's a bottle.
They just decide to
Nah.
leap over the one-way. Navera
Did he
does still have
ding?
both of his cyber
No.
cages that could be used to cross that safely, but they go for the more bold approach.
And now here it goes. Ooh, the satchel actually missing. He doesn't land up top like he was hoping for.
Scary,
Solkas's gonna be
you can
glued
get
to the
it.
ground.
Oh.
Still the judge in hand. They'll have to
Oh.
try and win that one still.
Sushi
Liquid.
Boy's got someone.
They've got the rifles. It's enough.
And all of these moments where it feels like maybe Xerxio will get an opportunity here, maybe Liquid will make a mistake there. Their players are
God,
so
the
sharp
chat,
today.
man.
Yampi just
Imagine
swings around,
losing to a
deletes
team that didn't even
Navera really
qualify.
open, making sure there's no
I'm done.
chance for anybody to get value out of a judge.
And Liquid have felt like such a confidence-based team from time to time, where if things don't go their way, if the tournament doesn't start out right, it can be sometimes dire for them. I think that win yesterday has really got them on the right track, and it's a big proving ground for them because they've always wanted.
He's gonna die to the bomb anyways.
Yeah, yesterday was no exception
Wait.
to it, obviously. Just trying to get a consistency here.
Oi.
It's gonna be happening.
Scream just warming up his aim.
But it's huge for Liquid. I think you can see they've already come into this one with a bit of a
Minima.
mindset, you know.
Yeah.
Good ideas overall.
This is, of course,
Technical
their map pick
pause
too, and this is a
or
full BO3.
timeout or
Definitely get a lot
what?
messier
Nothing.
from here, but Liquid are up quite
Interesting.
nicely. One of
Like,
the
normally
things
you
actually
should
that
have a
Liquid have
timeout
been
here
amazing at is being
to
able
talk about
convert
like
their ult
what's
into
happening.
wins. Actually,
You know?
scratch that point. Look at the setup here in B main.
Oh,
from Zerg.
Jumpy.
This looks, oh,
Wait,
sorry.
Jumpy.
We're taking a look at Yampy just dominating right
No,
now. Once we get back
Jump.
into the mini
My man's
They
staring
call
right
him
at me, man.
Sorry,
Jumpy.
I'm
It's
getting so
fucking
into
wrong.
the
I'm
analytics.
locked
I mean,
in
the thing is, the
because
casters get like
Zerg
a
have
small
got some
note
cute
from the
setups,
people
right, on
saying
these
like, yep,
rounds.
please
And
call me
here's
Git.
another one of them. The fault line comes through, they've got the one way, and they're actually fighting.
So I'm
it
sure
here.
they have it
and
right.
Nevera's fallen. So Fox, if he goes into sewers right now,
Jumpy.
might be able to get the spike. There's a player in spawn. This is getting really messy for Liquid.
It's going a little bit all over the place.
He read it
Scary
and
A
he's
worked his way
lost
deep
still. That's
into B
annoying.
main. It's a great kill for him, but with Yampy down, it's a big kind of setup, honestly, for
Jumpy.
Liquid's initiation's gone.
Jump.
Don't have access to the stuns and the aftershock.
Jumpy.
They've had to slow it all the way down after losing those two players. I can't believe the aggression of Fox earlier in that round as well.
Yeah, he's got the read that Nevera's playing the same
Oh,
couple of
alarm
setups
bot on a
on
perfect
Cypher every
position.
time, and this time just abuses it. While everybody on Liquid is focused on that B main fight. And you can see here that the protocol for Liquid when they lose B main is to have Soulcast really quickly take ropes control. And it's an area of the map that Xerxia have not often had access to.
Oh
now
no.
Fox loops around behind. What is this timing?
What is this timing? Fox still alive, tries to reset the aim, but traded that
Huh?
out. And it looks like it is the pivot though. Liquid wants to try and hit onto B, but the players wants to just try and rejoin the rest of his team into the back of the side, and this
Is
committal
your
by
internet
Liquid. Well,
I don't know.
it's all gone wrong for them.
Oh.
Not even Scream capable of turning that one around.
Okay.
It's on the board here for Xerxia.
And that's the aggression. That's the absence of fear to go for the wilder play. For Fox to decide to make this play.
What the fuck was that, Fox?
I didn't realize that was how funky it got. He whiffed that one while Nevera was just stuck in his camp. But the important takeaway there, I think, is not the aim, it's the decision making.
Sure.
That he realized that Nevera was in an exploitable
The minerals
position.
to do it alone.
Exactly.
It's a bit mad, but listen, that's what we
It's
like.
a bit
about
mad.
Yampy's holding his op, looking for any wild peek in B main this time.
Oh,
Nevera with a
he's
very
gonna
similar
get
setup,
it.
actually, again. Fox
Get
breaks the
it.
cam as Surf walks down mid.
Get it.
Oh, no,
He's so close to getting that shot off. That's the back away for now. The spam from Liquid.
They've actually used
They need
that
to get the
information that
Omen
Surf is
peek and
not
get him.
posted up B main to walk Yampy
Yes!
to the sight line, and it pays off.
Exactly
Wow,
like that.
scary. Oh,
What was that?
Okay, jumping into Cruz, judge in hand.
Why
Goes
do
to
they
kill if he
hear
wants
you
it.
and don't hear me when I'm
Link is
saying like
playing this
you need
quite
to do
intelligently.
that
Yeah, he's
and they don't?
sure that he can't be
But
caught.
when you say they do,
Meanwhile, Scream is just on the escort duty for Yampy's operator, which is
oh,
now starting to
oh,
take a walk. into
he's
mid.
the rock.
Nice to have a flash to push the other opera off the angle. An
But he
underrated
was the
component
rock to
of
the
free
end.
roll.
Yeah,
Mhm.
unconventional, but it works, I guess.
It really does. That is Liquid to a T, really, isn't it? Unconventional, but it works. At least.
To a T? What?
Sometimes.
Yeah, it works
yeah,
sometimes.
Sometimes.
But they're looking good here today, and they did yesterday as well. Here come the Seekers.
What
Once
is
more
that?
from Zerg.
What's the
Having
Sage
them that
lineup?
information as you're about the 40-second mark.
The mid-round information, and with two of the Seekers going towards sewers. There's no help sewers in the chat.
Would
They
love to know
exactly
where
what's
it
going on, 'cause
landed.
The ultimate's pointing towards it. Still, Scream finds that opening for them. A lot of pressure on Cruz to come up. Big with it, tries to reset the aim up there as well. 13 seconds remaining. And the spike has to go down.
What a
Link
shot.
was holding it down in the mid ropes area. Surf in the 1v3 with the operator in hand. It's way too
Goodbye.
expensive to risk.
And Bren, Surf has just not been able to get into this game.
Yeah.
He was amazing when they played against Optic. They couldn't push him off angles effectively. They couldn't punish him. He was running around with the operator, just taking names.
I love when it
This
has
map,
the outline.
He's been pushed out of position by utility.
It gives you so
flash
much
off,
more mental.
counter-op.
It's like
Done a lot of different things for
you're
Surf
you're
to
already
navigate.
at the top, and then
that's
it
tough.
or
A
it gives
reminder
you
that he
another
is
mental boost.
One of the youngest players at this event. One of
You
the
know what
least
happened when I had
experienced players in the
0
tournament,
kills,
and that's
like
why
for a long
Xerxia came in
time?
saying stuff like,
My
he's a young gun,
teammate
he's just gonna
dropped
learn
me
and grow from these
a
games. But he
weapon with
still went
skin. I
crazy
said,
in
no,
the
no,
game
no,
against
it's alright. I don't even
I
have
think
money
Liquid
to buy
really
something for you. He was like,
seem like they've put a serious
it's
focus
alright.
on maneuvering
Like, have
around
my
his
luck,
operator.
get a kill, it's
Discipline,
alright.
trying to find out where he's
Go
off.
for it.
Yeah.
See the jump peaks as well.
Because this round, I mean, in a lot of the rounds, they have both found...
Oi.
Oh!
Hey, I'll tell you what, that kill from Scream 2, there were so many times when Xerxia got amazing kills through smoke with Vandals.
Yeah, just spam with the Vandals.
Exactly, and where you can counter spam.
Yeah.
And there's a demonstration.
Kind of weird to know
by
that,
Scream
like,
Xerxia
normally,
taking
yeah,
a
timeout.
They're
Thank you.
3-6 down on the favored side of Split.
The
Not a great beginning.
Yeah, and what do you want to be seeing
normally in challenges, like these teams were not in a room together. Now they're legit like a couple of meters away
And for them, I
from
think,
each other.
obviously a lot of their plays revolving around enabling Surf as an individual, when Liquid have been so consistently spotting him out.
Yeah, honestly,
I
Brent, I
love
think
that
back to
stage.
the round that was going the best for them, and it was when Fox got that aggressive play out into A main. So I'd be tempted to go for a paranoia, a flash play, something like that.
Only says timeout,
Get
not
rid of Surf's
saying
operator.
by
Well, I mean, he's
which
saved
team.
it into this round.
But
so
then I
maybe,
noticed
maybe this is a plan for the
that
future. But
logo
maybe
is
you give it to somebody
shining.
else, you know?
Logo of
But
team
my
that took
point
a
being that
timeout is
aggression
shining.
seems to be the
And
name of the
the
game here,
timeout screen
because
is
especially with
only
Liquid
on
playing
the
with that
team that has the
operator,
timeout.
if you can get the paranoia
cool.
onto Yampi, or if
The
you
other
can
side
get
doesn't have
the
the screen like
sky
that.
flashes onto
Oh, I
it,
didn't know
and you can
that.
put a lot of pressure on Liquid, you're going to really change the tempo of this game
See?
up a lot.
You can
Mm-hmm.
see it little.
But for now, they're kind of handcuffed to this operator.
Damn it, that's so
So
cool.
might choose to offload it
Sorry,
onto
goosebumps.
And listen, honestly, Brandon, he could just be
The
playing
graphics
solo
look
with that at
insanely
A-ramp,
cool.
and I wouldn't mind that.
Yeah.
Because Nevera has not been
Oh, nice box on the
frequently
background.
aggressive
Boxes.
on A-ramp
Yeah.
control. And so
High
if
quality.
you just post Surf up on A-ramp, which it looks like they're going to do actually, then he's just going to get you good information for the entirety of the round.
Imagine
and
you
your
live
team
in
can
one of
focus
those
on actually
boxes, man.
suppressing
Just
B main
gunshots the whole
mid. So
time.
I like this
Fucking
adaptation.
annoying.
I think this is the best they could come up with an operator.
Look at this fight that might be about to occur here. Yampi's holding
3
down Young Pango
people.
to make sure he has
Turret
coverage
to
for his
take-
3v3.
Turret to take contact here too.
Flash comes through. It's a counter flash.
Oi.
Oh my god, everything went out.
Slow aftershock, everything exchanged, but no bullets.
What prescient IGLing from Yampi here. Every piece of his utility just seems to disrupt the Xerxia setups. This is not based on VOD analysis. There's no way
Yeah,
that they
I think Pacific is right that I should
this
try
component
getting
coming out
Breach.
from Xerxia,
Getting
but
into
they're
Breach.
still
Because
finding
Breach is such a good
intuitive
player
breaking points
in a team.
to how Xerxia is setting up.
Like the only reason Surf didn't get more shots or didn't get more
Familiar
kills
setting on
is because
Split
of
where these
Breach
teams, they poke and
flashes.
prod initially, they waited out. Cut a bit of
When
noise,
everyone
trying to
was
force the
playing
utility out.
Breach, I got
They don't get
used to
information off that
like
flash.
All of
dodge
these players,
his
despite
flashes
the fact that
and
they're
his
stacked up towards me, and that's the right read.
God,
I mean,
another
their susceptible
ability
range for
wasn't as
Yampi's
strong.
ult.
That
And like I said earlier,
deals
Liquid have been
damage.
very good at translating ults into round
Uh-huh.
wins. Let's see what they've got cooked
And
up.
then, for some
That was a bit
reason,
of a
I didn't
deeper
see any
sky flash there
Breach
from Fox,
players
which did
anymore.
give them information that time. And they've
Now
gotta
it's
have a feeling
uncomfortable
with how
again
deep
to
Surf
play
is pushed
against
up
and
as well,
annoying.
that this is going to be the B hit coming through, and now
The thing is, like,
here
if
we
you
go.
play-
Rolling Thunder, a bit
oh.
of a whiff though on the satchel. Sushi Boy's off in the corner.
Sushi
And there
Boys.
is the follow-up aftershock. The rest of his team just trying to support him up, and it's a
Done.
quick little spray down.
Oh no, the wall.
Taking out 2 of them, judging, and Cruz is trying to find that pixel angle, but with only 9 seconds left. Link in the 1v3 has to deal with Cruz not enough. Just a quick little jump around the corner, and Xerxia, crucially, able to get that round now.
Only problem is if you're playing up and holding a corner and you're getting
We look at
flashed
this
by that
in the
corner, you
grand scheme of
can't
things, split attack
flick
size, 6
away,
rounds
flick back, and then
have been gained so far by Liquid.
kill.
Not bad at all.
But this is the value of... Look at the minimap and how pushed up the
What
Jet
is this
is getting
sound?
information for them. They just know it's not an A hit. So they can stack all of these players around here. And frankly, the final kill in that round as well, I've just got to say to Link, you live by the judge, you die by the judge. if you're going to, you know, to take a quote from Jet, perhaps, if you use cringe weapons, then expect them to be cringed back to you.
Oi.
I'm paraphrasing, of course.
Yeah, of course, of course.
I'm taking the spirit of what he said.
He just doesn't care.
Ah, nice flash yourself.
And again, that exchange of utility early on.
But this is aggression once more from Xerxia, actually. They're not just content with holding in B. They're actually using Surf's domination of the
hello.
B main angle to push Cruz up aggressively with the judge. And now if they want, they could actually move Surf away and start exploring him through B
They did
heaven
this-
or mid.
They did this in prior rounds with Scary holding holding the slight off angle.
Yeah. Cruz has the judge now.
Exactly, and he's much closer, so it is a death trap if they went that way, but it doesn't look like Liquid. Instead, they are heavily grouped up. Clear out his utility. Still have just under a minute left to work with in this round, and this slow, cautious play by Liquid is paying dividends for them.
Fox just sent his flash over towards A. Ramp didn't hear anything, but he does know that... Yeah, here we go, that the cam has been set up. So now with the cam being broken, maybe they have a better idea that Nivera's not around here. And once again, it's going to be a B split. B
This
main.
could be critical, man.
So many of these rounds have come down to the B main fight.
Oh, they charged again.
So much pressure on him
Yeah,
right now.
he's
Just trying to
gonna
jiggle
get
around the
this.
corner, but how do you even play around that?
And
Up close and personal. Scream, though, takes matters into his own hands. He takes off Surf's head. Slow
Oh,
and
no.
close. He's favored in this duel, yet
Oh,
Cruz,
no.
he wins it out. Soulcast forced to try
Oh,
and reclear through this
140.
one, but it's a bit of a phantom moment as he just leaves him on 10 health. Still the trade is there, but Link,
they need
enough
way
time.
too long right now.
Whittled down, he just needs to try and save this weaponry and get the hell out of there.
And what an adaptation from Xerxia. These last 2 rounds have been all about them finding the information on where Team Liquid are going to end and having map control with which to fight
They
them.
just played like rats
These
last
B
two
hits have
rounds.
just been destroyed. And don't get me wrong, this is still an amazing attack half for Liquid. I think this is still going to look strong heading into the second. But it's not dominant. They had an
Like
opportunity
when
to really try and set a scoreline that couldn't be adjusted.
I know that Cruz has got his normal precise crosshair.
Someone was camping on
He's overridden
box
the judge crosshair with the
to the left from entry.
Very precise.
What did you say? Sorry.
2 Guardians brought in here by Liquid.
The last sentence.
And Surf once more with the operator.
That someone was waiting on their box.
They have great ults to retake. Both of these players in B Heaven, Sushi Boys, Cruz.
The round.
Well, flash comes through to get some information, but now the hit from Liquid. Final round
I
for
know.
them. They want to try and
I'm always getting tired
unique
because
fashion
of
with this one.
watching
Still, Fox is anchoring it.
esports.
He's just going to be weaving in and out behind this map. The flash is good, and now the rolling thunder to try
Let's
and punish
go!
him. Cleaves his way across the
Oh.
side
Yeah,
to
they
scare
play
the swing. That's 4
6-6.
kills in the round. What a way to cap things off in the first half here of Split.
Amazing play. I mean, Xerxia just making all the adjustments, looking phenomenal. Fast retake. Sageri coming in and getting the kills at the end too. This team is looking good. I was worried for them at the beginning with how good Team Liquid's attack half was, but Xerxia overall responded nicely.
Absolutely, yeah. And we're going to take a short little break as well as the desk break down what we've witnessed thus far.
Thank you very much, guys. We've had 2-0s all round so far in this tournament. I feel like this might be the first one, Jess, that goes the distance.
Yeah, especially with how the scoreline sort of ended there. I mean, it looked like Team Liquid were taking off, and I was like, wow, what a good attacking side from them. Yep. This is looking nice, and nice sort of statistical anomaly. That's a mouthful there, but it goes to show that since, I think, January the 1st, I had in my stats, they had won 36 attacking rounds, lost 36 attacking rounds. What do they do here? Win 6 attacking rounds, lose 6 attacking rounds. It's almost like they can't break it.
And we're taking a look here at Scream, and there is a problem. When you give Scream space, even though he's playing on the Sage, we've heard him before. Oh, I love playing Sage because I can play Battle Sage because I love it. And the problem is, you give him that space, and even though he has Soulcast, he's going to go up in front. He doesn't care. He's just going to go for the kills. But Xerxia actually found, you know, after that timeout, especially, you know, the key that they don't have to give them all that space. Liquid fighting for mid, and them being like, okay, maybe with the util, maybe how do we push this? And they actually was just eating the space, making Liquid not feel comfortable and actually knowing where the round was going to end.
Yeah, Scream was looking great, but we also have to mention some of the individuals on the side of Xerxia, which is why Jess makes them such a formidable opponent, because again, so many of them have the ability to just turn things around.
I mean, we spoke about Scary yesterday, we spoke about the rookie Surf, we've spoken about so many players on the roster. Something I want to highlight, that maybe people are wondering why we're sort of seeing Team Liquid have a really good attacking half here against them.
What's
on
that
Split,
keyboard?
okay, isn't a map diff, who cares, no one cares. Compared to Optic though, they are taking the space, Liquid, and they're not relinquishing it. That's the big point here, is that Optic didn't do that. They took the space, oh, we question ourselves, oh, do we rotate times out of our hands? Xerxia's not used to this. That's why it took them about half of that, you know, half to sort of get into the groove and go, Team Liquid, they push the go button, they go, and now they're working back into that, and now it's the second half for them.
I really want to see, actually, the Sky, how it was working in defense, you know, gave a lot of information. I feel like the KO might have been more disruptive, so I really want to see how that works in attack, because maybe that is giving Team Liquid an advantage, but of course, Xerxia has points.
Yeah, well, it's a 6-6 at the half. I can't wait to get back into the second half with Sideshow and Bren.
Thank you very much, Yinsu. This 4 out of 5 of these players from Xerxia, they made the quarterfinals of Champions last year, and I think
I wish you could play those maps on different weathers.
I believe he had that keyboard ahead of time. I believe it was Fox who spent it. I mean, the guy's an enthusiast. What can you say?
Like morning, evening.
It's got a lot of bright colors.
This looks like okay.
What is
the slow orb sent in just to give them a bit of space here. Scream wants to get that wall down in mid, but it is broken initially.
It's very deep though, and especially on a pistol round that commits a lot of bullets time out of Xerxia for them
to
just
to use a flash there to clear close.
Yeah,
just
they
in case there's a player around the corner.
Yeah, they just need to be worried about any aggression that's happened up there. They don't throw a smoke in either to try and fake like they've gone up mid to take some area of the map, but there is really no presence whatsoever in A heaven from Liquid. They are bunkered down on A.
It looks like Yampi's in a situation where he could pop off the stun here off the contact of this cam, but the cam goes down, and there's the fault line to try and slow them down. Still, Surf dashes in. They need to deal with these players. They're right behind map, and they're anchoring it well, but not enough. Xerxia exploding into the side as well, taking complete control of that elbow. Now the spike's going to start to get down here. Plenty of time on the clock, right in the corner here for them. And I'm paying attention now, Josh, to these post-plant positionings.
Yeah, they're looking fairly decent, but they don't have very much utility. They can certainly play off each other, but of course, with it being a pistol round, you don't buy full util. Soulcast, he's got his boombot there, sent in. The nade, you're right, Brent, could be used to clear elbow or to clear hell.
Just possible, but
he can't get past it, man.
No.
He commits the nade anyway just to try and clear them out of hell, but that one way was excellency. It's deadly. And now,
100%.
yeah, the players from Liquid are just desperation. Swinging from up top, it's Link left alone. It's a 1v3 for him. He has been popping off thus far in the tournament. He finds the one, locks down the second one. You've got to be joking,
that was so good. 10 HP.
Woo, boys, I mean, getting a little bit sweaty. And even if Link won that one, I don't think it would have had enough time.
10
no,
HP,
I don't think so.
That was so close.
Headshots on 2 HP
yeah, and it's certainly, I
then
think the Xerxia guys got a little bit squeaky there, honestly.
Oh, yeah.
Overall, though, Brent, I have real questions about Liquid's retakes. It's been a clear weak point for me throughout 2022. It's something they used to look really good at, but now they don't seem to have the same gusto behind them. I mean, even if you just look at their statistics, they have not been very good at it. They win under a quarter of their retakes when they play on defense. And they allow their opponents to get the spike down 2/3 of the time. So that is just straight up half of their defense rounds. They just lose by failing on retakes.
When I stretch sometimes, my headphones just turn really
definitely
quiet.
Got my eye on that. Of course, pistol round plays very differently.
That's not good.
But I'd like to see Team Liquid play a little more.
I'm confused. Why am I hitting?
Go for those fast retakes or try and put pressure on as the spike goes down in that kind of situation. This, though, should just be Xerxia taking an 8-6 lead, unless they run into the A stack where they've got shorties aplenty. We'll see if they can sniff this out.
Well, I mean, respect was being shown early on here by Xerxia, just making sure that they obviously didn't stumble into this eco from Team Liquid, because again, these guys are deadly, especially Scream. He's got that Sheriff once more in hand, and the shorties up close. Cam spots it though. They are going to be running straight into this gamble stack. But Team Liquid, just not really on the side. Push Navira down. The flashes are excellent. Once more, pushing around the corner. A bit of run and gun occurring. A decent amount of value out of it. The kills flooding in right now for Team Liquid. Link rejoining them, and have got a nasty crossfire set up here. The question is for Xerxia, do they want to continue to just run into this one with 20 seconds left? They have to make a decision. They are pivoting straight into B, but Team Liquid just trying to get one step ahead.
Link does not have any stars to be able to put down to deny this. Just recalled his final one, but he's in position. He's got the Sheriff.
Sheriff in hand. He needs to find at least one of them. Still 6 seconds remaining. The plan, it has to be stuck. It's going to isolate the 1v1 for them. Scream, desperately searching for the head. It's going to be that double swing, but the stun comes a little bit late. Despite that, it's a 1v2.
I know you
Scream
are.
up top. He is low. Only one shot.
What a shot.
Disgusting. That's why he's got the reputation for it. Oh, that is a bit of a backbreaker for Xerxia too. We posed the question earlier on whether they could sniff it out, but they Liquid didn't give them any indication. It was silent all across the map, like a grave, and then they just lowered Xerxia down into it.
My God.
It was
I want to see the shot out of
great
his
shots. I mean, I want to give particular credit to Yampy there, I think, as well. We'll take a look at this replay. Look at Yampy's POV. He gets inside the jet smoke, kills Surf, and then makes out like a thief in the night with the Spectre. He's like, aha.
That was so fast. That was so fast.
Yeah, okay, satisfying.
To finish it up.
Okay, holy shit.
But I love to see it going. Hey, honestly, right? There's been a lot of talk about Liquid, you know, having nothing to lose. It's a free roll tournament. These guys must have been having it rough when they got eliminated, when there's such high expectations, and they did well at the end of last year.
He's
They
like,
didn't
my
have a
turn.
good run in EMEA. So if they have any level of success in this tournament, it's going to fire them up to find the good things about their roster, to believe in their players that they have on the squad, and realize that success is possible.
It's a new
despite
life.
their beginning.
For them.
Scream of the Dragoon.
Making changes in terms of the IGLing, them trying to at least settle in that that capacity with their roster, but obviously now they had to put all of that on pause to play out this tournament, and it seems like they are enjoying themselves. So she's going to get a bit of free ground here into the B side, but not for much longer. This looks like a quick retake. Scream is already deep playing inside the smoke. He has the judge in hand. Look at the wrist. Link able to cover for the rest of his team. Jumping around the corner. And not enough for them. They do get a plant down, a bit of money in the back pocket, but outside of that, a clean round for Liquid.
And this has now put them into a fantastic position. If you think about expectations after Xerxes win the pistol round, you're thinking, all right, it's going to be 8-6. Now it's 8-7 the other way around. With Liquid in the lead on the favored side of Split, with ults to play with. It's something that happens when you win the bonus and you win these funky rounds as well. You're able to get into a good economical position and a good ult economy position too. They have
Scream is playing with Judge. That's a revenge to like them getting kills with shotguns.
Yampy's able to even afford an operator, and if he loses it, it really doesn't make too much difference. He can still buy again.
He's still got a pocket change.
I do think though, I think the breach gives up more upping on defense, weirdly enough. Because I think you're going to want to use your flashes a lot of the time to
support your team.
Yeah, to support your team or go aggressive
Nah,
somewhere else.
Nevera is playing
Yampy's really going to be playing for himself here. You'll see him do stuff like if he gets pushed off this angle, he'll flash and take another peek, using the flash to try and set himself back up on the line.
Come on.
Yes! Not quite.
I'm the hello?
What?
Not enough to try and spot that the operator is in play, and Yampy is rewarded with the kill.
He's a very consistent operator.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Super consistent. Any opportunity for Liquid to get the operators in the hands of some of their players as well. Might even see the double operator play a little bit later, maybe. It depends how much they keep.
What the fuck?
Moving.
How did Fox get into fucking vents?
One thing that's not consistent, though, is the roles that they end up playing. So these players have certainly spread themselves thin in recent times. But their composition and Xerxes, honestly, are kind of more back to basics, back to old stuff that they remember how to play, or stuff that they've taken from other maps. Here we see Xerxes taking B main control. This looks like a pop.
Okay.
The lockdown, they have the rolling thunder as well.
They're not even going to wait for the lockdown. Of course, it's only 20 seconds remaining. So
why is everyone whipping with judges?
Lockdown still active and space has been gained for them, but the Liquid want to try and go for the fast retake. Yampy's holding on to his own ult. Ready in hand, ready and waiting. The rolling thunder rips across. Fox is in the spawn, but he's a little bit clueless. He still gets it. He's stunned up. The flash. It's going to be a miss, but Nevera luckily able to get that one still. The spike will go down. Only 2 players left standing.
Really good idea to pick that.
Good job. Already lost Cruz. It's all up to Scary in the backside, and he's alone.
They had the 2v1 as well if he wouldn't have
with a
peeked.
cosmic divide fading.
The read. The read.
He just predicts exactly where Scary's going to be playing from and takes him out instantly. Good response from Liquid. I said I had questions about their retakes, but they've now pulled off a couple in a row that look really clean. They're getting there with a lot of pace. They're in. They're using utility well covering for each other. And they're doing it with an AWP as well.
Absolutely. You could see the idea in Xerxes' head as well, where Fox was trying to flash into their spawn to disrupt the fast retake of the rolling thunder. They wanted to essentially throw a wrench into their plans, not let them set up like this, but it was just a little bit off in terms of that coordination.
I mean, there was still a bit of chaos happening, wasn't there?
Of course.
Oh, I see Jumpy's emotes in chat.
Some weirdness, certainly.
Nice.
Xerxes, they've forced up a Vandal here on Fox, but the rest of their players are half buying. They've taken early B main control here. Scream's wall just uncontested in mid.
no one going to be breaking this one down. Obviously, Fox doesn't want to spam it in case there's a player holding on top.
Yeah, it's normally only safe to do that at the pro level when there's a couple of players with you, or at least
just so that they can cover that one angle.
Scream has been boosting himself up a lot, and he's the kind of Sage that really does enjoy taking fights, right? There's some Sages that you just know they're not going to be playing on top of their wall.
You know, he's playing for himself with the walls.
Yeah, he sometimes is, yeah. And he mixes it in enough that you get scared.
Deep dog for information. You can see Scream just wanted to spam that one out, so nothing was revealed of their setup. Still got away with it. He's just wide with that. I mean, confidence. The man playing like he's online right now.
Told you he's on fire today.
You know what I mean?
He just exudes it, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He's not afraid to take the fights, and I think that's so important playing against Sersha. They pivot over the way, and then the trip catches Sushi Boys, sets up Yampy for the easiest kill of his life.
You don't anticipate the back-to-back trips.
And Yampy with the shorty again, just playing inside the smoke, expecting somebody, but Scream was not.
There's a bit of chaos maybe injected into this round here. Yeah, Scream was unaware that they had already worked their way up into heaven.
Okay, Scary goes for the wild play.
Okay.
From the shadows, just straight into the attacker's spawn.
Cruz, okay. I mean, that is cheeky. Putting the Spectre to work now, and it is left up to him. The 1v2,
nice.
He tries to swing out for it. He does bring down Soulcast, but not before the trade is once again there. And Link's a player who typically falls to the wayside in discussions about Team Liquid, but I think he's been having a fantastic tournament in terms of the value he's able to bring so far.
Yes, he completely is. If you look at Champions, he was the only player, in my opinion, that overperformed how he'd been doing online when it came to the LAN event. That was a situation where Liquid outpaced X10, this Xerxia roster.
Spam this
they were able to take
to help Team Liquid.
That playoffs, and part of that was Link. He's just rock solid for the team.
So just trying to hold these crossfires. I mean, it got a little bit chaotic in the moment there, obviously, with Scream not realizing that Heaven control was lost to them.
But I think one of the problems here for Xerxia, and something they may be discussing in this timeout, they're running a double flash composition, right? They've got the breach, they've got the sky.
I think I'm getting tired because of that music in the timeout.
If you like. But this composition should thrive on chaining the flashes together, really
like
putting
something
Surf in
I
a
would
position
watch
to frag out and have him be the centerpiece of
listen
the
to in
and they've instead taken
Battle.
a much slower pace to this map. It feels like they're cautiously taking areas, worried about where Liquid could be, and trying to methodically take map control. I would really like to see Xerxia, now that that plan isn't really working, to just send it. Just balls to the wall aggression. That's what I'm looking for from Xerxia after this timeout.
It's something that I was a bit critical of, actually, watching some of their VODs coming into this. Because Split is a map that, you know, they're not as comfortable on in comparison. Obviously, Liquid have come into this with a lot of preparation. And still a best of 3, remember?
A couple of weeks of preparation.
Yeah, they've had a bit of time.
4 on B.
Just looking at the setup right now, you've got Cruz with the spike, looking like he wants to stun A ramp, as Team Liquid set themselves up for B main control. So a big fight happening around B main, but the spike, I mean, this isn't going to be an all-in push for Xerxia. They're battling for map control early on.
That's the important factor for them. Could see an explosive attempt. Those Astra Stars are scary to look at as well. As soon as the barriers go down, you just see them revealed. You're left wondering, oh god, how do we play into this one? You have to respect it as well. While this is going on though, Fox gets a bit of information. That's the cam going to be cleared. And that was being used, honestly, to spot out a lot of these hits ahead of time when Xerxia were leaning towards that A side.
All of that B main control from Liquid was to set Yampy up on the angle with his operator, and that got broken in an instant by this smoke from Scary. Yampy doesn't feel confident being able to hold such a close angle with the op, so he moves back around to the default position. Once again, though, Brent, this wall in mid is not being broken, and it's just giving Liquid too much safety, too much security. Xerxia are going to explode here onto B. Can Yampy take one with him?
Yeah, 100.
Yampy to try and deal with this one, because you can see it on a minimap. It's all lining up right now for Xerxia. Initiation in a quick dash into the smoke, but luckily Yampy, well, he's holding the one side of it. Surf removed. The impetus of a lot of these pushes is gone from it now, and with the aftershock off to the side, will the swing be good enough? Still, they try and make it happen, but Team Liquid again with the crossfire. Soulcast from on high.
Nice. Easy.
And he shuts it down before it even gets started.
They ruined them in the choke. Amazing play from Yampy, though, too. He had 3 separate angles in that round with his operator.
They
Started really pushed up
again.
in B main, falls back to default, then he falls back to CT. Look at him here, pathing around. He just knows what Surf is going to do. Remember, Yampy plays Jet himself. Yeah. And Yampy, hey, I've seen him a lot of times dashing in like that and dying to operators too. He knows what goes wrong for Jet players, and he can do it back to them.
Yeah, look at that save from them.
Well. It did occasionally.
They have a problem. They need to save.
But,
and
yeah, Liquid have got command and control of this map right now. And this wall has been such a problem and something that Xerxia have not been dealing with. They're only doing it now on the eco round though, Brent, when it takes them 1,000 bullets from their pistols to even contend with.
And Scream is just willing to take the fight. I mean, this guy, the rifle in hand, the coverage is there as well from Soulcast. He's able to just spam so the Scream can escape. A bit of a getaway there, but a risky play nevertheless. I mean, you end up going down there to maybe a sheriff shot or something. You're handing them a weapon. Still, it showcases these guys are playing with immense amounts of confidence now.
I mean, even from the Xerxia side, they're walking through a slow orb immediately after breaking the wall. I'm talking about breaking the wall to deny information to Liquid, not to run down Scream on the other side of it.
Yeah.
But there's a little bit of patience here from Xerxia as they wait for the re-clear, but Soulcast is too sharp with it. Better weapon as well, and Scream mops up the last. That's Liquid, they're on map point.
Yeah. Really setting the groundwork, I think, as well in that first half. With such a dominant attack side for Liquid, you can see it really paying off now in the second half. It's a Prime Gaming flawless for you as well.
Last player standing. Spike
really
down.
clean play from Team Liquid here.
Yeah, it's been good. Their team play has taken a serious step up, I think. And that was one of the things I really wanted to see from Liquid, actually, is to take their comps back to more basic stuff and focus on the fundamentals, because I think that's when Liquid have looked at their best.
Sure.
Here we go, Xerxia, looking like they're going for a much more of an all-in hit here on B. They're worried about the operator early on, decide to just walk into it, take the gamble, pays off. Here's a Rolling Thunder.
Seekers as well. Lynx has the star set up for it. It seems like it's a bit of a read for them. The slow orb is there. Surf dashes forwards into his own smokes, just trying to gain control of this site, but there's a showstopper in hand of Soulcast with the nade as well. It combos up with the slow, and Sushi Boys is no more, and this is the pivotal round. One more, and Liquid are going to be ahead in this series. Seeker's going to be used now about the minute mark, but the spike is nowhere near getting planted. They've only just started to attempt it. Soulcast still holding on, the showstopper, waiting for the rest of his team to get into position. The coverage is there. Link just tucked into the corner, rocket across the map. Soulcast takes him out. And with that, Liquid going to be taking away map number 1 in this series.
And keeping that momentum absolutely flowing. Look at them, they're not ecstatic. They know there's more of the job left to be done. But it's a quiet confidence they seem to be exuding ever since they've taken the stage at Masters. I don't know where they've necessarily got it from, because their online results didn't breed it, but it's there. You can see it in the way that they play, in the way that they move and interact with each other. And Xerxia, yeah, it's not your map pick. They can reset, try and look for the next 2.
Alright, mean mugging the camera a little bit. Oh, okay. I mean, that's cheeky. That's cheeky. That's cheeky. And yeah, it is. It's that quiet confidence, Josh, you're talking about from Liquid. Something that they need. I think it's at least how I felt watching their online performances. Sometimes they do just end up crumbling, losing many rounds in a row. Sometimes they don't even get rounds on the board. Sometimes is what it ends up happening. And let's just take a little look as well at some of the highlights from that map that we just witnessed. Definitely some
Liquid's also like one of the most, or one of the bigger ones.
Map to try and at least wrangle back control at various moments, but Liquid showcasing that they have come into this one with a very good idea. Back to the basics of the composition they were playing at the initial start of the 2022 season.
Wait, were you there?
Yeah, they were looking clean here. There were certainly their moments from Xerxia. They kept the first half really close.
What did I do?
But overall, weren't able to keep pace. We'll see whether that's possible on maps 2 and 3. We're going to get into more comfortable territory there for Xerxia, where the APAC team can really show us what they're made of.
You don't get it.
Absolutely.
What do I look at?
You can hear how high
you don't get
it. Coming up after the break, ladies and gentlemen, obviously, the analyst desk going to be breaking down a lot of what we've just witnessed. And you can see how much it means to all of these guys. Yeah, what a way to start it all off, as I just said. We're going to be going to a short break. The analyst desk breaking it all down, and then map 2 following up right after that.
The lag is real. Holy fuck. Hello, like can I?
Verizon is going ultra. You can in seconds.
Yep.
Okay, now let's work off-site. Public Wi-Fi? No thanks. 5G ultra wideband is faster and safer, and so powerful that it's not just for phones. Hello, 5G home and business
Thanks
internet.
for the 9K.
It's time to go ultra
Vivo.
with Verizon, America's most reliable 5G
Wow.
network. So you can do
I even forgot about that.
Don't pause.
Wow. I bet 4321. Nice number.
How many points do I have? 24. What?
What the fuck, Chris?
Phantom moment, what the fuck? Can mix well.
Done.
I love the music. What is with those lags in between?
I don't know.
Well, EMEA fans, you might have been disappointed in the first map, the first match even, but don't worry, Team Liquid, they've got you. The Hopi and the Copian is back for EMEA, and if Liquid keep playing like that, Jess and Kukuka, they might not just make it out of this qualification match, but maybe a little bit further than that.
Yeah, exactly. Jumpy and the operator name a more iconic duo. I just do not know what happens with this guy. But, you know, on the side of Sushi, and I was talking, you know, about not bringing the KO in. I feel like when you're against a team that loves duels as much as Liquid, and not only that, that has two very strong players on the operator, you need something to disrupt that kind of even possibility. And, you know, when it came to their attack, they got that one round, the first one, the pistol round, and then after Liquid, which is, I think, the team that built momentum the fastest, gets the second round. It was set in stone. Like, there was nothing that they could do. Am I convinced by the Astra? I don't know. I just think that Link is such an amazing player that I just want to see him be free, you know,
I mean, a great controller, one of the best in the EMEA. So no matter what he plays, I think we can kind of be confident he's going to do something good. And I think you turned around, you know,
Frag
with a nice
wins
phrase
are both
momentum.
6-6.
I believe Scream himself said, yeah,
Objective
we run
wins
off a
are
lot of
7-0.
momentum, and I think that's going to be a key word for them. Momentum is
0
already firmly in
for
their pocket now. They've won that one. But I wanted to point out about your point about the op. And the reason I want to point out this play, nothing looks special, does it? Because, let's be honest, he even misses this first shot onto Surf. He does a bit of a shoulder pick. But thank you, Kakuki. Exactly. You know where I'm going with this. He responds with a flash, and then he places super far back. He reads the situation so perfectly.
And it's not only that, it's also the utility and the support from his teammates, the stars. That is what I was talking about. Slowing those executes is exactly what you want with this composition. Surf is dashing in, but he's going to be on his own.
Yes, and he knew that. He read it. He backed up. And I think this is why Yumpy has so much, I guess, success with operators. Even when they run double ops, it's a huge risk to do that. Let us not get this, you know, mistaken by any means. It's a risk to do that. And by his positioning, map awareness, and understanding of the play, he knows where to be at the right time at the right place. So if you're just thinking that Yumpy is an op god, yeah, sure, no problems.
Hello?
Hello?
There's so much smarts that goes into that play. We've really got to give him props for that.
I'm just going to reload real quick. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Yeah.
That's on the raise. I feel like I'm watching like 2020 Liquid. They're all just playing agents they love. And speaking of something that they love, and what we love, of course, it's Scream. He absolutely popped off again today. We were going to show you a different aim lab shoot around, but I thought it would be a little bit pointless because who else would you want to see shooting heads and shooting balls than Scream?
On Valorant too?
Okay, exactly.
Nothing.
Talking about balls, we can also talk about orbs. He is the one, you know, that gives a different
Really
minute
nice,
on
right?
how
That
to
is
play that
possible
battle
for you
stage.
too.
Even on that play that we were looking at with Jumpy, it was crazy. It was like, yeah, I'll steal the orb. No, actually, I'm just gonna go and support you from the kills just in case anybody's gonna push the smoke. But yeah, it's crazy to see. You know, it's a skill from Scream. We know exactly. We've seen it before. We see it on the server every single time that Liquid is playing.
Round 14 rings in my mind for a man that's a one-tap god. I mean, it was a 2v1 situation. Let's say Scream goes down in heaven. He's got a sheriff in his hand, and it comes a 1v1. Very possible for Xerxia to get that second round. But the man says, I'm up in heaven. I'm a deity. I'm a god. Bang from across the site. Good night.
And that's why you need those warm-ups.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
They do talk about his one-taps. I'm sorry. I need to squeeze it in just at least once every time we talk about Scream. But map 1, that was all Team Liquid. They had a super dominant second half, but Icebox is where I feel like maybe the narrative changes a little bit, considering the form that we saw Liquid on this map at EMEA as well.
Yeah, because we've seen many faces of Liquid in EMEA. We saw them actually the first time that they played it this year, playing without a Jet and with the Reyna. With the last time that we saw them, they were playing the double controller, something that we've actually seen in an A, but it actually didn't work for them. They haven't won a single one this year, but we still have to see, you know, what they have prepared. If they're going to make those changes, we want to see, you know, is Nivera going to be back on that chamber, maybe jumping, going in there. There's so many possibilities on the side of Liquid, and for Xerxia, we saw it yesterday. It was clinical against Optic. They were learning so much from every single round, just pushing and eating the map all the time.
And I mean, I was the biggest critic of Xerxia when they picked Icebox because I had no idea why. I was sitting on the desk and I was like, this makes no sense. It's not one of their top 2, not even top 3 maps. They bring it up against Optic, and my god, Scary went nuclear. They had set plays left, right, and center. You couldn't go to one side because Surf was there. You couldn't go to the other because Scary was there. It's a nightmare, ladies and gentlemen, and it's almost going to replay today unless Team Liquid can take space effectively and confidently like they did on Split.
Yeah, completely scary and Surf, two players that we need to stand up for Xerxia. And another thing that I do not want to see is Cruz actually being, you know, extra aggressive, maybe going too much for that first pick. We know how important Sage is on this map. We know that the utility has a lot of power, especially on those plants. I think he ended up with 4 first kills, but 5 first deaths. So it's something, you know, especially coming into this game that we need to see that set all
well,
the time.
We know how important Sage is on this map, but Jess, are you comfortable with Liquid not running it?
Yes, yes, and the reason I say this is actually flexibility is one of the things I've heard the boys up in the casting booth talk about. The flexibility of the players, they can play whatever. I mean, if your bread and butter is to just live and breathe flexing onto whatever agent you want, this is the team to possibly do it.
Yeah, but what I want to, you know, and I love Scream playing on the Jet. I want to, you know, maybe see Scream going on the Sage in that battle stage. Yeah. And then Jumpy moving onto that Jet and just remove the Omen completely. I think it suits
He's
us
been
better.
open well. It's Icebox.
Exactly. We need that strength. Because you get two faces of Jumpy. Either he shows up on the first map and he's just disgusting the rest of the match. He's going to be destroying everyone. Or he's like, you know,
why are you mocking
me?
me?
This is not my game, and he shows up on the second one. I think
because you're mocking me.
Let's not forget how predictable his Omen became. Like the way that he absolutely got red every single time they used this agent. I feel like you're right. I think you might be onto something that if they're going to change something, it's here because Xerxia, they're going to do their preparations the way the G2 did and the other opponents back in EMEA as well. We are into the Prime Gaming Agent Select, as you guys can see. The last comp they ran on your screen, Xerxia, we saw them already yesterday. Unlikely they would make any changes in a comp. Ooh, okay. The Sage is
Wait. I need a Sova. That's all I'm saying.
The Sage is back and there's no Sova. There is Sova. The Sage is back. The Killjoy is back.
You didn't want him on the Omen. No. Okay, I didn't want him on Omen, but it's so surprising for me because I was just mentioning how Team Liquid has such strong operators. Yampi decides to go on the Sova and they decide to literally not even have a chamber on their compositions.
Is it
Are you dead?
Yampi, he's feeling himself and therefore why not put him in a maybe more forward standing position? Like, you know what I mean? He's sitting there, he's like, yeah, I'm hitting my shots. So maybe this is one of those plays where I can still rock the operator should I want to. And then I can let, you know, maybe Solkat, who, let's say, unfortunately hasn't had the best of series, lost every opening engagement. Maybe he just needs to take a little bit of a backseat, let Yampi rip run.
We need Nivera showing up as well.
Here's a fun fact. The last time Team Liquid ran this comp, it was the time that they beat Fnatic in the Grand Finals just before Iceland 2021. So let's see what they can do here, Sideshow and Bren.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, excited to bring you map 2 here in this series. And again, so much importance on the line for them because Liquid are 1 map away from making their way into the playoffs. And the reason why that's so important, obviously, you know, the elephant in the room, Josh, have to address it. Liquid weren't even supposed to really be here in this tournament.
No, they weren't.
This is their opportunity to prove that they belong with the top dogs in the playoff side of the bracket. And they are just 1 map away.
And I think that's going to be incredibly important to those players to have that lifeline, but also to capitalize on it. And I think this match is about capitalizing on opportunities.
Sure.
You know, Xerxia are 1 away from being able to replicate their champions performance as well, getting to the quarterfinals. They said that was their goal, to be able to be better than they were last year, to achieve more. A quarterfinals appearance here feels like a minimum then, but you can't allow yourself to lose a match like this, an opportunity like this. But you've got them on their comfort territory in a mirror match in terms of the compositions.
And Liquid again changing up this composition. This time Surf pushing all the way deep. The triple push. The headshots are being found. Nivera can't do much more but try and backpedal to safety, but he's taken care of. And oh, Yampi. Oh, Yampi.
Yeah, try winning this one.
I mean, he's going to certainly give it a good go.
Take the ultimate.
One. Yeah, you know, you get something out of it.
But what an aggressive play from Xerxia as well. That's the confidence. That's the level.
And this is the kind of stuff they were doing all the time against Optic to try and scout out, get a bit of early information as well. Maybe find out where Ye might be lurking to take care of him when they were playing against Optic. This time around, obviously, these aggressive plays, you need to be ready for it because Xerxia are not scared to support Surf in that capacity.
And this is what I wanted to see from them on Split as well. It's so much more difficult on that map. Look at this, they just blitz down mid. Such speed and pace. Take the spike down, bring the fight to Liquid. The Scream takes a Marshall into this round, 2 Sheriffs as well from Yampi and Nivera. But otherwise, you're expecting Xerxia to have the advantage. Didn't work for them in the second half of Split, though. They did fumble that one. Got to be a bit more cautious here. But they're once more going for a mid-push.
That's so deep. And look at how they're all grouped together as well.
It's a quiet one, Bren, a sneaky one.
Yeah, they don't want to take any risks as well. They don't want to hand over this weaponry. They're trying to play with that player advantage for them. They hear the tower around the corner, though. That's going to be cleared here. Fox just leaping around. Solkas needs to try and survive. Okay. Dashes away to the help of the rest of his team, but Scream's holding it down. Not enough armor to survive the body shot. Surf immediately returning fire. Where's the help from the rest of his team? Because the entirety of Team Liquid is coming to play here, just trying to clean them all up. These marshals, they can be dangerous. You've got to respect them at the end of the day, but with Solkas left in a 1v3,
Hearthstone.
it's going to require a little bit more.
And it's fairly clean, honestly. I mean, sure, they lose 2 players, but it's not that expensive. And Xerxia have already started conditioning Liquid. They are going to start, and they being Liquid, Liquid are going to start being worried about mid-pushes, even when Xerxia aren't doing them, because they've thrown one that was aggressive and loud and noisy and quick. And then in the second round, they've thrown one that was quiet, just off the back of a recon dart. So now it feels like Liquid either have to dedicate Nivera's turret to be watching that push constantly and worried about it all the time, or they need to go and start taking control for themselves or leaving at least a player there to watch for it.
Fighting over it. There was a little ping on the map there from one of the players on Team Liquid, but look at the disrespect from Xerxia. Dark's going to be sent across the wall, which does push them away as well, so they have to respect it, but Xerxia's so pushed up.
But he's got a teammate looking for him as well. That was Yampy that took a little bit of contact up there by Belt. Forced away the drone as well, allows Xerxia to continue holding their aggressive positions on A.
And all that early aggression that Xerxia was showcasing in these last 2 rounds, this is where it's paying off right now, because the amount of respect that Liquid are showing them, they have to. Worried about these pushes coming through, just trying to wait for them to try and play into their hands. But Surf will see if he can hit this shot when Scream maybe just wide swings out of it and spam comes through. That's going to be the dash committed with the drone as well accompanying it. He has to respect it. Disengages now with the rest of his team, but look at Cruz in this position.
Man, I feel like I'm
and
like
the slow
falling
off,
asleep.
The wall, the recon dart, all of these things are breaking up the Team Liquid push and making it difficult for them to actually take the space. There's a slow up from Solkas as well that does the same kind of thing. And Liquid with 30 seconds left, they've got to commit to A now.
Yeah, at this point, it's so obvious what site they're leaning towards.
Great first pick.
They do take our Surf. He's been doing the damage for them. Scream up top. What a transfer. Bullet lands on the head. Does find the mark he was looking for, but now a quick engagement.
What?
That is filthy. Cruz is running amok.
That was so lucky, man.
Now it's the 2v1. Link has managed to wrap his way around. He's lurked around the wall.
The wall!
It's impeding him. He has to find his way around the corner. It's already half. He's jumping around. They know his positioning. A bit of run and gun in play, but not enough.
That was so
Plays
lucky.
being made. Xerxia, the one that taken away the bonus.
It all looked so good for them. They managed to get the opening pick on the Surf. Scream barrels his way towards top 410, taking names, taking heads. But it wasn't enough. The play was outrageous, frankly. To jump on top of the Sage Wall and just start spraying people down with a Spectre. But that's what's amazing watching Xerxia. They are not afraid to make these kind of plays. This is Cruz, who, by the way, had, I mean, the best performance out of anybody in Map 1, but it's not normally their big player. You're looking for the big plays to come out of Surf, to come out of Scary, to maybe be coming out of Sushi Boys as well. But this team is well-rounded, and none of them lack confidence.
There's those little pockets of individuality that you see. There's explosions of play from a lot of these minor region teams on the global events as well. In the past, some teams have lacked that confidence, but if you're able to pull it out at the right times, it's enough. You can throw off the balance of some of the juggernauts that you might be playing against, although they're trying to change the tone, I think, of that narrative as well. The minor region teams
are
here to play.
APAC's got the player base. APAC's got the results. If Xerxia's able to put another win on the board, you got to start respecting, and that's before we've even seen Parex. All right, Sushi Boys deals with that one, and Nivera walks into Scary as well. So this round's had a lot of the sting taken out of it, where it could have got a little risky. And this advanced position for Surf has not yet been scouted.
That was nice.
I want to draw the attention, too, to how well they play off each other, right? Cruz dies there, but he's holding Belt for Surf and baiting them in as well. I don't think they're going to expect Surf to be this pushed up. It's an area that they haven't cleared. 40 seconds left.
Nice.
All right,
And
Liquid.
now the pressure's on Surf. They're spamming it. They have to be aware of it. Still, he finds the pick off.
30 seconds left.
Quick little dash across. He's right on top of the head of Scream. They don't know what's going on. Bring around the roses into the open smoke.
Oh my god.
Luckily, Sushi Boys is here to clean up the mess.
And what a mess it was. But that's fun. That's fun. Round 5, though.
Okay,
This is
need to
where it
get some
starts to
rounds
crunch
now.
time for Liquid, I think, because the pressure is seriously on. You lost the pistol. You lost the bonus round. Need to make sure that that doesn't happen again. What a lovely little flick.
It was beautiful as well. Just holding it so that Scary can push up deep like that.
Sushi Boys is at home on Icebox.
Yeah. He's had consistently, I mean, historically as well on land, this guy has popped off on Icebox.
Was this not the map where he used to play Jet for them?
Yeah, I believe so, and they swapped around the roles.
Yeah. And it just feels like he's comfortable on it. Whenever he plays, he's just got the angles, gets the impact. He's got the ultimate now as well.
And all that early aggression again. Liquid conditioned to just kind of wait it out a bit. Here's a bit of pace though. They've injected straight into it. Scream with the knives in hand is going to get the Blade Storm renewed.
But do they expect Cruz? Again, another situation where they're playing somebody long, somebody short. And the players at the back, they're willing to take the fights early. Surf with a pick onto Scream, and once more, Cruz
They're
just
not going to
here,
expect this.
silent. How do you expect this?
There's no way in hell they expect this. But still, the timing might be there. The wall. Yampi might be making a tremendous play, and he spotted him. There's the pick. The res is coming through. They don't expect it. He's right around the side.
Oh my god.
What a spray control.
What a
Beautiful
play.
pick. And yeah, instantly the
What
res
was
comes
that?
through. Yampi has completely opened this up for his team.
What a round from Yampi.
4 kills.
That is what Liquid needed to get them onto the board there. What a gorgeous decision.
Huh?
He doesn't know about Cruz's position, but he just so happens to path around the other side because he's trying to dodge the sightline that Surf is playing from. And if Surf was the player that's actually supposed to be locking that down, he would have a teammate watching his back. But because their setup is actually Surf baiting you into Cruz, there is a little opening there, and Yampi finds it. Just delicately threads
he played
the
that
needle
so
through that
well.
defense.
So there's Icebox reworks as well. And obviously widening a lot of those angles where normally you'd be able to spot that lurk before it comes through, but a different round ahead of us now. Again, knives in hand here for Surf. And this is a deep push down mid. This
They need
time
to
you
get the
see
next
Liquid
couple of
have been
rounds.
ready to absorb a lot of this aggression.
This round
that's
is a
been
good
coming
start
their
if
way.
they
were
get it.
conditioned for it early on.
Here comes the drone. They're always using good utility to set them up.
Oh my
That's a
god.
kill.
No way! Okay, quick little updraft, has to dash to the side though, and he doesn't want to overstep himself. It's a discipline that they were talking about in a press conference where Surf is just a part of these set plays.
It definitely feels like they've let him off the leash a little bit, though, in some of these rounds. He's had the freedom to be able to make the big plays when he wants, but they always set him up with the utility. Searcher's fundamentally a very good team. They have a loose play style, but they're always using their util to set each other up. Here comes the recon dart once more to stop the push from Liquid. Fox smart with his darts there, always well timed. It might be nice, actually, to see Liquid add another contact round in. What I mean by that is the way that Yampi didn't make any noise and just snuck his way into position behind Surf.
4 out of 5 people on A.
If you have the guts to go for
They
a
go
play like
fast,
that,
they have a
especially when
good
Surf doesn't have
timing
the
here.
operator, they might be able to find some big value out of it. But for the moment, it's some elephantine stomping into B green.
And this is all going to be heard
Nah,
by
that's
Sushi
too
Boys
slow.
just holding around the corner, which means they are fully aware. Lockdown in hand. Yampi does have the ultimate to try and disrupt this one, but he was busy just holding the top of that yellow control, swinging around the corner. It's a lockdown for a lockdown, and they're right back around the corner!
They didn't get the plant! That's unbelievable! Sushi Boys!
Oh no.
Sushi Boys had a second Nano Swarm, and that round descended into chaos. But Sushi Boys is able to pop the second Nano Swarm that they didn't see. Yampi was trying to destroy it, but it was just too little too late. Too rushed from them. And that is disaster in the Liquid camp. That's a timeout. Sliggy hits the big red button. And watch this replay. Yampi doing such good work. And look how Link has to dodge the first Nano Swarm. And then as the second comes through, just assassinates him.
Unreal setups as well. And again, just not really doing the legwork ahead of time to clear that. I
One shock dart,
so
and that would all
confused.
be gone.
Absolutely.
But Yampi is so required to be able to get those opening kills in that
Oh, did they finally get a point?
You know, Yampi's been the guy actually up front getting the eliminations for them. You can't have him at the back shooting his shock darts, being supportive.
It's such a fun song as well to accompany this. I mean,
Liquid currently in existential crisis mode after that round.
We've been casting this as the most serious game in the world.
And there's La Bamba playing.
I love that you can see the little screens. You see that?
I find it comical. Sliggy's just, I mean, the man, you can tell he's
The
been putting in the work.
players.
Now he's a weathered veteran right now, sitting in the seat.
He does look worn heading into this tournament, Sliggy. I mean,
I'm not surprised. It's a lot of prep.
Yeah, it's been a rough year. They've had to retool a bunch of their compositions too. I mean, just to give you an idea, right, of how all over the place Liquid have been, they've been changing their composition after less than 2 maps average this year. So they don't even show you 2 full maps on a comp. They have played 16 agents so far this year. I mean, they go for it.
They love to experiment.
They certainly do, and they've been pulling out not necessarily new compositions, but different compositions. Yeah, you could say unexpected compositions.
What's happening?
Same could be said for Xerxia though too. They weren't running this on Icebox until the game was optic. And they went a bit more back to basics, and now we have a mirror match. And one at the moment that Xerxia is quite firmly in control of.
That's a deep dart again from Xerxia down mid, including the drone.
It's Turkish.
Team Liquid might be setting up for a bit of a faster engagement. And Scary. Hit online. The spam coming through up there.
They knew where that was, but he dodges it all.
I think they might have been spamming as well just for... He's done this prior where he did it a little bit further back, but this time just about ducked, so he saved his head.
Team Liquid are pushing themselves forward, as is Cruz actually, over by B. But this looks like Liquid are just going to be full committing to the A side. Yampi has his Hunter's Fury at any point here, and it's actually Soulcast that gets caught out first. Scream's taken a ton of damage too. The spike dropped. Doesn't look great for Liquid.
And again, the injection of chaos into this round right now. No one really knows what's going on. Scream just holding up top. That dart giving him again a bit of information, but the time on the clock slowly bleeding down. There's 40 seconds left in this round.
Oh, they think they can go back. They think they can go back. Navera picked one up on the flank.
Cruz position.
But they have no idea where Cruz is.
Look at this.
And Cruz is going to hit him back over to him. There's 30 seconds left, Brent.
They have to clear him out here, but are they even going to this one slide off angle? It's beautiful. And now if he stays alive, he gets 2. Spike drop down. A disaster right now for Liquid. Scream's got the operator in hand, but he's so weak.
The Op's got to be the worst weapon he could have here to try and punish Cruz too.
The tiptoe right around the corner, but he gets spotted across. Fox has the crossfire to support, and now no time whatsoever to make any sort of plays to win this one round.
I don't think that's what Sliggy had in mind when he called the timeout and the strat for this one. Round 7 firmly in control once again of Xerxia. And it's the same kind of things cropping up once again and again and again here, Bren. It's that duo play between Surf and somebody else on the team, where Surf is holding the long sightline with the operator, and then Cruz pushes up. And sure, Surf oversteps himself a little bit, goes into spawn, but Cruz just holds there. He knows that Liquid have got pressure applied to them. He knows there's a Viper's Pit from Scary that they're going to have to contend to. And look at that. I mean, that is such obvious frustration on the face of Soulcast.
Yeah.
What's he still holding there for?
Exactly. I mean, that is literally what he's saying, I think. It's around it again. A bit of confusion for them, for Liquid. Unable to really read this one, but again, now we're seeing pace. No slow play at the beginning of this one. The drone's going to be used to clear deep into B main to make sure that none of the players from Xerxia can set up in those deep angles.
You want to see a shock dart on the plant position here to try and remove this. There it is. And now
Scary
Link, he has the Viper's Pit. They're going to want to escort that in safely so that they can get it off.
Question is, what's online right now to try and push them away? Fox is just spamming, I'm pretty sure, through the wall, all the way back from Snowman, and he's found that one, but now the Hunter's Fury. Push them away.
Oi.
That's right through. Yampi, what a connection, and now the counterplay from Fox, but it's just a little bit too late. He's just dragging on the heels of all the players from Team Liquid. They get away essentially scot-free.
And the turret's watching the flank, not just the turret, but Yampi. These two players as they push in.
More than ready.
Yeah, absolutely. Guardian.
Oh, Yampi, man.
Guardian, jumping.
Particularly necessary. They throw it in there, it's always good to invest. I think it's a smart ultimate to use. But it didn't have the impact. What really did
that was...
Yampi being able to grab that pick with the Hunter's Fury. How well they got into the site in the first place.
Needed from realizing as well, the autos mid pushes from earlier, not really doing them any justice when they've been loitering around.
I don't even know I'm streaming today. I feel like I'm legit not talking at all on stream.
his
like
Fox
I'm
appeal.
sleeping right now. I'm sleeping on stream.
It is a real
Can I?
But Yampy just got so much value out of that Hunter's Fury, which wasn't responded on the other side. Yampy was getting those kills with a Guardian.
Huh?
And Xerxia are up 6-2.
What the fuck is that?
And yet, Xerxia's economy is not in a good spot whatsoever. So
I don't really know how we got here.
You know, you got to
just accidentally showed a different map.
keep them honest at least.
Sure.
Keep the economy
Accidentally
down,
showed a new map.
not allow it to snowball out of control. The Marshal will not win that one.
Yeah, not in a battle of the body shots.
Battle of the body shots.
Should have aimed for the head.
Oh shit!
Why don't the pros just always aim for the head?
They should, right? I mean, it's a flawless strategy.
Incredible analysis.
Ah, baby. Sound is
around the
broken.
corner, that's a quick miss. Snake by under as well. Soka's just holding, making sure that no player can swing at the top of those rafters.
Got to be honest, I was worried about that. That was Link's snakebite, actually. The
It's not
nearly
loading.
vulnerable soul gas. Could have been a little wonky.
Hello?
This is going to be a difficult round for Xerxia to put any pressure on.
Just a half buy. They don't really have the weaponry, but does it matter? Fox is going to follow our advice and just click on that. Yampy, he pushes through the wall, he finds a crucial timing, but now time is running out for them, and it's up to Yampy to try and secure this one. Navira is holding that long sight line all the way around 410. He's able to collect the one kill. Does he know he's there? Scary rifle picked up. Not enough time to try and get the defusal, but they definitely made it expensive.
And especially considering Liquid have not been able to get those rounds on the board, that's pretty bad. I mean, straight back into your initial loss bonus. And even though they have money to be able to buy up this time, it puts their economy in a precarious situation where the next round is a massive economical swing. These Xerxia players are so talented. They are genuinely skilled players. You can talk about their comps or their setups or whatever, all you like. But these players are not weak aimers by any degree.
No.
We saw that yesterday. They were confident, swinging, hitting shots.
6-3.
Yeah, forged in the fires of APAC, you know.
Not 6-0.
Feels like that region, I mean that collection as well of countries.
Was it
just
6-0?
produces incredible mechanical talent.
It certainly has in the past.
Did you look at the header?
And, you know, surf the next crop. 18 years old, this guy. Had a rough performance in map 1, but he's still here, still fighting with the rest of his team, getting incorporated into these set plays. And Liquid...
Didn't he just use it like, oh no?
They take B green control.
2 rounds ago?
Yeah, through A. This is going to give them so much information.
Aww.
Hunter's Fury feels like, wow, okay, Yampy's got enough.
Oh my god.
I'm pretty sure that's the exact same setup as well. He has a dart that lands onto
nowhere to
the
run.
section there of B.
It was a really nice play. I mean, he gets another one. I'm surprised he got that level of value, but that's a phenomenal opening pick for Liquid to get.
And I haven't revealed too much.
Hello?
Obviously, Xerxia.
Right here.
Scream just looking at Neville like, that's my op.
Notice it's coming through.
My question, Bren, is whether Sushi Boys invests his lockdown. He does not have nanoswarms on the spike plan. So they're not going for a big deny the plant kind of setup right now.
30 seconds left.
I mean, I guess they could with, like, spike bites and shock darts, but it feels more likely to me that they're just going to put time pressure with this lockdown. Yeah. There's 20 seconds left, nanoswarm out. What happens if Sushi Boys just invest this ult right now?
And the lockdown's down. Players from Liquid, they need to start to try and break this one. They do get a plan, but the spam comes through.
No.
Soulcast dealt with.
Soulcast, I don't
Players
know who
are
you
going to be
are,
able to survive and just avoid being detained as well as they just hug the exit areas of it. Scared as well of this now. The postman's being played from
69, he won.
11
Yeah,
seconds
69,
away from
he
that
won.
recon
69
dart. I don't
HP,
think
it's
he
just
cares. They're
like
still taking the fight.
instant win.
Swinging out, takes
Look at
off
this.
Fox's head.
Yep,
And it
69.
takes off
It's
Fox.
actually
3
insane.
kills for him in this
69,
round.
it's like,
What?
you said-
You've got to be kidding me. Tonight the ace. So
I'm
if I'll at
telling
least
you,
do that much,
I'm
but he
telling you,
realizes
and I
I
was
gotta
like-
get out of here. I can't do that much.
And the Surf was going for a flank down mid, wasn't really connected with the rest of his team, comes back in, operator in hand, and Yampy's already won it for him. There's a bit of objective to finish things off.
That didn't look like a
It's
connected.
all about Yampy.
Yeah,
He was amazing for them yesterday, had the most impact by far for the team, even if he didn't, you know, top frag both of the maps. And then here again, he's finding opening picks for them. He's being able to use his Vandal to grab them crucial kills. Yeah. These kills are so important because they halt Xerxia from going for that big retake. When they're
One enemy remaining.
Nice one, Dom. You're on camera, mate.
Listen, don't worry. Don't worry. Don't have to be PG-13.
I love it, man. These players are fired up.
Yeah, flex the personality a little bit, you know.
Yampy
18 and 8.
18 kills.
VOD for him. And by the way, Team Liquid timeout being taken off the back.
Time for sleep again.
They have been slowly clawing it back in this half.
Yeah, they really have. It's been an uphill battle, but it feels similar to map 1,
I need to sleep as
except
well.
the roles being reversed somewhat.
Sure.
I mean, you know, you had Liquid getting out to a really hot start and split, and then Xerxia really battled back and got into that first half. And now this time around, again, situation somewhat similar. You could see a 6-6 half once more here. Quite feasibly.
How long?
Very reasonable possibility.
Are you really sleeping?
And I feel like one of the big things is that Liquid have been able to find those opening picks.
What the fuck?
One of the things that was really snarling them up
Nah,
is that
nah,
they
nah,
struggled
lay
to figure out
down.
where
I'll
Surf was
tell
playing,
you.
where these pushed-up players really were. And once they got to the site, they weren't able to commit to it fully. Had to go for those wild rotates that ended up punishing them.
Yeah.
And Liquid, they really do struggle when they don't find the first pick. They have the worst 4v5 win rate across the tournament. And that's the stats from this year heading into this tournament.
Implying that one of the players is first death.
Yes,
after that.
When one of Liquid's players dies first,
I'm done.
they only win, I mean, less than a quarter of the time.
Yeah.
So it really is imperative for Liquid
By the
to
way,
start these rounds. Now,
Jumpy
I
just
do think,
ulted,
though,
right?
that
Yeah,
playing in
he's
generally
halfway
much
to ult
better
again.
at this Masters tournament than
I'm
they
done.
played online in EMEA. Something just seems to have clicked.
They
right
hit that.
Dart at the back. Now Xerxia has
They
been
had
taking
that
a
out,
lot
but
of aggressive
I
A
resumed
control,
it
and this time Liquid are
5
playing right
minutes
into
ago.
it.
Maybe
Maybe
even
even
more.
Need a 1-for-1.
He did out.
This was playing up close, but they do have the res available.
So does Cruz, but there's no way he's going to be able to get to that.
Yeah, I don't think so. Not pushing that. And now Surf is left wondering, well, his players, you know, his teammates, a bit of a support line for him, I think, in covering a lot of those angles, the line of sight angles where
take flight.
Yeah.
The other boys might not have been able to watch.
He's pretty claustrophobic at the moment, just hiding from the drone.
Someone needs to break this.
Cruz tried.
You've got to break this drone, and now Surf is in trouble. It spotted him out, goes for the scope, and now you're seeing the slow orbs come through. Liquid are so aggressive, yet Cruz takes matters into his own hands.
Another mad play.
Pushes across, and yet that's the play being made from him, still making it happen, and that is Scary supporting him right from the side. Up top, though, Link tries to make some magic happen. It is the 2v3. They're just watching with the op. The long sightline. Scary is in trouble if he peeks that one, and now it's the 2v2. Link moves forwards, a quick little flick of the wrist. Finds the header. Surf. Sushi Boys left alone. Only the Spectre to work with. Here's the spike being planted. No way does he catch that timing, but the swing was there. Vera luckily stops him in his tracks before he can get away with any more mischief, and that is another round on the board.
Another one. That round could have gone many different ways. I think Xerxia played it really nicely. I mean, Liquid managed to get themselves into a good position to start out 4v4, the drone not getting punished. But Cruz, you know, Cruz and Scary were actually set up in a gorgeous crossfire that punished the way that Soulcast set up the wall. Scary was firing above it, Cruz at the side.
And the Intruders are Team
Liquid able to claw things back into their control. All of these rounds have just been on a knife's edge.
So close, haven't I?
Get out of my way.
Throwback, I think, to the beginning of the half. It looks like they wanted to get a bit aggressive. Now the drone's being pushed up, but it's so fast.
Brent, these mid pushes have not been working because Liquid are playing so much faster than they were before.
This Fury has to be used to commit. They got that lockdown, one little tag.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Jumpy has almost ult. He's gonna ult you back.
Wall's not being taken down, and Scream, he's popped his own knives.
Where's Surf?
Running over them right now, updraft in hand, Surf.
Oh my god, all the way.
Just a slight whiff, and the weaponry is not ideal. Only a couple of Spectres to take these long-range fights.
Ambitious right clicks from distance with the classic, but only 3 Spectres here. 3v5 retake, so difficult for Xerxia.
Why is he looking at Spike like this? Oh, is there a Spike?
Flick there from him,
right
still
there?
Scream, he's working
Cool.
right up close into them. Surf
Hello?
now left alone.
Chat.
No health, 13. Hit points just left remaining to him, and with the Spectre, Vera's holding this angle down. Could potentially catch that timing that he's looking for, but it will not be the case. And Liquid, they make it even on the half when it was looking dire for them.
What an incredible recovery of that half from Liquid. Xerxia were running away with it, setting the tempo early on, conditioning Liquid utterly. And thanks to heroics from Scream here, Yampy in many of the other rounds, and Sliggy actually taking...
That's insane.
Using
oh my god.
to be able to reset the momentum and give his team an idea of the adjustments he needs to make. And this is back to 6-6. Very,
It was
very similar to map 1.
Absolutely.
I joined and said,
We're
they
going to take
finally
a
did
short
it.
yeah,
break.
true.
Analyst desk just really breaks down everything that we've witnessed thus far in this first half.
Thank you very much, guys. You know, when that map started, I thought, we're going to see map 3. This is going the distance. We're going to get our first non-2-0. But Team Liquid, they don't want me to have that. And Jess, what a response from them.
I mean, it was almost like a complete reverse mirror reflection of what we saw in map 1. Of course, it's ended 6-6, but it's been done in the reverse fashion of we saw Team Liquid catching up on what was happening, what Xerxia was putting on the board. Conversely, it was the same thing that Xerxia did on Split on the first half as well. So these teams are growing into each other, working out what the set play is, and how to reverse and concur that.
To me, it was, you know, the same start, but a different feeling. You know, Xerxia getting that pistol round, and Liquid actually not finding a response. And we're highlighting Fox here because it's not only that he's the IGL. I think he has a lot to do with how the players are moving
Did you see
around the map.
Boast though?
We see Surf just taking
While in
aggressive
breaks,
positions, but
he was
only
legit.
given the feeling that
He was
can be
not even
anywhere.
there
There's
anymore.
a lot of pressure to put onto him, but he was performing
How
well.
far down he laid.
He's connecting to space.
And as I said, Liquid, you know, just comes here and he's like, oh, this is Split. They're gonna give us the space. We can literally just start and mid-execute onto A, then freeze, and we go back to B, and everything is going to
Yo,
be
camera,
free.
move a little. I want to see what he's doing.
As well, we spoke about Yampi as to why he was, you know, going onto the Sova. Fox obviously being the IGL and someone that we have seen play so
I didn't see that run.
Again. He's very aggressive. And he's very aggressive with it. Do you think Yampi's maybe taken a leaf out of his book and gone, I like the way Fox plays it. We're getting onto Icebox. Gives me an opportunity to really be a front runner as one of, you know, the better Sova dips here.
Okay.
He gives it a little bit more from
Sorry.
the back. You know, it's more like Yampi style. It's like, oh yeah, I got this corner, I got this flank. Oh yeah, a player that I still needed to step up for this one, and I really hope that he does on the defensive Nivera, especially on those last rounds. He was doing better, but I feel like he's having a rough start today.
I mean, you guys have won.
It was my reaction to
We're
short.
talking about the guy that bought
say,
a Judge and a Vandal when he first played Jet
Sorry,
and
I'm not a
dashed
sheriff.
into you, like towards you with it. So maybe he can do that again here on Icebox. We'll see on the Sova, but let's see if Team Liquid have what it takes to close this one outside show. And Bren.
Thank you very much, Yinsu. Yes, we're heading deeper into the second map here. And Liquid with 4 back now. It's looking like a more realistic probability, I think,
Team
for
Liquid.
them. But they might be moving a bit deeper into the tournament, maybe making their mark in the playoffs.
What a
I think
defense,
this is such
the
an
fuck?
important pistol round for Xerxia.
Oh!
What a flick! That's from Soulcast.
And this is explosive. Wasn't expecting this kind of pace. Usually the rounds are quite slow from both of these teams, but
Xerxia's pistol
Yo,
was
I don't give a
fast
shit.
before
What
Icebox,
the
and they're
fuck
going
was
with
that
the same momentum
flick?
again. They need this. They need to be able to halt Liquid's momentum.
Oh, that was.
In
Oh.
that first half, they really got things back in their favor. It was 6-1.
What the fuck was the push?
Huh?
what is that? Just pre-fire in the common plant spot. Catches onto Sushi Boys. That Sheriff is doing work right now.
But with 2 ghosts, if Cruz and Scary are able to take long-range fights,
And you know who's still there?
they still have an
Jump.
opportunity to turn this round around.
Maybe.
Hit some shots though, some nasty ones at that.
It's so scary when you see it come through.
They're actually walling all the way up. This is the kind of ingenuity that you love to see. So she's just waiting for somebody to cross into their
Link.
side ankles. They
Link's
expect
gonna see
this.
him.
They drop down, planting
Oh
inside.
my god, no way.
Cubby, and now the double swing comes through.
That was
Vulnerability
so good
on
from
point
Link.
for them.
Uh-huh.
I want to see that
close
flick again.
one up
Show me
before
that
it got a
fucking
little
flick.
bit
Like,
messy.
that Viper
Great
was
play by
there.
Link. Swinging
Uh-huh.
around,
And
he is in a position where he's going to be able to spot them, but also the molly that he's able to throw out is just going to vulnerable the players, stop them from planting. Look at
Oh.
how good is that from Soulcast? And if we want to frame things on
I'm
the
dead,
other
that
side,
kill.
my friend, from Xerxia, they are now at risk of having this great opportunity that was presented to them, that they earned, right?
Absolutely.
They weren't given it, they earned this opportunity to go through to playoffs, and
Come
I
on.
feel like
To
it's
the
slowly
right,
slipping
yeah.
through their fingers.
You don't want
Bam.
to squander it.
Come on.
You don't want to be known as a
He's
team.
got
Wait,
the-
wait.
the-
Bam! Yeah.
Bam.
Bam! No, no, no. No one. Wait.
Exactly. No one's going to remember just
Bam!
Optic randomly
Bam!
getting beaten
Oh my
one
God.
time if the team doesn't make it through to the playoffs.
You need to stop, baby. You need
That's
to
what
stop so
Xerxia
it's not
needs
too
to be
late.
doing here. And at the moment, Liquid
Oh, Vera is
getting the
doing
read,
bombs.
snacking on him. An absolute prime gaming flawless if I've ever seen one.
Bombs.
I've seen many. that was one of the best.
Bump.
Surf and
Bumps?
Sushi Boys, though, have
Bumps?
stepped up in this map.
Bumps.
It was mostly at the beginning of the first half But they found those opportunities to really get on the ball.
Oh!
And once they get rifles in their hand after we watch Navera
Headshots with martial arts something else as
Once
well.
they do get rifles in their hand, these players, between them, they bottom fragged on map 1. They were a combined 18 and 28.
21-11.
So now being up at the top of the scoreboard, that's what you need to see from Surf and Sushi Boys. The big players for this team.
Spearhead.
Well, I compare Guardian with Op.
And now,
oh, cool.
a bit better
And now
weaponry in the hands of
Marshall
Xerxia
is Guardian,
players. You
so
can see
Op
rifles
is
across the
Marshall.
board. Liquid obviously would love to convert this bonus round.
You cannot lose this if you're Xerxia. The map would just spiral completely
Against
out
Op,
of
I'm
control.
always taking Guardian.
I mean, we've seen incredible comebacks.
And that's why.
I love that.
But getting the first pick just makes things that much more comfortable.
That was
Bit of
so
discipline
close.
there as well with the double swing, just making sure that they're not going to be,
Can you
able
pronounce
to at
this
least
nickname
trade
for
out
me?
the player if one of them went
Sage.
down there. The Marshall is being played, and they have spotted a bit of that utility as well. The Nana Swarms, well, at least one of them's taken out.
The crow.
Plan going to start to come through, but respect being shown. That was a snake bite shock down
Ooh.
combo, I'm pretty sure.
Enough
to do a bit of
Viper
damage, and it has taken a chunk out of them. And Xerxia forced to try and pivot away here, but the read, I think, is already there. Look at the players on from Team Liquid. The minimap just scampering, making sure that they can put a stop
How
to it.
long?
It is 4v3, but it's going to be so tough to get this spike down. Yampi, of course,
Link
has
and
already
Yampi,
used
oh
his
my
shot
god.
darts, but Link's in a great position
Link,
to spam.
shoot!
Spam.
Don't
This
you
looks deadly.
see?
Wall up. Try and swing across it. This time they're covering for it.
What a great play. Sushi Boy's so aware of that threat. And they get boosted up into the position. Here's the punish as well for Yampi. Spray the wall, will you?
Come
That's cringe.
Pushing
Come
all
on
the way
now.
around, man. So
Bam.
last
I see
player-
bumps.
Last player
You have
left standing.
2 bullets. You don't even have
Liquid,
enough.
and it looks like it's Frankfurt Kitchen. Yeah,
That's
caught
not good.
nice.
That's
Nice
Sushi
round.
Boys.
Xerxia able to convert it, and
they can start
But
to
they
wipe some
didn't
of
take
the
the
sweat
round
from their brow.
because of
It has
skill.
been a long route.
It was always a few people against
that was
one or from
I know we're
behind.
not quite at the end of the match just yet. but
While
that really did feel like a necessary one. If not for anything else, just
why
from
do you
morale.
sound
sure, sometimes
so
you just need that one to
like you're
get
not
the ball
talking
rolling,
about
you know?
sushi?
Exactly.
Make sure that the momentum
I want
is
sushi
back
though.
on your side, even just to a degree.
Even
because
voice is cracking.
Liquid were running away with a
I
seal.
want
Now
sushi.
they're set up once more with the right bit of half armor here for Surf. Surf is
Oh,
very alone right now.
Jumpy,
just
my
watching this
boy.
area
Let's
for the
go.
push. This deep wall from Liquid is going to be denying so much
Guardian.
information unless it gets broken, but it just looks like the Xerxia players just don't feel comfortable spamming it.
It actually got Soulcast's ult online as well. So they're potentially going to be able to get a res. Resing on defense icebox, though, can be pretty difficult.
No way.
A lot of your players are going to die in pushed up
Scream's so
positions.
deep here.
He's
So
really
deep. Tries to find a kill, quick dash away.
supported by a slow orb. Soulcast threw another one out there so that there was no
What is
swing
this
that could be able to
tactic
punish him.
with
He gets
like
away.
going so
Obviously,
deep?
if Scream dies there, that is an unresable position.
Because people don't
Here
accept
comes
it.
the drone. Yeah, you've just got to think from Team
Yeah,
Liquid's
people
perspective.
don't
There is just
accept
so
it.
much information
Why
happening
do you
over
mock
towards B
me?
right now to deal with the Sage Wall. You've traded Sage Wall for tons of info in the first minute of the round. You know that they are still trying to take B.
Right here.
And meanwhile,
Right
right throughout
here.
all of this, Navera's just been locking down
Right
A
here.
with a combination of his killjoy utility and the operator. They're pretty confident this is going to end B.
I love how these lines just go out of their
I
face.
just wanted to say that. I was looking at Viper like, what
Yeah.
the fuck,
Players
this
are
line
starting to
is
at least
on,
meander over towards
in
that
her
B side on the
face.
side of Liquid. Soulcast wants to be ready. Look at the positioning he's playing here. He wants to try and disrupt and break this wall
Oh
instantly.
my
And he's done
God.
just that. It's no longer really safe for Cruz to try and plant. He is so low right now.
And he gets spammed down. 10 seconds left here.
They have to get the plant
10
down, Josh.
Surf's
It's
going to go
critical.
for it.
They have to try and stick this one. They have to defend the plant. And spam around the corner. Scream straight through the smoke.
Oh, sorry. Oh my god.
Gunning.
That was really scary.
Players from Xerxia have to try and lock this
Do they
one
have a
down. It's a
lineup? No.
2v4.
They've got 2 nanoswarms. They have 2 snake bites, but I don't think that's going to be enough.
He doesn't even have the nanoswarm set up right now. Sushi Boy's just being
Yeah.
so heavily pressured. Liquid, they really will not let you set up like
Come
that.
on,
And again, it
Jess.
comes down to
Scream, man.
communication. They knew that the B push was coming through, and they knew that that wall was a constant factor in letting them set up for that post plant. So this time, in
Can I
position
be a
to try and
sushi
disrupt
boy?
it.
Can I
What I
get
love
sushi?
about this too is it's something I was really missing from Liquid. The aggression, the denial of the plant, these effective retakes. I told you the stat
You
earlier
told- yeah,
where
you told me.
Nivera's
they
just let me
lose.
just a few.
Oh,
where they lose 50% of the defensive rounds this year just by failing retakes. That's an extraordinary amount,
That's
and
the room
it's
next to
just
the
not
spawn, right?
present in their game at Masters Reykjavik. They look like a team that's clicking, and sometimes you just get a tournament run like this.
Absolutely. I think for Liquid
Just
as
use
well,
these
I mean,
cameras to know their positions.
they were thinking a couple of weeks ago, you know, changes
What is
potentially
the
on the
sense
horizon
of playing
for them, but
Cypher? What?
tournament, if they are able to claw this one back and
It's not just a win to prove that they belong with the best teams
There's
in the world.
someone.
It's a win to prove that the Liquid system works.
Yeah, I'm confused right
that
now.
they
Where's
have
Jumpy?
you know, an IGL system that functions. That
Jump!
he has faith in all of the players.
Jump on
I can't believe this.
Oh
He's
no.
looked all the way up and look at the patience
Oh,
being
God.
showcased. He needs to take that kill though.
Oh,
As soon as Scream
Guardian,
gets
by
that
the
pick
way.
onto Surf, he realizes
No.
this is a dangerous scenario to just be really dragging out. And so, the 1-for-1.
Oh god.
And Scream is pushing so
No way
deep
they're
around
not
this
checking
corner.
that. No way they're not
Looks like
checking that. No way they're not
it's being
checking
held
that.
though by Fox, but he only has the Sheriff in hand.
Is anyone going to clear
Try and
this?
punish this one. They
Oh my
actually
god,
do.
they are.
That's crazy. And Scary.
They're
has his ult
saving
online.
and they're
Viper's Pit
losing.
Available for this round. They can go in here. They can turn this around. They can turn their fortunes in favor of Xerxes.
And notice this, the change happening here as well. Previously, they've been putting that wall right across where it's spammable this time, in a much safer position.
Yeah, very different setup. And their Viper's Pit extends just
I appreciate
far
that
enough
he's
to
a
stop
knife.
the players who are retaking.
Turret takes contact of one of the players playing inside of it. Link has to respect that and back away. Soka's just trying
They would have had a
work
wall.
around yellow now, and timing is critical for them. The Nana Swarm pushes them off of it. They know they're not going to be on the plan. Sokas has to make a play, pushes around the back. The weaponry
my
is
God.
still fantastic,
Guardian,
but now it's sticking and Scary, finding all the kills. That's going to be 5. The player rezzed up Navira. Left to his devices, not much more he can truly do. And will it be 6?
Oh my
It
god,
will
6k.
indeed.
When have you seen that? Masters Reykjavik with the 6-person ace.
What a play by Scary. And of course, the Liquid players, they tried to sync someone up there.
But that wasn't just your basic round either. This was
You
set up.
just
This
need
was
1
the beginning
point now for your
Scary.
ultimate.
Finding that pick on Yampi, who just flops from the sky into his lap, punishing the swing on Scream. He was the only player with a rifle. And then he pops the Viper's Pit.
It's unbelievable.
Gets everyone.
To hear the
Now,
ace
Brent,
sound
even if he hadn't done
mid-match,
that, Fox
like
still
you
had the
gonna
silver
get the
in reserve.
6k. It's
Right,
like, it's
is the
boosting
back
your
of the
mental
That's
into the
exactly.
fucking
They had everything.
next
And we
galaxy.
Are right back into this round.
We are right back in.
It's the same Sage Wall that Soulcast is dropping this time on their eco. And Liquid, they are at risk here of losing their grip on this map. The grip on this series.
Soulcast, he wants to go for it. He's right on top of it.
Oh.
They are so unaware of it, but luckily for Xerxes, the trade is there. Scream up in the air as well. Updraft in hand, but
Oh,
the Knights don't really get too much done, and
Jumpy.
ultimates are still being committed.
Wait,
That's a massive pick. Fox had his ultimate. That's the perfect player to remove there. And the attacker lockdown coming in now.
Lockdown for a lockdown. They want to try and push the players away, only the difference is the defenders one doesn't really stretch all the way to the back. Surf finds the correct timing, just whipping around the corner, but the players of Xerxes, they need to be careful here. Back around the corner, the rifles are more than enough as well just to spam that common angle all the way deep into Snowman. And with time ticking down, running low, Xerxes just consistently setting up these post-plan scenarios for them.
And Link here, all he can do is economic damage, just hoping he can delay long enough for those Xerxes players to die to the spike, and they won't. Xerxes managed to get away, and they've tied this one up, 9-9. And Liquid, I am so surprised that they invested that ult. I'm amazed they went for it when all they had, I mean, it wasn't even like they had a huge array of weaponry or some kind of quasi-buy.
There's desks with
That was
PCs?
looking weak for them. I mean, I suppose they still had
That looks so cool.
knives and really going and trying to make that work.
Yeah, the updraft play just didn't work for them, did it?
He just didn't find that level of success.
Liquid are going for the same kind of setup that they were doing here, where they go for this deep wall. Last round, obviously, Xerxes just completely disrespected it and pushing into it. The players aren't leaning that way, though, for Xerxes.
It was so quiet.
The wall will go up, and in fact, they've got that Viper's Pit as well. That's going to be
Yeah.
right across the A side. So this is a really nice defensive setup.
Huh?
It's an early, early investment, though, as well, from Link here. You know, you'd often want to do that
What's your language,
if you hear stuff, but I think, honestly, I think what it's based off is them not breaking the Sage Wall.
Sorry that I'm talking
because
to you
Xerxes
like
don't
that.
break the Sage Wall early,
Sorry.
I'm assuming they're leaning towards A.
I just realized it was rude.
Pop the Viper's Pit. And now the problem for Xerxes is that as soon as they break this Sage Wall, they're giving good information to Liquid about where they are.
First of all, saying,
So
don't
it
talk
kind
to me
of
like
feels like
that.
they want to just let it
And
naturally. which it has done. But they have no idea what the defensive setup looks like on the back of this. There could be an operator, there could be a Killjoy holding here. Thankfully, neither are present.
Yeah, taking that control now. 40 seconds remaining. Dart at the back. Actually goes, I think, a little bit too deep there. The screen drops down. Both of the smokes runs forwards.
Nice.
Cloudburst giving him a bit of coverage here, and he still wants to take control of this area. Still wants to hold it down. The snake bite. Make sure that neither player can really push too far, and he has the dash to disengage.
A rare example of pretty inefficient utility
20
usage there.
seconds left.
And time management as well, yeah, is a massive problem.
This Fury popped off by Fox, and he needs to find at least a pickup of it. There's 12 seconds remaining. This plant, it has to be committed. And Team Liquid, they've still got the players. Still, the plant, it will eventually fall. The post plant's coming online. Sushi Boys, he managed to lurk up mid. He's found 2.
And he's running into their spawn as well. He's going for the longest flank imaginable on this lurk.
Yampy, though, trying to clutch it up right now. Eventually, that's going to be taken out, and Link does not know where Sushi Boys is playing.
That's so bad.
If they had went through, if Link had stuck, he could have won this round. And yet, Sushi Boys has just got the read.
No way!
Oh, no way! 10 HP!
3 kills for him. The heroics in the middle of the round. Just throwing Team Liquid off balance.
Man.
And they've taken the lead in the series in what feels like the first time in quite some time. In
One
this
ding, and then he didn't hit him
That's
anymore
an
at all.
absurd play by Sushi Boys. I mean, what a ridiculous play. Look at this one from mid. Just finds perfect timing. And it's the timing that's the most difficult thing to get right when you're going for those lurk plays. Look at him slamming the desk there. And Dom can't believe that they
That
lost
was
that.
so lucky, man. With Event, he would have been dead.
Going crazy. This is his first big event, by the way, bro.
Yeah, that's
Again,
why I didn't
this
like
guy's
Phantom
18.
before.
First major event.
There was a little bit of wonkiness happening there when he tried to challenge Scream.
The thing is, he would have had the advantage there.
The Liquid, they take their time out.
He was in close range fights, and Phantom is just better in close range fights, but...
Do you know how to lip read?
I don't know how to lip read.
You
No,
know,
we haven't quite got to the spot in esports, Brent, where they'll hold up the clipboard in front of their face.
think.
Sure,
You know?
yeah.
One day
He would
we'll
go
get to that
around
point.
the whole fucking map coming
But
from
it seems like
behind.
the Liquid players are just, you know, taking in the feedback
From
right now.
kitchen.
Scream giving a bit of his own to see if they can come up with a game plan to halt this. Brent, the big things that I'm noticing that are different here from Xerxia are that they are putting pressure on Liquid as they go for the retake. They're throwing in different stuff. They went for a completely different Sage Wall and, you know, the Viper's Pit that really messes with the way that Liquid approach the retake, and then that flank from Sushi Boys again. Something different, something that applies pressure to Liquid as they're setting up for the retake. And the retakes have been looking good for Liquid if you allow them to just set up perfectly for them. Their execution has actually been good this tournament so far.
Definitely a step up compared to their
Come
online
on,
performances.
no.
And again, it's that second opportunity, that chance of redemption for Team Liquid as well after they initially didn't make this tournament. They're here now and they want to make the most of it.
Liquid with a rough buy. Scream very pushed up. In fact, behind the Sage Wall. A cool idea over towards B, but one that is going to get no impact whatsoever by the look of it.
I mean, it's going to be, if this hit goes through onto A, running around the corner with a judge in hand. Run those long sight lines.
In theory, Liquid could stack a lot of players towards A right now because Scream's getting all of the info. Scream's actually on the flank here.
Yeah, he's pushing.
Can the rest of Liquid hold them off long enough for Scream to have any value with this? They're turning around. I don't think the turret took any contact here at all. Fox is just jiggling, seeing if anyone lurked it back through. But Scream's not holding close. He's decided to give that up. Not a fan of holding the judge there on what would be a very long sideline. Look at that recon dart. All the way.
Actually
checks
going back
out some
to
of
B.
the areas towards B green as the Sage Wall
maybe.
drops.
Why is this?
They could have got their timings down well here, but Xerxia is still reading it nicely. They've pivoted away from the stack, and they're going to reset here. Try and freeze the tempo and return to cruise.
The deep smoke, it does get
That would be
picked out,
perfect for
but the alarm
Scream.
bot in kitchen is going to give them all the information that this is still going to be an A hit. Not enough has been done to try and fake this push that's now coming through, and they just
that
about
was
deal with
his
Scream,
low,
and not before
right?
he does the damage. Still
40,
Surf
11.
active and available. Sushi Boys a quick swing as well for 10 to try and support his team, and in the midst of all of it, that was a turret kill.
Of course it was.
One enemy remaining.
Spike down, just Yampy left alive. He has been doing some work for them so far in this map, but with the gun diff, it's a tall order for him.
It certainly is. And this was not the round that Liquid were hoping to win with that tack timeout.
Sure. Yeah.
They're focusing towards the rifle round that comes next, trying to deny Xerxia that map point. We've been talking about grabbing opportunities when they are presented to you. Liquid would love to seal this one up 2-0. Xerxia are such a dangerous team, you can't let them into a series. And overall, this round, they dealt with it fairly nicely. There's a nice balance to Xerxia's tempo, actually. They will throw some really fast hits at you early on in the half, and then they'll slow the tempo down quite a lot.
Just enough. I mean, that's what you see from the very best teams, I
Absolutely.
think.
Absolutely.
That ability to alter the tempo and throw your opponents off balance.
Spam. I didn't even notice that like the beat change is perfect for Sage as well.
Has to give up his power position on top of yellow. And now this B site is looking fairly open. They've got a Nano Swamp to try and deny the plant, but even if this is just fake presence from Xerxia, Liquid aren't really going to know. And Scream will take some serious risks trying to just push himself into that area and gather information with his face.
Yeah.
So Xerxia really have played the map rotations nicely here. They found themselves an opening.
Contacting in. I mean, they know where the turret is. They know that Navira's holding that line of sight angle right round the corner. I can't believe they're still attempting this one. Sushi boys.
Nice.
Crosshair placement. A little bit too low there, but I think it's going to be rewarded with the kill.
It is a great pick. Yampi just trying to make sure the drone can see that sight line for as long as possible. He does manage to get the tag. Here's the contact push. Nivera takes down Cruz. There's another one.
No.
Scary weak. They can calm the
Super
damage.
low
Nice.
Oh, he's caught jumping as well. Unable to reset the aim and really take that fight still.
Oh,
Down to the back.
Nice.
Fox is able to collect that kill onto Yampi, but he is the
Not
last player
nice.
left alive.
Not
It's
nice.
a 1v2 for him.
Nice.
That's the one out of res online. Liquid
Not
could have taken
nice.
this one with a huge numbers advantage.
Like, not nice. Not nice. Not nice. Hello.
And it's up to some absolute heroics from Fox to try and win this one. And they are swarming him every single possible angle. But he needs a respective 3 bullets left alive.
Okay.
Goes for the quick taps.
Okay, reset.
Once again, paying dividends. But I like the idea as well from Xerxia. I think they played that contact idea pretty nicely.
That lag was
And
so
Liquid were put in
stupid
some
time.
sticky spots where
And such a
Nivera
stupid
had
timing.
to find the information. Link had to hit the shot.
There's so much on the line here. Look at this replay.
These are such important kills. If Nivera goes down
They're gonna
right there
show us
before taking
replay.
somebody with him, then
Oh.
the other player that's
So
anchoring
casual, like,
outside, I
hit,
think
hit,
it was
hit,
Link, is just in a horrendous position.
Oh, he screamed.
I was trying to catch what they were saying.
I think somebody about
If they win
starting
this
A,
round,
not exactly
they have
sure.
an advantage on the 12th round because they have
Talking
the
to Scream. If you look at where Scream is positioned
eco.
right now, he's got the knives and he's all the way
They have
back
the
in
economy
spawn.
for everything.
I think they're just trying to figure out the rotates, honestly.
It's super deep. I mean, might be trying to set up some sort of
I don't,
play.
I don't
Just a
think.
double updraft. Yeah, the double
think.
updraft when
I don't think
something triggers it, and it is
Sia
actually the
has
hit come
economy for next
through.
round.
He's found the mark.
Nice kill, Scream.
Cruz just taken straight out. Plant still going to go down without too much to dissuade it. In fact, even got that Viper's Pit as well, just to supplement
Do
it.
they have an ult? Yeah, they have an
Nivera
Embarrass
has a
ult.
lockdown that they could try and put in.
Yeah.
They organize him!
Oh my
Right round the corner, 3
God.
kills. That is a rapid takeover. And it's all up to Scream now with the lockdown in the mid. Fox has to remove that one, has to commit the ult. Link, he's found it, pushed back from the final burst of his ultimate. He catches it still. The post plant is being played, and it is that 2v2. One more snake bite in hand for Scary. They're holding it, different elevation for them. Link just having to spam every single angle. No more knives available. It's away from Scream. They knew exactly where Link was.
And that could be the round, Bren.
Oh,
That was the second round they lost because they didn't check underneath.
Round, the pivotal round that stops Liquid from being able to get back into this map and seal things out 2-0.
They would have won
Scream
so
did an amazing
easily.
job with the opening kill, but that ended in a messy manner.
Like,
but
look
it's
at
all
this.
down to Surf. Look at how unaware Liquid are, and he picks up the 3K. Who expects the Jet to be playing outside in front of the Viper's Pit? Maybe they should have done, but he just has such a great read. Look at him bouncing in his chair.
Yeah, man.
Youthful exuberance.
I love to see it, honestly. I love to see it.
With youth comes talent, fearlessness.
God, so
and he's
good.
up against one of the oldest Jet players in the entire tournament in the form of Scream.
He really is. It's veteran experience against just rookie talent. And hey, both have found their moments. But that was a hell of a round from Surf.
Quick little spam here.
Yo. Fucking hell.
Bammed. He's tagged up as well. He needs support from the rest of his team. No one's dealing with Scream though. Quick little jiggles. A tap, a little peek. It's enough for him to secure 2. Dashes away just to be sure as well that he's safe, but eventually detained. Able to
Fucking hell.
Collect it.
Okay.
Enough of a reset there with the Sheriff to be able to find that one.
Yeah.
It's not good for Fox on the run and gun in play. Liquid, plenty of players healthy, and with Scary just left alive in the 1v4. As the spike, 40 seconds remaining, but a very difficult ask.
This is for the map. If Scary's able to pull this one off, it would be absurd. He can't go back over to A either. That exit is being blocked off by Link. And it does look like that's what's going to happen. 20 seconds on the clock and Link's being delivered.
Well,
okay, well, he's just going to save the gun.
Save, yeah.
Brent, the economy, the gun situation for Liquid in this round
That looks cool.
was awful. It's potentially the final round of the map. They had to buy up whatever they had available, but there were Sheriffs, there were, you know, shoddy buys all over the place. Spectres, and they're still able to make that one work. Scream with a Vandal. Instantly responding in the Jet v Jet battle.
Yeah.
Surf has a round, Scream has a round. The little jiggle taps that he was doing were
it was beautiful.
superb.
I mean, it was not opening yourself up too much. Hunter's Fury comes in from the back as well to support him. And he's just able to patiently play for it.
The players are tagged up, he's winning isolated 1v1s. Yeah, I mean, he does get detained, maybe, you know, going for slightly too much, but
sure.
At the end of the day, the damage has already been done.
Dude, how many
now
rooms are there?
Where's
Where's
on the other foot when it comes to the economy? Surf's got a Spectre, Cruz has a Frenzy, and we're heading into the final round of regulation.
Liquid would love to bring it into overtime. Money situation obviously suiting them here. The deep dart, straight down at Yampy. He wants to try and punish it. That's a shock dart. Counter spy in play.
Low.
Both players incredibly low. Scary has to fall back just for the heal.
Something that both players have an opportunity to get from their respective stages. And Xerxia take a deep breath as they prepare. This Sage Wall has been getting a lot of good information. I quite like it from Soulcast. It feels like you should be able to break it just early on in the round, but it's really putting a difficult Xerxia in a difficult situation. Look how deep, though, that Fox has got right now.
Standing ahead.
Nice. Managed to contact far in. This drone?
I feel like this recon dart and stomping in is definitely going to pull attention. There's 3 Liquid players around here.
He's cleared a bit of it as well.
They might be starting to smell a rat, though.
Yeah, I think they're
they only, the problem about that is they only see utility by 1 player.
Dash in hand! Well,
oh, wow. Wow, really?
Taken care of, and this could be it. 2 massive picks for them. Xerxia would love to try and reclaim that weaponry, but I think the bodies are a little bit too deep for them. In fact, Surf managed to get the knives online, so they swapped the gun over, I think, into Cruz's hands. Sushi Boys tries to play close. He's removed. Taken out of the fight. Eliminated. Pressure is mounting. They have to perform right here, right now. A golden opportunity to bring into that map 3 for Xerxia. The swing comes through, the snake bite is impeccable. It sets him up wonderfully, and with that, the 13th round on the board, Xerxia going to be bringing it to that 3rd map in the series.
It's 12,
what a play, what a map. Incredible stuff.
Okay,
you see Surf going around, giving fist bumps to all the rest of his teammates. He's hyped up, he played a good game. 10 and 14 from Surf on map 1. Wow. And he ends map 2 21 and 20, top fragging for his team. Sure, it's not like he dominated the field, but he had good impact. And they really pushed Liquid to the limits and beyond. If we're going to talk a little bit about map expectations,
I just have my points back.
People might be looking at this and thinking, all right, Liquid, they're like 0-3 on Icebox recently.
Sure.
But they were losing to teams like G2. They were losing to teams like Mech. So this is a bit different. This is Xerxia really showing that they have the player caliber and quality to be able to push these top teams. I think Liquid are playing like a solid team right now.
Absolutely. I mean, Liquid have had this tremendous step up in performance. You can see just from these highlights that we're witnessing. So
Yampy
many moments.
Particular.
Yampy just shutting it down consistently.
Especially in the first half.
But not enough for them to try and close out the series in 2. And I am so happy we are going to be going to that 3rd map.
It's going to be a good one. We've seen so many good moments from both of these teams. And we've had a flavor of Ascent before. That's where we're going to be for map 3. I don't know what the expectations are really going to be here. What is even counted as an upset anymore?
I'm not going to play today, probably. I'm just going to watch that map and then I'm going to go off.
The series really living up to these expectations. Finally getting that map 3 online. My word, what a way to end the day.
It's just infectious from these two. It's infectious from these two teams, but especially Zersha. It's hard not to root for them.
How can you not be happy for these guys as well, bringing it all the way in the distance, but of course Liquid not looking to miss a step, I think, as we head into that map 3. We're going to go to a short break. On the other side of it, our analyst desk is going to break down what we just witnessed and set us up for that third and final map.
Okay,
so don't go anywhere.
I'm going to do a short break. I'll be right back. Fucking hell. Are you still here?
No?
Are you still going to watch or are you going to go sleep?
I'm gonna watch.
Oh. Really, only if you want to. I don't want to keep you awake just because of that.
I wanna watch the game.
Oh, cool.
Jump, P.
Jump,
Maybe I can't just go. Jump, explain.
Oh, cool. I'll be right back. But that song is cool.
Ah, man. Just go. Let me say something. Oh, that's nice song.
I'm done.
I
was vibing. Okay, I'll be right back.
Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a game on our hands thanks to Zersha. Bouncing back on Icebox, we are heading to map 3. I am so happy we get to see 3 maps between these two teams, Jess and Kakuka. This is a really formidable and worthy battle on both sides.
Exactly, the first time. And I think that Icebox, you know, we had a little bit of everything. We saw Team Liquid shine on one side, and we saw Xerxia coming back in such a fashion, be like,
the moments where Scary had his ultimate was around 100% secured for them. Didn't matter what he was popping it. He knew that he had control over everything. They knew the positions that they had to take. They actually made it fair for Liquid that retake is not even an option, especially when we're hitting on B. It's going to be super complicated for you. You know, I think it went both ways. I was kind of expecting that overtime, and then Scream peeked across the wall, knowing that your gun is going to be seen before you. And
the minima of all guns as well.
Yes, and with the ugliest skin.
Oh, come on. All right, we're not going there. I'm gonna de-roll that whole train of the minima slander on the desk.
You love the operator. The operator is fine. Okay?
Thank you very much.
Okay, but you need to understand that the real nightmare here is the minima sheriff.
Okay, look, whatever your preferences on skins are, Scream are like me, minima lover. But what I want to point out was something that I'd spoken with Brent about a little bit about the trap plays that we'd seen from the side of Xerxia in previous, times. And I think even though we've got some of the, surf plays up for you guys to have a little bit of a look at, I don't know why Team Liquid didn't try and dismantle them on the retakes by doing more flanks. They knew they had post-plant lineups. Yeah. Where else are they going to be except for B long? And I'm like, just go flank. Why is it just Link solo every time? I mean, Surf had an absolute field day because he knew that his teammates were safe back there. All he had to do was look forward. And when you only have to look 180 degrees, Kakuga, I mean, at that point, it's a freebie.
It's because you get a little bit of both, right? You get the Surf that is playing with the rest of his teammates when he's on the defense and someone is always, there for the refrag or setting him up for something. But then on the attack, he just has to go forward. And the comparison here between Scream and Surf, it's, pretty close. I have to say that I think Scream beat him in I think first kills by a lot. I think that Team Liquid actually started with a lot of more first kills, and even though Xerxia was able to turn around the rounds.
It's really important that you point that out because a win condition for Liquid looked like it was going to be those opening engagements of which Scream, let us not, downplay this, took many, many of them. Surf was actually, impossibly aligned with Scream on their opening engagements. So where does, Xerxia get these rounds from if they're losing their opening engagements? Mid to late round, and that is the hardest part of a round to be able to snag back those man disadvantages.
I mean, you don't see many players that often go toe-to-toe with Scream of all people, but Surf did really well there. Jess, you had a little answer there about how Xerxia are winning their rounds. I can show you, actually, in the Verizon high-speed moment. This is how they've been able to win some of those rounds on Icebox despite losing out on those first engagements.
No.
Just scary, doing scary things.
Yinsu. We didn't have to do that to him. We didn't have to do it.
It gets better. It gets better. It gets a lot better.
Oh, it's great because we didn't get to see this POV. He uses the util, gets a kill, and then just swaps up to the gun, and he's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna keep killing you. Oh.
It's an ace as well. It's not just a high-speed moment because things are just going in a blink of an eye.
Yeah, and it's like, I pull my gun out, and then I use the util because I cannot still be sure, and I know that if you're in my ultimate, you're gonna die instantly. It's just great.
Win condition for Scary, give him an ultimate, give him a mouse and a keyboard at that point, everything's all said and done. I would love a mouse and keyboard cam for Scary because the amount of buttons, he has to press QE, ultimate, change to gun, whatever his change weapon keybind is. My God, Scary on Icebox. This is why I really feel like you shouldn't take Xerxia to Icebox anymore. I think we've seen too many now.
Yeah, I think it's no longer a pocket pig now, right? It's just that they are super, super good on Icebox. And speaking of maps, I am so glad we get Ascent as a decider because
the first decider?
Yes, the first decider. Because if you look at the forms of these teams, out of the last 10 games they both played, both teams have won 9 out of 10. Yeah. So this is like, we're on a pretty nice competitive playing field.
Oh, we say this. Do you think, Kuga and Yinsu, do you think the Ascent against Crew was anywhat convincing as we saw the Ascent from Xerxia? Now, if we had to rank these in a power ranking, you had to put your entire savings on it. Yeah. Could you confidently say?
My 50 pounds of savings.
No, but I'm going to give you a response to that. I think that Liquid always tries to do a good job trying to get into your head. They want to actually become the nightmare for you. And I think that they did that. They accomplished that with Crew yesterday. And actually, I talked to the Crew guys when we were done with the day, and they told me we just cannot win against them because they start doing crazy things and we just literally have a mental block. And on that Icebox, Liquid tried to do the same thing with Xerxia, and they were not able to. They stayed calm and they were like, we have a plan. We just execute it. It doesn't matter what they want to do with us. That is a win condition for Liquid. Both of these teams had a very close matchup yesterday, but Xerxia looked the more steady out of the two.
Probably because for those who don't know Xerxia very well, maybe you don't, you're not awake at you know, the butt crack of the hour in the morning to watch APAC. Unfortunately, that's what it is. I come from Australia. Shout out to you, Ian, so I can't do it, unfortunately. You know, the time zones are bad. But if you don't know, Ascent is the stomping ground for Xerxia. If you saw Icebox and you're like, that's pretty convincing 2 times now. Back it up, put it in reverse and 360. This is Xerxia's absolute territory. And if Team Liquid want to take that from them, they are going to have to fight tooth and nail.
I think the major difference when it comes to this, right, is the fact that we're going to get that KO on Scream, Yumpy on Jet. It's pretty much a mirror matchup with the exception of the KO versus Sage. Kakuka, is that one that you prefer? And also, how do you think they'll play into each other?
I like the fact that we have the Sage here. I think that in EMEA we're starting to see it, and I think in every region more and more on this map. I like it. I think it's going back to basics, and it stops a lot of what, for example, what we were seeing on Split coming in from Liquid. They wanted to stop those executes. What do? We just throw the utility in. You cannot come in. The KO, I just think it's too strong right now. I think it goes both ways. I think both of them can work. My problem with the Sage is Cruz. Okay, we've seen it on Icebox. We saw him yesterday. We talk about those first kills, first deaths, 5 first deaths, 1 first kill for him on this map yesterday. The risks need to be measured on the side of Xerxia because we know that Liquid is just going to be hunting for the duels. We know that you know, the operators and the pressure is going to be put onto them. They cannot isolate those duels.
I'm still concerned about this storyline that we're trying to throw out here. We're trying to paint a picture that this is a close series, and it is a close series.
From beginning to end.
From beginning to end, but we're jumping into Ascent here, and people who have watched Xerxia's Ascent, even just the Optic one, maybe it's Optic, you know, crumbling on the day or whatever, but oh, it's so scary. I do truly think that they are very blessed to have this as the 3rd map, as the deciding map here, because had it been any other map, I could see Team Liquid walking away with this, but this is their one tiny little kryptonite, I feel.
Again, this is going to be a fight for space all the time. If Liquid can manage to find that space to actually make pressure when they have to do it, we don't want to see, you know, a little bit of what we saw earlier today between Fnatic and NIP, where NIP was just like fighting against them so hardly on the positions that they were taking. You cannot give Liquid the space. It was a mistake on the first map. You cannot do it again. You know how you've done it on Icebox. They did a beautiful job against Optic.
I think it's actually quite poetic that Liquid could potentially qualify through a map which was literally their map, right? They were known to be...
They actually started playing the double up. This was the first map that they did it.
Exactly. And if Naviro doesn't get an ace here, I don't want to watch him play this map ever again because he always gets an ace here every single time. You guys, I can see here into the Prime Gaming agent select. We saw both of these teams play Ascent already in this tournament. And as expected, Jess, they're not going to want to make any changes because why would you?
If it ain't broke, don't change it. I don't need to see you alter anything here. Maybe you wanted to change things up map 1. Maybe you wanted to differentiate. Not now. Totally. You both won this map. You know what you need to do here. Big thing for me yesterday game for Team Liquid. Soulcast and Yumpy had a bit of a quiet one. Yumpy is on something today. This man is hitting shots. Imagine that. That will be the win condition, I feel, partially to giving them that extra leg up.
Yeah, but Nivera is not actually here today. I think it's going to be a really tough one. Both teams need to play it safe because it's what Jess was saying. Of course, everybody wants to make it into players, especially these 2 teams. But who is going to be more eager to actually take those fields and be a little bit more reckless, being like, yeah, I'm going to play my game.
Well, this is it. The winner of this map will be advancing to the playoff stage. Brent and Sideshow. Let's see who that's going to be.
Wait, the losers of that are going to play against Fnatic.
Thanks so much, Desk Crew. Yes, we are going to be diving into this one. Map 3, Team Liquid versus Xerxia. And so much is on the line here today because you win this, you are going to be making your way into the playoffs. One of our first teams from the group stages to do it. And yeah, I'm excited for this one. Xerxia is a team that really, this is their opportunity right now, Josh. In my mind, to do away with the narratives that they are just that upset team. This is how you carry it forwards and prove that your region as a whole is here to play.
I completely agree with that. And I mirror the thoughts of Jess on the desk, actually. I think they're favored here. So it becomes a difficult conversation about whether or not this would be an upset at all. You know, Xerxia have just been looking phenomenal. Cruz and Fox taking a lot of damage early on there in A main. And of course, with both teams playing the same compositions that they ran yesterday, the teams have had an opportunity to prep. Maybe they weren't sure that this was going to be in the map pool because it was neither team's pick, but they must have had some decent idea with both teams being very comfortable on this map.
I did like the way that Xerxia was playing this map the other day.
Turret to take contact here with Yumpy, push up close, Frenzy in hand.
I mean, this could be critical, though. I mean, I've seen numerous times this Jet player, and Yampi's dashes, they haven't been great in past times. He's going to try and swing deep into it. I have no idea what the disengage plan was there, but maybe just anticipating that it was just a single player lurking.
Yeah, it's good awareness from Xerxia. I mean, they run the same kind of trap play themselves. They know if there's a turret on that angle, there's a possibility of somebody holding close with a frenzy or a short. And here's a flash re-clear, grabbing that information in A. They don't know where they are right now. I mean, if B main is clear with a recon dart, now they've got a decent idea that this is a catwalk push, but Xerxia, they're really ticking the time down right now.
They truly are. Link, the pressure's on. Paranoia has to play up close around this corner. He still gets the one, but the trade eventually there. Now Scream back in the site, trying to anchor with the support of his team. A quick little tap.
Nice.
And he's finding it. Spamming them through the walls. Left down to the 1v1. He is weak.
Okay, holy shit, Scream.
Shot. Shuts it down. Not pushed out of that little corner. And he runs away with 4.
What a nasty round to start things out.
Holy.
Scream under so much pressure. Linked as well to even grab 1 as well, but I mean, what are these shots? So precise, gorgeous crosshair placement as well.
Yeah.
And there's nothing they can do to punish him. They need to be pushing deep into Generator, but they're scared. And of course they are. The man staring you down is none other than
He goes the fist bump. He goes the fist bump to stand up and scream at the opposition.
Double Marshall here. It's not quite the double op, but it'll do for round 2. And both of these teams are incredibly comfortable on this map. I think you really, though, you are looking for Xerxia to be able to rack up those round wins on their defense side.
Yeah.
So I think Team Liquid have some level of psychological advantage, you could argue, by starting out here on, you know, forcing Xerxia onto the attack.
Yeah.
It's not that they've looked bad there, it's just that the composition trends itself more defensively focused, I think.
Yeah, compounds the strengths a bit more. Dash across, that's going to be the dart also to try and supplement it.
Nice.
Shock dart's in play, and that is maximum damage being done. The lane push shut down before it can even get started. That's a prime game and flawless.
Perfectly played.
Great start for Team Liquid, not losing a single soul.
Keeping even the armor online, the shields up for a bunch of their players. So this is going to be a very minimal level of investment into the next. And this was pretty much just a dismantling, but it's going to give you some idea of the kind of pace that Xerxia can play with on some of these B hits and what the Team Liquid protocols are going to be. When we watched them play against Optic, we saw both of those B anchors drop really deep back into the site. And so Xerxia were able to fake the B hit, manipulate the positioning of those anchors, and then adjust. Team Liquid like to hold positions that are slightly further forward.
Sure.
And one of the things that Optic was really struggling with against Xerxia when they were defending was re-clearing areas of the map, which we've already seen from Liquid.
And this is a deep push from Yampi. All the way around, just wants to hold that long sight line and give his team information of any players that might be lurking. Maybe even getting a pick, you know, it's difficult to tell here. He's playing on the different elevation, and for Xerxia, bit of spam into mid.
I think they'll have a pretty good idea of whereabouts Yampi is playing, just because that recon dart was able to have the full 3 pulses in mid. And they've smoked it off. Cruz is kind of holding a position right now where his job is just to wait for the rest of his team. This looks like it's going to be a prod into Catwalk, and then maybe a return back to a B split.
It seems that way, yeah.
Maybe they're just going to commit to the cat push now, actually.
Well, I think they want to clear utility and pull rotations, right?
Yeah, but they're still kind of going for that 1-3-1 default, and there's only 40 seconds left. Either site they hit, there's going to be a player miles away that has to find value on alert. And here we go, they're going for a B split, which leaves Fox miles away from the action.
All in mid, Door's going to get bursted down, and B main is in control right now. What a lovely nade. Disrupts the push. The play's still coming through. Now to Nanoswarm, 20 seconds remaining, and it is critical that you win out these fights.
Better.
From the corner, and Navira's still able to get the 2. What a flash. Disruption, not even letting them get down onto the site, the Xerxia players. It is so scrappy, but they are just barely clawing it out.
These are the swings from Sushi Boys, though, that are making the difference. He's driving a Ferrari out there. Just, whoom, he's around the corner.
My Vandal doesn't do that.
I mean, I don't sprint that quick. I'm scared when I take these fights, and I'm playing against, you know, bad players in ranked. He's playing against some real elite tier players from EMEA right now, and there is disrespect coming out from Xerxia. They know they're good enough to get away with stuff like that.
Looking to prove it here. 1v2 here for Link, but time was running far too low. Sushi Boys running away with 3 kills there.
And it's a great start, and it's a good indication of how Xerxia can play these slower rounds. They didn't commit to a site at all until the final 40 seconds. That's going to be dangerous, honestly.
You're not talking about
It really is. But their execution of it was good.
And Nivera gets 2 picks.
You know the small order I got?
Slightly in the favor of Team
Liquid. Bren, they're doing it. They're bringing out the double op setup.
Oh my word.
They are well known for this. Liquid are the team that runs double ops, but they haven't done a ton of it this year. It feels like that hasn't really been a big meta-relying thing that they've been leaning on.
Gotta be the jiggle pig, right? You gotta be aware of this one. Nivera holding it down.
The turret, though, is so good because if you swing to break this turret, which you have to at some point, Nivera's on it. It's gonna block bullets.
Honestly, yeah, it's a bit of a bodyguard in a weird sense. Door gets shut.
And Yampy, in the meantime, is in wine. But it certainly looks like Nivera's operator is going to be the one doing the business.
Knife doesn't, I believe, tag too much. Obviously, Scream send that from across the map, looking for information.
Nice, Nivera.
Surf tries to take the duel.
Now, Drone is currently coming in through Catwalk, and Fox doesn't see anything. So they're expecting with that pick over towards B, they can maneuver and manipulate.
They're going to go for the hard pivot here. I mean, 50 seconds remaining. Up Cat, they have not cleared.
Jampy has a perfect position here because no one's playing from main.
And honestly, it's a bit of an awkward position for Yampy to play with an op. If he just gets smoked off there, he would much rather have a rifle. But they still are just controlling a good amount of the map. Is Scary going to go for some
paranoia
wild here?
Right into the corner. Link just needs to try and survive here. It's hard against the pack. Does get taken out. Scream just trying to survive and anchor it down, and they do.
Oh my god.
Spray. Oh, it's
nice.
Good. And the damage is done.
Well played.
Another round on the board for them, and Josh is exactly what you were talking about. When you let the time tick down in that fashion, that's when it gets most dangerous.
It is, especially when they don't have that extremity control. I mean, Yampy just, you know, he's able to just hold his position. This double operator setup, I thought it would be a potential meta-defining thing at Champions. Like, we were talking at Champions, like maybe the double op is what could win Liquid the trophy.
Sure.
Well, they didn't make it. This team made the semi-finals. Xerxia, that roster ended in the quarters. But they're bringing it out here, finding some good success early on. You're always worried the first time it comes out because that's the most vulnerable portion, when your economy is at its lowest. The more rounds you can win here, the more you're going to be able to rebuy if it does go wrong.
And Xerxia, they're forced now in a situation where they're thinking, well, I mean, it would be one thing if we were only dealing with one op player, but having to spot out where both of them are playing.
Yeah.
And look at that, a little pop flash play off the alarm bot, catching onto one of the players, but Scream doesn't really tag too many players. He was just hunting for one of the picks.
Oh, Nivera.
That's gorgeous. Sure, it's an anti-eco, but Nivera's going to take those. Lockdown ready to go. And Scream playing a bit of the aim lab shoot around, I think, over there. Does end up going down, though, and this is going to be a little bit of pressure here onto Nivera. Has to dodge the dart.
So deep.
Soulcast came over to actually help Nivera, and that opened Scary up to punish him.
Fox has picked up a Spectre.
Nivera.
Right into the line of sight of Nivera. Was looking a little bit iffy against the half buy here. Smoke. Okay, Nano Swarm. TP off to the side.
Oh, he spotted him.
To the back of the side. Nivera forced to try and lock this one down. He's not really favoured here against the Spectre. Perfect movement though. Quick little tap round the corner. The reloads.
Yeah,
in play.
nice.
Yampy.
Well played.
He's back in action. He picks up the rifle as well to support him. Finds that operator as well.
That's really good by Yampy. He goes, grabs the rifle to go and help Nivera, and then goes back to the op. Sure, that was just a 3v5 in fact. That, yeah, it maybe gets a little closer than you'd even expect, but Team Liquid continue to find success on the defense. And another thing they're doing is continuing their success with first kills. I mean, Nivera gets 2 for 1 there, but in the previous map, even though they lost, they had 15 first kills to Xerxia's 9. I mean, doesn't really say too much about them being able to convert 5v4, but they were at least getting those opening kills with a lot of success.
I believe the desk was talking about that as well. And Scream had 9 first bloods.
9. He had as many first bloods as the whole of Xerxia did, and Xerxia still won.
Oh, Nivera.
But they can't be losing Surf at the beginning of
getting
these rounds
one
so
after
early.
another option, man. Holy.
Setups, man.
I mean, smokes, you know, that's where playing Cypher is really useful because you're able to use the cages to take B main control. Sova utility, but I mean...
Oi, nice
one way to do it. Sure. Bit of disrespect being shown there. Sushi Boy's just right around the corner. Now the lockdown being used in a very deep angle.
Trying to get it in a position where it's much more difficult to wall bang.
Nah. The nade's going to be able to find it there.
Oh,
just on the edge as well. That frag grenade does less damage the further away it is from the center, but just manages to take out the lockdown here.
Yeah, it's just been kind of staggered out, and now it looks like Liquid are looking for that retake. No command online. Scream going to be getting
flank
pulses here of that suppression, and this flank is critical.
And the alarm bot is not active because Navera is down.
Cruz moving around the corner. This could be massive. The spray down. He quickly resets it. Needs to find a second, but Scream will shut it down anyway. The right click of the knives. Yampi's in backside. Operator.
Nice.
Not enough to try and bring him down, but luckily the teammates are supporting him, and Liquid. A tight round for them, man. A tight round.
The time was so low as well. You're really wanting more from Cruz in that position. He's in the perfect spot to be able to close that round out. And he gets the first kill, which is delivered to him on a platter. But he just can't get that second. And he chooses to swing instead of staying alive.
Scream is 10-2 right now.
He's absolutely farming.
That is unreal, man.
Yeah, he did get the 4K on the pistol.
Of course, yeah.
But yeah, he has still been having a ton of impact elsewhere.
Okay, come on.
Confidence is through the roof. Xerxes with a timeout here as we head into our 7th round. And they are going to be trying to figure out how to deal with this double operator setup. I mean, they could force into this next round. If you take a look at their economy, they do have enough. But heading into here, I think this is where Xerxes... let's have this conversation.
Sure, go on.
How many rounds does Xerxes really need on their attack side? Because I do think their comp is very defense-focused, but I'd be looking for them to put up 4 here to feel comfortable.
5, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, 5 would be amazing, I think.
Sure.
But I really think you're looking for 4 to be able to get them on the board, get the momentum going, and not put such an impetus on the second round pistol.
Absolutely. I mean, what I loved about Xerxes' composition, I think in the way that they played it on their defense side, was how they used the Sage Wall to deny a lot of those kind of mid-round, you've lacked a lot of information, but they use the Sage Wall on like the door, for example.
Sure.
And then it denies the ability to go for those big B splits.
Yeah.
So if they can get into that situation, if they're in a solid position when it comes to the rounds, heading into that second half, that could be the difference maker they need.
But again, you've got to convert on your attack side, and you're pushing into double AWP. Surf is currently 1-6. The player that's been having fantastic performances, went crazy against Optic, had a good map too.
There's a ban mid air.
Has been the recipient of many a first death from Navera in particular.
Bear in mid-air.
Yampi's ops.
No.
So this is currently a puzzle that Xerxes have not figured out the answer to.
Again, Navera holding it this time, jumping right round the corner.
And that's the confidence.
Yeah, have to respect it, and they're already in, dashing over the top. So
oh my god, Surf.
Did not expect that kind of speed, that kind of aggression. Quick little res off the back of it. 2 players left standing for Liquid, and this was against the half buy.
It's all about the pace for Xerxes. What an amazing performance by Surf. Immediately turning his KD around as well. And not just that, but winning his team around. What a decision from the coaching staff of Xerxes there.
I mean, what they were planning, we might not have even seen. They may have just gone into that with the half by saying, okay, we'll go for a quick hit. We'll just disrespect the up on this angle. We'll see what we can get done.
But I definitely think the timing there that Surf is going for is based on what they're reading. Because Liquid fall back into the protocol of Soulcast is going to throw Sova utility.
The shock darts.
When Navera drops back. And that means that there is a timing where Navera's running away with an op in his hands. So he's not a threat. And Soulcast has utility in his hands. I think that's a really smart read. Great play by Xerxes. It won't work too many times because Surf kind of needs the knives. But it's at least going to put a bit of fear. Scary was also Omen ulting into the site there.
It's a double threat.
So really nicely cooked up, fast exit.
Oh my god.
Xerxes to get on the board, get some momentum back. And Team Liquid, look at this buy. They've got double op with Link only on a Sheriff and a Bulldog in there too. This is where you can really apply the hurt. Because this is an expensive defensive setup.
If you're Xerxes. If you take a couple of these guns out of hands of Liquid, now you're seeing the double-edged sword of this double operator strategy. It really does hurt the bank when things go a bit wrong.
But Surf has actually saved an op from the prior round. And that kind of naturally
Scream has a good position.
Look at this. Back to back almost. Scream does not have the alarm bot to play a timing off of. He is essentially isolated. He's on an island around this corner.
can't really go for a flash peek either because he's worried he might get caught with the utility in his hands. He really is here just watching for somebody to overstep.
Hoping he doesn't get cleared.
They know that Yampi's pushed up, thanks to the alarm bot. And they get good information here for Scream. Now he can go for a flash peek.
Yep, flash comes through. The coverage is almost there. Not too many players playing that anti-flash situation. Shock dart sent in.
How did he not die to the shot?
I don't know. He is so low.
They get away with murder a little bit there. Scream uses his knife actually in B main, and so that's going to give a timing for Sushi Boys to start taking space. There is only 30 seconds left right now.
30 seconds left.
It could not be a more different tempo compared to round 7.
What do they go for here? It's got to be the B-split. Players are set up for it. They're not really in position to do much else. Running all the way through. That's Link taking out Fox. Two of the players in the back of the site. Scream just needs to try and stay alive. Not much time at all available to them, but again, Sushi Boys is good for it. Surf covers the back of it, and the plan will go down.
What is happening?
These picks are extraordinary. Nivera trying to retake with an operator right now. Got the lockdown too, but do you really want to invest this?
I don't know,
Is there a rifle for him to take? And look at the aggressive position. I love this post plant. Really smart play by Xerxia. If you go for the lockdown right now, they're going to push you. And instead, it's Nivera that goes aggressive and they trade it out. It's a 1v1.
It's the 1v1. Paranoia still expects it to be up lane, and it's a perfect swing and reposition from Cruz. The round win for Xerxia. What a critical timing for it as well, because look at the money of Team Liquid. Investing into the double operators. Yeah, it's powerful. If your opponents find an edge.
And they've actually been able to avoid
Jumpy's
losing these first picks really often. Look at how Yampi got jiggle peeked there. And then they take forward, really aggressive at taking all of that space
Nivera
as soon as the op misses a shot.
Was Jumpy?
Even though the round was slow, once they commit, they commit. And this would have to be some kind of thrifty round coming out from Liquid here.
Oh, Yampi's been spotted already. Spammed out, has to commit. Cloud burst just to try and hide.
And all of a sudden, Team Liquid's vice-like grip on this map has shrunk away.
How many rounds did we say, Josh? 4? Is that what we agreed on?
Exactly, that's what I'm thinking. Xerxia are very likely to get up to 4 rounds right now. Yeah. And Team Liquid, are they going to have the economy to be able to reinvest back into the double operator? Can they even get back into the swing of things like that? This is why it didn't end up being a meta-defining strat, is that, you know, you only make a couple of mistakes and suddenly you're being punished economically for it. We've seen the Bucky have success today already, Bren.
Oh,
surely not once more.
Tries the timing, the drone. The coverage not there. Still the trade. Don't want to make it that much more precarious.
Oh, Yampy, nice.
Flick from Yampi, and now a half bite that we otherwise would have been ignoring is just a bit much more dangerous, I think. Liquid have showcased just the other day on this map why you can't really underestimate them.
They have a player advantage. They have a lockdown they could use. Bad weaponry, of course, but I think that was Nivera actually jumping to get into position for the lockdown.
And look at this aggressive reposition from Xerxia. They don't want to let them set up and get comfortable.
They've been playing aggressive post plants every time Nivera has lockdown. And it's
they
great.
Need to win.
Playing aggressive
they
post plants
win.
is not just good against the lockdown, but it's also good against the operator too, I think. There aren't many positions on a set
save, so it's
where you can really help influence the retake with the op unless you've already taken front side control. So.
Sure.
They have 3 ults as well. They need to secure at least that round.
Really smart adjustment from Xerxia on this map. Yeah. And they've already got up to that critical point that we were talking about, Bren, at least. But, I mean, at the end of the day, what do we know? This map, it really feels like it could still pivot in completely different directions. And both of these teams want it so bad. Nivera and Yampi, they get that double operator back online.
This time, swapping up the positions of the players and their setup. So, Yampi is deep in B main. Now, sometimes on Ascent, with KO being so popular, the risk is obviously your jet player pushed that deep. They might get knifed and suppressed. They can't dash out to safety. Obviously not a problem for him. Xerxia's comp doesn't really contain that. So
they have no control
got a bit
of
more
mid
freedom,
anymore.
I think, at the back of his mind when he's playing in that deep angle, and he gets a lot of information forward him. Soulcast just with a bit of a jiggle peek. He, I believe, spots the head of one of the players, so he knows that they're just trying to work their way down mid now.
Smoke coming down towards Cat. Fox has been doing it a couple of times. Yeah, some chunky damage from that. But look at how Xerxia are throwing misdirections in. They put the Omen smoke down, they put the drone out through Cat, and Fox is going to try and clear all of this Killjoy utility, but Fox is not actually leading the play. So many teams follow their recon darts, their drones. That's not the case for Xerxia. You have to be much more intelligent making reads on them.
And they're actually going to be backing away. It's almost like they've got the read on this B main hold.
They do. That's so smart. Because Liquid didn't take the bait either. But now they're set up. It's another late round hit.
I know. 20 seconds left. Navira has lockdown. If Navira survives this, are we going to see again an aggressive post plan if they can even get in? A lot of pressure on Link, but the Paranoia connects. Counter Paranoia, Navira is able to support. Straight from heaven. Doesn't really know which target to try and connect onto, but finds one anyway. The plant will come through. The players have already fallen, and now the wall across. And they'll command all the players suppressed now as they try and hold this one to lockdown included. And Xerxia are not in situations, they're not in position to play aggressively. Cruz is going for an absolute Hail Mary. Stabbing through the smoke, he gets one of them.
What on earth am I watching? Yampy with one. Cruz gets two before he falls?
You gotta be joking. Scary just has to try and hold this one down, but it's still the 1v3. He's found two of the heads. Quick little shooting TPs. He opens himself up. It's the 1v1. Him versus Scream, and he's got the information. 8 bullets. The fuse now being stuck. Scream, he tries to win it!
Oh my god!
Not the case.
How can
That's
you
your
lose
Red Bull
that?
Clutch, and Scary, what a performance!
Liquid, man.
A 6k ace on map 2, and then pulling off a 1v3 here while top fragging for Xerxia. That's the reason why he had so much respect on him coming into this tournament. People were talking about Scary. Have you seen this guy? Have you seen the stats he's putting up? Look at the crosshair placement there. It is just perfect. And then again onto Navera. And even though I was slightly concerned that his Shrouded Step might lead him out in the open, he just plays the timing on that beautifully. What a play by Xerxia. And here comes a little fast play shark attack coming out from Liquid.
Yep.
They're looking to counter-attack immediately.
You got the knives online, they want to send in the dart, send in the flash. The knife as well deep. But Xerxia just absorb all that utility, all the aggression.
Brent, they're used to playing against
The
paper.
Paranoia! It's a counterplay towards it. The Yampy does get the one for it, but eventually traded.
It's a nice idea because Cruz already has the res online too.
In an eco?
And you've taken down the biggest threat, Yampy.
Why?
With
They have
knives.
money.
What else does Team Liquid really have? I guess if you run the clock down massively, then the 100th Fury could be a problem.
Like even if you make it 5v6, it's
Don't necessarily want to underrate Scream with the Sheriff either. But
no, absolutely not.
But it is such a bad buy by Liquid.
Yeah. Not favoured in this situation. On top of the wall as well. Lovely angle that it provides him, but still Navira causing some havoc, looking for a couple of taps on the cranium, and he's finding them! And now, this is quite dangerous for them still. It's a 1v2. Do have the better
They
guns.
have the rest as well.
Scavenge up a rifle somewhere.
The smoke player in a 1vx clutch
There's
again.
Paranoia.
But he doesn't have a gun. He's going to be able to retrieve this rifle.
There's one.
Oh! And he...
Doesn't want to open himself up to the angle, I think. That's why he didn't take it.
I mean, he would definitely be able to
there
grab
we
it.
go. Oh, yeah, he would have been. I don't know what he's doing.
He's just waiting, setting himself up. He's got good information, actually, on where they're playing from. It's a headshot through the wall as well. Doesn't do too much damage to Scary, though. That is a solid brick wall, and that's what the defense looks like right now from Xerxia in the post plan.
5 bullets. Link needs this to try and stop this momentum that Xerxia are accruing right now. Could get the one, but he has to reload, and now the dart. The timing is amazing. Fox just jiggling around the corner. Quick little tip-tap of his toes, and a round on the board once more.
Another round.
A dangerous one.
Both of these maps have started with first halves that you couldn't separate both teams at all.
How?
Xerxia now takes the lead, 6-5 on Bren, their weaker side on this map. This is
They're playing so well. It's just
dangerous,
everything
frighteningly
collapsed.
awful territory for Liquid to be in.
They would have loved to take away that thrifty win. Not a half by, remember. Just a quick little moments of individualism with the Sheriffs.
Could have changed
Almost
the entire
turned
tide
it.
of this map. Double operator once again, as Yampy and Navera set themselves up. Not in B main, they've shifted things around. One in mid, one playing catwalk. Now, the cat and tree area, though, has never been face-checked. It's always Fox with a drone early. So I don't really know what kind of value Navera's going to get out of this. Yampy, though, has got players staring him down from all over the place. And he just doesn't see Scary. Who expects somebody on that angle? It's sick.
Yeah, disgusting stuff, man. Different elevation a little bit, and he can poke his head all the way up there. You can see so deep into the sight.
You're gonna get that back? I don't think so.
Drone
The 4v5 again.
As soon as they break this drone, tempo gonna be increased by Xerxia.
Yeah. That's going to be the knife to try and cancel it out, but Scream, he tries to hold down the angle, I believe, with the operator.
What does it matter?
In his palms.
Surf doesn't need the knives, and they've just baited them again.
Yep.
They've pulled all of those rotates over to B, activated the defensive protocols for Liquid as they sink back into more defensive positions.
They're running straight through.
And now it's all on Nevera.
All the pressure on this guy. The Hunter's Fury to try and cut them up. It does actually connect onto Surf. He gets a run through the Nano Swarm. 20 seconds remaining, and it's bought time for Liquid to try and play this one still. Lockdown, drop down. They have to play aggressively here for Liquid. They have to regain that tree control, but they're swinging across. Heaven and Scary shuts down his counterpart. The controller play not able to do it. So Gas not being watched. Let's remove it. The time is ticking, and the post plants are being set up right now from Xerxia to try and carry forwards that 7th round into the next half. The spam.
Was that underneath the wall as well? I'm not. I don't know about that one.
May have been.
The Xerxia players are just on fire right now. There is no opportunity for
They're gonna
Liquid.
lose that. They're actually
A
gonna
reminder,
lose that.
Bren, that this is the 2nd seed coming out of APAC.
That's insane.
Currently looking like they're in position. There it is.
Yeah.
Underneath the wall. Gorgeous. They have so many cool little setups.
Spray control on that as well.
Individual ability through the roof. We saw NIP, the 2nd seed from a minor region, take down EMEA earlier on today. Are we about to see it again? It looks poised.
It really does look poised, doesn't it? We're going to go to a short break. The desk are going to break down what we've just witnessed on this map thus far, but obviously don't go anywhere. We'll be back after that with the continuation of this map.
Whoa, 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 Mr. Sideshow. I'm not letting you call APAC a minor region. Come on, we're not doing any of that here. Xerxia, I thought for a second we were going to get the 6-6 again between these two because it feels like that's all it is, but what a performance, Jess.
Okay, it's not the 6-6, but it's even worse than a 6-6 by miles. You have to understand both of these teams are defensive-sided teams on Ascent. Go figure, huh? Not quite surprising for teams out there, but so much so that Liquid going into their attacking half are going to have to set a new precedent for the amount of rounds that they put on their attacking half.
That is
Against a team
so,
who
like,
might
so
knock them
weird.
down to the lower. I mean, this is just a complete. I don't even know what to call this. I mean, scary is probably a good word for it, but the man on your screen, my God.
And is this something else? You know, the Liquid start, you know, they get the pistol, then says your response, no bonus for them, and then Liquid starts getting around, and I just do not know what happens in that pause. I don't know what Zeo sold the boys, but it was insane. They actually learned how to counter that double operator that we were constantly seeing coming in from Liquid. They were like, this is the only way that we're going to be playing the defense, and there was no adaptation on their side. Our casters were saying, you know, a good result for the attack would be 4 rounds.
Yeah, that's
7
bad.
is
That's
amazing.
really bad.
And the way that Xerxia just overcame that situation, being like, okay, we
attack
have
for
the
the best is
who's
gonna be
playing?
harder,
Okay,
way
who's playing the operator? Oh,
Yeah, here we got Yampi, but I think we're gonna point this out.
This is a big mistake by Liquid. You're in a 1v3.
You gotta understand that this man's playing in such a power position as well. As like, you know where he is. What utility do you have to play with? If you don't, then push him together. Hold hands, kumbaya together for all I care, and go take the man out and wine. Take him out for a pizza too, should you wish, but at least take him out. And that's all that mattered in that, and they didn't do it.
You don't lose a map after that round. I am telling you, I'm very, very scared. I was saying, you know, they wanted to go for Nevera because he's playing on the Killjoy. It's much easier to counter that than a Jet that's just going to dash away. And when the adaptation came from Liquid, it was just too
like they played
late.
it so well.
I'm also really looking forward to see what that Sage does.
Just like, I know what Liquid should do now. They like
on that side.
Really
We need to talk about him more.
Beautiful.
We need to talk about him more. But for now, let's get back into game with Sideshow and Bren and see how this one is gonna end.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, this series is truly heating up, and it is something special, obviously. Now, you know, the stakes aren't tremendously high when it comes to, you know, teams being eliminated, but Xerxia look like they are primed currently to exit their group in that top position right into the playoffs, man.
I mean, that's astounding for a group that has Optic in it, Crew in it, Liquid in it, and it would be Xerxia taking the top seed. Of course, they haven't done it yet.
Hello?
This pistol round will give them
you still doing
potentially a big bonus or allow Liquid to tie things up. They're of course using this Sage on defense.
Sorry,
And,
I need to sleep after that.
One of the things that they were allowed to get away with last time was that Cruz would get knifed and there was no follow-up. Well, Liquid are making sure that they don't make that same mistake. Knife comes through, they know that Cruz can't slow, can't wall, and they're into the site immediately.
Yeah, capitalizing off the fact that he couldn't use any of his abilities, any of his utility. And Scream has this flash setup as well. These post plants are quite difficult to break against the pistol.
And it looks like they're going to flash for Yampi to take a peek. Up he goes, doesn't see anything. How good is Xerxia on the retake?
They have a dart. The cloudburst on Surf as well and the dash. Here we go. Here comes the play setup. Paranoia as well, and it is orchestrated. Straight through right round the corner. Surf's already found 2 for them, and they are down and out. What a retake. Rapid.
That's incredible by Xerxia. They all got set up, knew exactly which utility they were going to throw, and that is a beautiful exec. It almost looks like they're on the attack side, orchestrating some elaborate play. But that retake is beautiful. That's how you do it. And that's Xerxia taking one step closer.
Yeah.
And Yinsu was talking on the desk, actually, about the idea of, you know, APAC being a minor region. And when you think about APAC, it does have a large player base, and they've had good, successful results before, making it to the quarterfinals at Champions. But when you talk to the players and when you listen to the coaching staff, they still feel like there's a way to go before they, you know, are able to win a tournament or get that, like, deep placement. And I think this tournament, maybe even this result, could be the kind of thing that significantly changes attitudes there. You've got to remember that Xerxia are not pulling talent from all of APAC. They're pulling talent just from Thailand. This is a just Thai team, and they are still being able to put up such incredible results. They don't have an enormous player base to pull from, and they're creating this level of team. It's spectacular.
No.
I love it. Sets the stage, honestly, for the future as we head deeper into 2022, but enough about that, the here and now. Obviously, a bit of eco around here for Team Liquid.
Yeah. And Bren, one of the things I
Oh, shit.
This is why I don't... Wow. Listen, I'm telling you, against Liquid, you never know.
No, you never know.
Rip a couple of heads off. Surf needs to be careful of this.
Cruz had a bunch of first deaths when they played against
Oh, they're gonna look so good.
I think he went 1-5 or something in first kills to first deaths. Wasn't looking great for him.
While all this is going on, Liquid's just trying to do a bit of damage, I think, on the other side of things. But Liquid have managed to get this spike down, and Yampi pushed forwards in this deep position round. Logs has got the crossfire set up. There is no trade available for him, and he's still there, ready and waiting. One player left to stand, take the Team Liquid eco round special, man. And it's a triple swing as well, as soon as the turret takes contact.
And you are right not to underrate it, Bren. It's another,
you never know.
Another round 2 Thrifty coming through. Didn't we see one of those on the second half of the first map? It feels like an eternity ago, because this game has just been so close the entire time. But Liquid are dangerous in these situations. They won a bunch against Crew as well. But their players are so skilled with that first bullet accuracy. And also just nasty with the Marshal too, if they ever get that in their hands. That is a swing in momentum. Exactly what the Doctor ordered for Liquid.
A bit of money in the back pocket. You feel a little bit safer now, despite the fact being 2 rounds down.
So, in general here, I mean,
we can get it back now.
Weak buy, only classic.
They played
I'm
well.
gonna take the opportunity, Bren.
Sure.
but
I won't
hey,
interrupt you. I'll let you listen.
If it gets dangerous, it gets dangerous.
If you want to set some storylines up, set the stage.
Well, I actually just wanted to talk a little bit about Cruz, right? Because the stats did look awful from their Ascent game when they played it last. He was 1-5, you know, really dying first quite a lot. But he did spend a lot of the defensive
Oh my god, if they push A now, they have a perfect time.
And he has a slow orb, you'll see it at some point here, I'm sure, that slows from spawn all the way to tree. And it was ruining Optic. And so that's just something, if you're watching this game, to keep in mind. Have a look at Cruz as he makes those rotate plays, because it was so difficult for Optic to deal with. And Liquid have found themselves a completely free A site here. This should just be them farming up their ultimates. Nevera already with a lockdown.
Xerxia not going to be blessed with the gamble stack. Hunting for a couple of picks maybe, just do some damage. Not enough for them though, and Liquid. Prime game is flawless for them.
And a quite simple rebuttal. Round 15, so now we're heading into our bonus round. And Team Liquid have got good weaponry here. I mean, it's barely even a weak buy. They were able to convert this one very simply.
Holy.
That's not where the the difficulty really begins.
Sure.
I think for
Important
Liquid
to note here.
Yeah.
Navira on the tail end as well, getting a lot of those picks against the weaker buy of Xerxia. I mean, he's got his lockdown.
Exactly.
Ready and waiting.
There might be a play going for it here, perhaps. Xerxia are taking aggressive A control. They're throwing this slow early on as well, which indicates where Cruz is playing, gives them the information. So if Scream comes back and gets his knife online, they've got a pretty good idea of how to tag Cruz. Cruz is probably going to throw a slow A main and then rotate to catwalk.
Quick little flash over the corner. Trying to bait some sort of swing actually as well as they tap the orb. Now the lockdown that I mentioned earlier is going to be used here for Liquid to try and get deep in.
I think all of this would have been better coordinated after they landed a knife on Cruz and had that back online.
One player detained.
Yampy is so deep.
He's not even going for it. Straight all the way into heaven. And he's just swinging straight into the player.
Really well executed. I mean, Yampy is just so confident getting into those positions. I was worried about them coming through all of that Sage utility. Slow, wall. Xerxia couldn't really do anything. We've seen Scary in a 1v3 before. He won an incredibly pivotal round. And now he has a teammate.
That's
oh my
god.
god.
First pick though. Try and set things up.
Not
Quick
again.
little tap on the head. Scream. He does put him down on a rifle for Surf, but he can't deal with two of the players. The Liquid just swinging him. Great timing. Yampy and Scream shut that one down, and they have dragged it back, Josh. It is 8-8.
Yeah, that's a massive round. What an important swing that round 14 was. Yampy getting all the way deep here is such a great read on what Xerxia are going to be doing. Pushing with each other, getting into the sites, getting massive value out of their bonus round.
You alright?
Just focus.
Xerxia were defending a lot of A splits previously. That was just a straight up A main hit. And, you know, that might be a read from Sliggy as well. I think a lot of the time Xerxia were putting heavy emphasis towards A main and then
now
just
they need to
dropping
get
away,
the
leaving the one way there,
overhand.
leaving the slow orb, and just assuming
They
the
are
attackers wouldn't
8-8.
take that
Oh,
area of the map.
timeout.
They're going to take an early timeout. This is pretty early on in the half. Only round 17.
Yeah, Xerxia going to be wondering exactly what they can cook up in terms of their plans, how they can disrupt this. Because right now, Team Liquid, I mean, afforded a lot of space, like you were saying, Josh. It's the slow orb and the one-way, they feel like is enough to try and hold down that A main control, but
what happens is Liquid just contact back into that area once they figure out you're away from it. And honestly, they didn't even have perfect information that Cruz or Scary had moved away.
Sure.
They just assumed that based on the timing in the round. So it looks like this is going to be a serious mind game, a battle of the IGLs here. Fox, of course, calling for Xerxia, and a collective effort, frankly, from Liquid between Yampy, Scream, Soulcast.
that's a half buy now for Xerxia. Trying to save the money online, see if they can get anything else going.
Surf is still pretty far away from
There's
his
so much money now.
Not going to have access to any of those ult orbs.
That's the big one, isn't it, the knives?
Here's an early knife.
Beautiful here, but
catches on to Cruz. No slow orb, no wall.
Just forced to hold close here. He has the Bucky in hand, but are they really going to disrespect this by just swinging into it? Look, the smoke plays inside of it. Cross being played, he doesn't actually walk in, so Yampy just goes and clears wine. Wants to hold that crossfire.
And they're again grouping up in A main. Team Liquid putting heavy emphasis on A main control and then bursting out of it. It seems like a weird strategy with Navera hopping, but he's still going to be able to get good value from A main, assuming the rest of his team can do well.
Nice.
And they're just holding for it. They realize that there was a possibility of it. The quick swing through Yampy, just taking two of the heads off, and with the lighter by.
Oh my god.
Not enough in their hands, really, to be able to turn the tide of this one. Xerxia
Spike planted.
just left staring at the possibility here. I mean, Scary has not really been spotted.
Yeah, he's still just hanging out underneath there. He's got a stinger.
Oh, I mean, he could do some damage. Yeah, okay. Sometimes a bit of RNG, but the reload gets off, and they're just going to try and spam him out here.
So much pressure being applied, and Sushi Boys thinks, okay, maybe this is my time.
Yeah.
Yampy with an ace?
Nice.
That's pretty absurd.
Kind of came out of nowhere, I think.
It really did. I mean, he got the opening
not
three.
expected that.
He's got the updraft dash onto the Jenny. He's 20-11 right now, after having a fabulous map 2 opening as well. Yampy is so important to this team's success. Sure, here he's just mopping up an eco round, but he gets over 30% of this team's first kills. And he doesn't play Jet all the time. He plays a variety of different maps. He's been playing the Breach on other maps, for goodness sake.
I like how he still shows Scream, even when Yampy gets the ace. It's like...
He's got, you know, he's got that killer personality, man.
Sure.
So they've swapped up the defensive setup right now. The Sage goes over to B main, playing alongside Surf, and the Killjoy locking down
Oh,
A,
no way, he's
the site
picking
that
the...
Liquid have been preferring to go.
If he peeks a little further, he's dead.
So all of the cards here resting with Sushi Boys, assuming that the game plan would be the same from Liquid, but it does look a bit different right now. Looks like they're exploring mid, some kind of mid to B ideas.
Smoke cuts it up into mid. Yampy with the knives, just walking. Door not closed. Surf. Obviously, he's actually deep in B main there, so his back isn't exposed to market. Cruz gets spotted though. And now, oh, bit of a whiff, I think, possibly. No, not quite. That was a slow walk coming through to try and push back this attempt. Still, Yampy is deep and in. It's up to Cruz.
Oh my
what
God.
is that? Deep into logs. He's going to be cleared out eventually by the utility. The Nana Swarm dropped down, and Yampy wants to try and find this player who is anchoring. But Scary has been able to do some significant damage in the past.
There's another flash.
Throughout this series, he has been fully supported.
Nice.
And with that flash, yeah, nothing he could really do.
Gorgeous
Nice.
play by Liquid there. They really
Well
just
played.
dismantled that setup by Xerxia, and they are taking this map. I mean, they're moving towards it at the very least. They are slowly pulling it out of control of Xerxia. I really rate the Xerxia defense. I think they looked excellent yesterday. The way that they were moving around the map, their defensive setups, and Team Liquid are taking it apart brick by brick.
Look at this. One of the things I flick.
He gets past the Sage wall, which is just off by Cruz.
The tiniest of margins.
And dominates. He's 23-11.
Yeah.
Finding the openers for Liquid again and again. Xerxia need to shut him down.
Deep Paranoia as well. Another half buy for Xerxia. Cruz tries to play inside at a smoke. Does get the one, but
Oh shit.
a little spam through means that Liquid are secure, knowing that they have that big player advantage.
And Liquid have been pretty solid on these anti-ecos. It hasn't really felt like Xerxia have the same punch, the same danger that Liquid have on the other side.
Yeah.
Spike planted.
And that makes a big deal.
One of the things that did set apart a lot of the minor region teams at Champs last year was having those little plays cooked up when they're on an eco, the bonus, whatever the half buy.
Sure. And honestly, I think that Xerxia have demonstrated those at Massive Games. So
Nice.
they've had a bunch of really cool creative plays.
Perfectly played.
It's just not been enough so far in this map on their defense side. They've won one round so far, and it was the pistol. That's an incredibly rare situation to find yourself in.
Yeah, man. Haven't won a round off the back of losing to that Thrifty, right?
Yeah. So now Sushi Boys is going to move his way over to B. So far, what we've seen, the pattern from Liquid has been find the Sage and push through the Sage, which is strange.
Right. Normally you want to pull the utility out, wait a little bit, but...
But it also means that they're avoiding Sushi Boys completely.
Yeah.
He's just 9-16, hasn't really been able to have any impact. They're not hitting his sight.
And now you're looking at one of the most important rounds here for Xerxia. The weapons in their hands, they've spent it all. They have to win out this round clean, otherwise their economy is not going to be looking good.
They've layered up the Operator with the Sage. So now Cruz, they threw the same kind of utility in A main. And so Liquid might think, all right, let's return to A main, do a little A burst. But Surf is waiting there with the Operator, so we'll see what Yampy's up to down mid. Jet down mid, such a classic combo for Yampy. Loves to go there. Hasn't broken the alarm bot this time, though, so really not threatening a mid to B push. And this round, this is on Surf's shoulders.
Surf is holding A main.
The young blood for Xerxia.
Up in hand, and that is a... The wall's going to get off without getting broken here, but they are all piling into Surf now, and they are surely going to clear this one. Release something, no. Just a quick little crouch peek. Yampy's removed instantly.
It's a great adjustment by Surf. They were contact re-clearing A main. They weren't using utility, so that's the perfect place to put your op.
Now a flash setup. He dodges it right around the corner. Needs to find a bit more value though right now. Lit up like a Christmas tree as that recon dart's going to be finding him.
Okay.
They do push back. That ult that came through as Link was just trying to, again, create a bit of chaos. But now we've got 20 seconds left standing in the round. And Liquid, well, decided to just rotate all the way back around. I don't know if they're going to have time at all, by the way.
There's no time
here.
whatsoever.
This is just going to be the save.
And I mean, Liquid also have a ton of money left in the bank, so this isn't really useful for them to be saving here, but they just had no opportunity to do any damage to Xerxia, so why bother building up their ults? Not that many of them really need it. Sure. They have Lockdown, Res, Hunter's Fury available.
They look like us.
I gotta say, what a massive win for Xerxia as well. Getting away with that one. Every single player surviving with their weapons.
Yeah.
Massive fall.
Extremely helpful for the economy. Extremely helpful.
Okay.
And now it's Team Liquid with the timeout. This feels like such a mental game, Brent.
It is.
So much of this coming down to how they're pathing around the map, how they are punching and counter-punching each other.
Yeah. And I gotta say, I mean, the importance of this timeout, the timing of it, after Xerxia were unable to get around off the back of winning that pistol, they finally get around on the board. They finally disrupt this momentum instantly. Slicky calls a timeout. Instantly.
Yeah, he's icing them and also providing Liquid an opportunity to immediately respond to any adaptation which they've seen. And to me, watching from, you know, a mini-map position where I can see arguably a bit more than the players can, it really does feel like the big play there was Surf taking his operator into a main, knowing that Liquid like to contact clear that area. I think another play that you could go for if Xerxia want to mix things up a little bit is running some kind of trap play in mid, because you will often catch Yampy doing that kind of stuff. Yeah. It'll probably still have his dash online, but it stops Liquid from being able to explore down mid completely for free.
Come on.
Another thing they could throw in as well, I mean, more ideas that are open to both of these teams. Whenever Yampy is execing into A, he's always dashing into Jenny, so we've seen some teams throw nanoswarms out of that.
Yeah.
Again.
And just play that kind of a
so is it Yampy?
position.
I don't know.
Jumpy.
Looks like Sushi Boys might be playing some kind of retake setup here, perhaps, with his lockdown. He's a little late to get his utility down, but no, it is just going to be a normal setup.
Surf is working his way into mid with the positioning he's got. Again, with the operator, the knife close. Not sure if that tagged onto the targets he was looking for. Flash as well for them to be able to take A main. And look how deep Surf is. Cuts right across mid, and with the spike leaning over towards B as well.
The recon dart just landed on Fox. He was walking around carrying it within Sushi Boys.
God.
What is that
Vandal against Phantom.
What was the trigger for that? What if there was multiple players facing him?
It may have been off turret contact, but I don't think it was. He just went for it. And it has been working for Sushi Boys on this map.
Oh my goodness.
He nearly died to the shot dart as well.
The heal, man.
Just got the heal off in time.
And this rotation here, it's a pivot all the way through their own spawn. So Surf is just cutting up mid, making sure that he catches anybody who was trying to rotate from mid, but he's not going to find any of these players.
And Brent, like I said before, Liquid coming into this tournament had the worst conversion when they lose a player first. They'd love to be able to get up to match point here. Playoff point, if you like.
Sage Wall was amazing as well, by the way. Cruz lays this down, about 40 seconds left into the round, and now they immediately know. There's not enough time for Team Liquid to try and do something else.
Fox would love to be in a position here to use his Hunter's Fury, but he's just hard anchoring with the Odin.
Dash through, right through, has to deal with that recon dart. Let's take out the Nano Swarm, but now needs to try and survive. The double swing is good, but Fox is better. Right around the corner, 3 kills. Drop it right down, Scream has to do a bit of damage. Surf is getting funny with it.
Odin is such a cringe gun, I'm sorry. But what the fuck is that? Like,
what is that play by Surf? He's going in there just to deny the plant coming through, because there's so little time for Liquid, and it just looks amazing. I mean, bonus points for style there.
Show me it again.
That recon dart by Fox is missed, but it actually lands onto Nuvera and gives him that kill and lets him know where Scream is too. But overall, that round is about just stopping them from even having access to A. Right? Sushi Boys just swinging and getting the first pick. Sets up Liquid with fear in their hearts.
Are they standing the whole time?
And they're turning the tempo up. They want to get to 12 right here, right now.
And to give some complete information, there's a player at the back of Jenny. Team Liquid trying to at least grab this round by the horns, but it's not enough. They haven't cleared the crossfire just like that.
Oh my God,
can
they stop?
10 seconds less? It's 11-11. Team Liquid, they had their opportunities and it's slipping away. Like sand through their fingers.
Still have money.
Xerxia are clawing themselves back into this game. They are demonstrating such immense composure.
They're still gonna
to be able
have money
to deal with such a fast hit immediately after the slowest round you could possibly throw.
My God. Was 11-8.
It's online as well.
What a comeback. What an adjustment.
Yeah,
is
of course
insane,
These
get going
timeouts have been
for
so
11-11
effective
again,
from
dude.
Xerxia.
That's actually Liquid's.
I mean, they took one a little bit further.
Yeah. Surf does get spotted here by the knife, but Scary's just watching. Got another player backing, of course. Sushi Boy's just watching. He's back with the spam through tiles, getting that first pick. And again, Josh, just that stat that you were listing off, echoing in my mind. The conversion rate for Team Liquid when they lose that player initially, it's not good.
Think about how many first kills they got on map 2. Almost twice as many first kills as Xerxia, and they still lost the map. If you're not getting those first kills, is that the way that Liquid end up losing it? They're still at 11-11 right now. It is still anybody's game. It's anybody's spot in the playoffs. Those knockouts are calling. Both teams looking to replicate or even build on their success that they had at Champions.
And Liquid look like they're getting prime now for a little pop play. Straight into it. The knife actually connects onto Sushi Boys. The setup though, pop the nanoswarms in time. But
with Yampy down, there's nobody to actually go and make that space, and it's up to Scream.
It's up to Scream, he has to run in, he's found the pick, but eventually traded.
30 seconds left.
TP into the smoke, the crossfire is there. Link is in a ton of hurt right now, but the players, what a swing from the Vera operator in hand. Aims for the head. Hits the mark once more, now the spam, trying to punish these players around the Jenny area.
Fuck off with the Odin, please.
They got to get this spike down.
Odin is such a stupid gun.
Weak, but he's not quite going to get punished for that. He had the spike down jumping into Odin wallbang spam. Nivera's operator takes a shot, misses one.
He's playing from Jenny with it.
Yeah, he was trying to place the nanoswarm there to stop them coming through door. And now, I mean, they're scattering. They don't know where to hold. These defensive positions are all over the place, but it's another good nanoswarm
That's
actually.
so bad. That's so
Got through the wall. Nivera has to hold this down. The crossfire Soulcast is so weak though, and the players cannot stand up to it.
These retakes are really working by Xerxia. This is how they started things off on the pistol. And this is how they
are working
they
without
take
a
the
fucking
match point
Odin.
as well.
This fashion, like this.
12-11.
I'm sorry.
Xayah
plays really good. Okay? And players are really good.
It didn't happen like this at Champions.
But those rounds right now are just, it has nothing to do with skill.
They got rolled by Optic the first time and had to come back, and it was an incredible underdog
Odin is
story.
just a stupid gun, honestly.
This doesn't feel like an underdog story anymore.
No. The consistency that we wanted to see, I think, from some of these minor region teams carrying forwards the storylines. You know, they went to Champions last year. They came there to play.
And again, like Yinsu's saying, at some point you have to stop considering APAC a minor region because they made quarterfinals. 2 of their teams made quarterfinals at Champions. Now you've got another team on the precipice of repeating that performance at Masters Reykjavik. And this is only the 2nd seeded team from that region.
Yeah, we haven't even seen Paper X yet. God almighty. And Cruz has shifted the setup. Normally playing towards A, this time anticipates a bit of mid-aggression, and the pressure is on. The fear, the theme of this entire event that we keep showing.
Oh no.
It's all on the line.
And Liquid can't let the pressure get to them here. Yampy with a bit of a tag. Looking to take some space in mid, and they've walled it off away from him. Looking to see if there's anybody posted up to punish him. And when he figures there isn't, gonna try and
flash it.
Spamming it alone, but he is worried, I think.
Oh,
Still Surf tanked up. That is a slow orb as well. Paranoia.
Where's the
punish? It's comboed up. Where is the punish? He swings round. Scream has to do a bit of running and cutting right into it, but they do find the pickoffs.
Oh, the Odin again. If he gets any kills with the Odin, I'm gonna, like, honestly.
Scream dodges it.
The crossfire is there. Sidestep the dodge, as you were saying, Josh. Sushi Boy's left alive, and this is all on him to try and deny Team Liquid bringing it into that overtime scenario.
Oh, we have seen some ridiculous clutches in this series so far, but it just feels like one too many here for Xerxia. Sushi Boys has the lockdown, but there's a player in B main. He'll never anticipate, and Team Liquid, they are not ready to give up just yet.
Oh my god.
We're going to overtime here, 12-12 on Ascent. Oh my word. Both teams putting up 7-5 halves on their attack side. Madness. Absolute madness. Not common for Ascent at all, and especially not when you take into account the composition.
We were saying 4 rounds.
Yeah.
Attack side, that's all it took.
I mean, it's a good job they
the
got
overtime
7,
screen looks so cool as well.
Liquid are out for blood. Both of these teams are so good on this map.
Here we go, heading into the first overtime of map 3. Winner moves on into the playoffs. They booked their spot against the top teams at the event. Lose, obviously, not everything on the line. They still get more opportunities to compete.
They'll have a second chance.
Sure, yeah, if Liquid lose. But we'll see. Right now, they are using everything at their disposal to try and take away the map win here. To go out of their group in that top seed, that top position.
One of the big strengths, I think, for how Liquid have been able to get themselves to this position is utilizing those ultimates, converting them into round wins.
Whoa, okay.
And the opening picks have been pretty good as well by Yampy. That's a fantastic one. Obviously, my point being there that there's no ults on the board when it comes to overtime. But Yampy takes a step closer to his. Nevera gets the information. They drop back into more defensive positions.
Cook will dash into the Cloudburst just to cut up any potential crossfires that were being held. The crosshair placement, obviously.
But look how weird the positioning is now from Team Liquid. And Scary's on the mad lurk.
Nice.
Alicia catches him, wins the smoke 1v1.
What a find. What a player Link's been so far this tournament. And now it's up to Surf, this rookie player. Again, the quick side step right around the corner. He catches Soulcast, and luckily the coverage is there at the back of the site. Crew's removing Nevera. Now we're down to the 3v3. 30 seconds were remaining, but they do get the spike down. Just have to try and hold these positions. Scream has a flash available, and Yampy is forced to retake this one with the Yob. He should be able to get a rifle. He's able to find a body.
Oh, Yampy.
Pre-fight there from Surf. He gets taken out.
Oh god.
Who's holding it though, and now lane being pushed up. Both the players from Liquid, they've got the perfect positioning for it, and the spam link is so low. There's only so much he can truly do. It will take a miracle for him to try and win this one out. Time running low, the players, the repositioning. Sushi Boys has played this to perfection.
My
forwards.
fucking god, man.
Liquid once more on the back foot, having to pull things out. Again on their attack side. It feels like we could go further and further. Both of these teams separated by such a thin margin on all of our maps. You know, sometimes you get BO3 series where more maps just a blowout to a team. And then, you know, the next team responds because they have very opposite map pools. Does not feel the case here. Liquid and Xerxia have just been toe-to-toe with each other the entire time. And the pressure builds and builds in these situations. You would normally expect the veteran experience to win out. But the fast play! Xerxia have just looked unflappable. Cruz is there to respond, even after such a good opening.
Oh god, they got him.
Pops the wall, the utility to try and clear him out of this one, and they are losing players. The Dart always tagged up. It's a disaster for them, man. Xerxia losing so many players, they try and hold it down, but it is the heroic Scary. He's done it before. Paranoia, it misses. Nevera set up for it.
3v1.
This crosshair placement was great. Sushi Boys, it's a 1v3. They were not expecting the brisk takeover there of the main positioning.
It's a little bit like a round that Xerxia threw at them, actually, to try and deal with the double operator setup. But it works really nicely for both teams.
Yeah, nice.
Just too much for Sushi Boys to do, and we
Did you
go
see the overtime
again.
screen?
Too much to clear.
Our second OT here.
Literally just witnessed
Liquid
going to unbelievable overtime on Ascent.
Yep. It's playing out very similarly to the game against Crew. Although it felt like in the game against Crew there was a lot of mistakes and people trying to
you would have seen that in the
and while both teams have not really had the
Fnatic
success
game
on the defense side, I feel like the game
when they won
fairly
23-21.
structured from both teams.
Absolutely.
But now, once you get deeper and deeper into OT, that's when the crazy begins, or it goes even worse. Or even
the
better,
loosening of the plays, the discipline that we've been showcased this entire time. It is when it starts to get, you know, the pressure's on. The pressure's on. But it is a timeout here for Xerxia.
And I do feel like a lot of these timeouts have come out the other end of them with some great responses. The question is, you never really know what to expect from either side. On the attack halves, they could be throwing some really slow rounds at you. They could be just running in the first 10 seconds, coordinating the knife with the recon darts and all of the aggression from the jet. Both of these comps are very happy to play fast and slow. Both of these teams as well.
And when you're so evenly matched like this as well, it goes down into the overtime. Just the smallest little thing is enough to tip it into your favor. Any team currently, I mean, Xerxia's the one taking the timeout as well. They're trying to adjust if they possibly can.
But of course, with Xerxia taking the timeout, Liquid are also able to communicate, right? So
absolutely.
They're able to set up their own game plans here. I would imagine after the OT, after the timeout, that we would see Xerxia take control of the pace, but that doesn't look like what's going to happen. This, to me, looks like an all-in play, big shark attack kind of look from Team Liquid.
Yep, trying to punish this one. You can see them diving all the way in. Flash over the top.
No
Sushi
way, you fucked it up.
What?
Oh, sorry.
Spamming, sidestepping. Did not know where it was, but I think
man.
was blessed by God.
The whiff.
Guided.
Wrong time whiff, man.
Find that. And Yampy going down. This guy has been able to set so much up for them. I believe he was on 29 kills at the beginning of this round. 29.
I mean, they're defending. It's alright, I guess.
It's an amazing pick to get.
Like, they can get it, but...
And both times Liquid have tried to run that
That
play.
was so bad.
Well. That one, sure. It happened.
A bit of RNG. I feel like Sushi Boys is always the one who's doing that as well. Bit of run and gun for a smoke of a Vandal.
Yeah, but he's also incredibly used to plays like that being made.
For sure.
Again,
yeah.
Xerxia plays against Paper Rex, and Paper Rex, that team is early round aggression. So they understand what you're doing if you throw those fast looks at them. And Liquid here have very little info. No eyes towards mid whatsoever. No alarm bot over there.
Now, the pace increases. Scream does manage to throw deep the nade just to try and disrupt it. He's holding close, gets huge value out of the knife. He spots all of the players, but eventually shut down. Link's still able to at least pop Cruz down. Takes him out, dash across to try and break this crosshair placement. They still need to deal with Link, and that is fantastic. Still, time is low. Only 12 seconds remaining. They need to win out on these players, and the spike needs to go down. And they've successfully done it, Xerxia. 1 round ahead, 1 more to go to try and seal the deal in this series.
They made it to 12 first. They make it to 13 first. Now Xerxia have 14 rounds on the board. How many do they need?
Because I don't know
when
what
can they get
Liquid is doing. Like,
that bug off their back? And Liquid are not giving up by any means. The pick onto Yampy early on is just
they can get it.
a game changer.
Truly is.
But then Scream is caught in such an awkward position anchoring. You talked about the knife and it was good. Caught all 4 players, but he just had to go so deep after the drone saw him.
Swing into it.
Yeah, and Fox, the IGL, his utility has been fantastic on the Sova.
So here we go.
Looking for that Sage early on with the knife. Don't spot it. Because Cruz is playing over towards B main. Recon's are broken in mid as well. And this looks like it's got some pace on it for Liquid.
The one-way setup, yep, here's the pace. Dash straight through. Yampy was supported with a flash into the back, and they need to be dealing with this one because he has been doing this consistently.
Nice, Jumpy.
Right through the smoke. Disgusting plays right now.
Nice, okay.
Sushi Boy's able to at least shut that one, but the team is in the sight. Team Liquid, they've gained all the ground in the world off the back of that space that he's created. But Surf, he's trying to take the teak. Such a cheeky timing. Whips it around, finds it traded. Now Cruz, 1v2, whips it around the corner, not enough to get in position. Overtime again.
And every time Xerxia have an advantage, Team Liquid hit the return. Straight back at them, with Venom on it as well. Look how good this play is by Yampy. He had success doing this kind of thing before, but it is catching Xerxia off guard. I think you have to give a bit of credit for Scary because he kind of felt like the play was coming. He still had his crosshair in the right place.
He knew it.
But Yampy outplayed him. And that comes at you so quickly. Honestly, it's looking like these fast rounds are the trick for Team Liquid. Maybe not on the defense. As they go for a double op setup in OT, Brent.
What?
Double glass cannon operator. Nivera can't even buy utility with this, really.
He's got an alarm bot, that's it. It's
no
just
nano swarms, none at all.
This has potential to backfire, but also Xerxia probably not going to be anticipating this whatsoever.
I don't think so. I think you can expect one. But I think it's pretty likely that Nivera finds an opening here in B main.
All the way around.
It's such a gamble for them to go for.
Come on, Nivera.
Drone gets used. Fox, that's a wide swing. Tagged as well. They got to be aware of this now, surely. Shock dart to push them away. Surf just wants to try and take the angle, take the fight. And now you see the dash come through. The paranoia to supplement it all the way through. Yampy, he missed the shot, but luckily Soulcast still standing. Off onto the side. Xerxia trying everything at her disposal once more. Surf tries to swing it, but it's just mistimed. And no one can really take care of him still. Soulcast will eventually fall. So much damage being done for them, and Sersha being pushed to the limit. It's a 2v2. The Paranoia connects. Scary with nowhere to go. He's being sandwiched.
Nice.
He had to use the smoke there. Cord using it in his hand. Fox has to play deep.
What a reposition. This could be the play.
Nice.
Oh, and he's just shut down.
Unreal.
There goes Link. What a punish. What a retake. Fantastic. And how much of that was really the double operator? I don't think it had that much to do with it, to be honest.
I mean, that's all Soulcast, surely. That's all Soulcast.
Soulcast's anchoring was phenomenal. He's had a lot of questions surrounding him, honestly. A lot of, I mean, the first time when he turned up to the land, the last time he was in Iceland, people were looking at his performances, some of the whiffs, and saying, okay, whoa, what kind of future does this guy have on Liquid? Well, he's proven himself.
He truly has, man. He truly has. And again, that swing time from Xerxia in that round, just a little bit out of sync. And it's those tiny advantages
Holy man.
to just edge out when these teams are so even.
By the way, Bren, Team Liquid are massively ahead in terms of kills. You know, actual kills on the board, massively ahead. And Xerxia are still keeping it this tight. But this is the first time Team Liquid have advantage. 15-14. Xerxia cannot let this opportunity slip away.
Are you serious?
There are some dangerous teams still down in that lower bracket that would love
No way, right?
to take out Xerxia.
What?
Just try and
The
disrupt
predictions
this
might have
flow.
just spoiled
Getting that info in.
everyone.
Huh?
Okay, couple of the bullets
The
landing.
predictions are over on the Valorant channel.
And one round. That's what stands between it. And look at this
Okay.
adaptation as well.
You can see the winner.
Nano Swarm onto the
Cool.
switch.
I'm
Knowing
gonna
that
tell
obviously
you what fuck.
on the attack side,
Team
Yampi
Liquid.
cutting up.
Yeah, I mean that there.
Also
The
placement
one
usually playing on top of
350.
there. Slower and
No
Paranoia
way they
now pulled out of
spoiled it.
Xerxia.
The idea here is the bait rotates, but they haven't bought it. Xerxia still have 3 players over by B.
And they have to shut down this push coming through. The Nano Swarms, they cut it up. 40 seconds left on the clock here for Team Liquid. They're looking to try and secure and
No.
seal the deal for Xerxia. Oh my,
Looks like
no one shoots the dart. The
Zaya's
players once
winning.
again lit up on lane. Link
Yeah.
does his best. 2 kills for him, but not enough.
Yeah.
Because Xerxia, man.
15-15,
You gotta be
Bren.
kidding me.
Nobody can find an advantage. Not
Hello?
Xerxia, not Liquid.
21,
I mean,
21?
they're getting
Yeah.
the advantages, but they
15,
can't
15.
capitalize on
What
them.
do you
La la
think?
la. La,
This
la,
is
la.
an absurd way
It's
to
like
end
the
this series.
Benigni
And
of
who falters
21.
first, Josh? Liquid, Xerxia, us?
I don't know about that one.
Who the fuck ended the prediction?
This really feels like it is. It's a staring contest. It's 2
Someone
blinks
fucked
first.
up.
And
Yeah, someone honestly fucked
I
up.
don't know
Like,
who's got it in them more. I think
he's gonna
Xerxia
be
have been
probably banned
phenomenal
from
in
the
these
channel.
situations. We saw Liquid do it yesterday against Crew on this map, no less.
Yeah.
But this looks like it's
like
going
it's
even
not
deeper.
about like with
I've seen
us a
Liquid
couple
take
of
the
thousand
OTs before
points,
when they
right?
crumbled. They let it slip away.
It's
from
like
them.
12.1 million against
They look like a
11.2
different team
million.
now. Their Masters Reykjavik performances
It's over
have been better than
20
anything
million
you should expect
points.
from them. And they're going back to the double up.
It's a double up again.
I can't believe this.
It's a double up again.
Ah.
I'm done. Hello.
Back into the action.
Chill, chill, chill.
Xerxia.
It's gonna be okay.
Jiggling around the corner because
I promise.
they don't want to make any mistakes.
Why are they not winning?
Mishaps.
I don't know.
But this
I'm
time the
sorry.
positioning has been altered. You can see this
Make them win.
aggressive position up here. On cat from Yampi's
I mean,
with the
they're
op.
just waiting
And
for
Vera as
me
well.
because I'm doing stuff and they want
Back there on
me
the stairs on
to
the side,
see the
but Yampi
winner.
is the one who
Mhm.
obviously we've got our eyes on.
How far are you?
And these are pretty different positions.
I just need to save.
They've been
I
playing
don't know how to.
a tree a little bit. Put it on the main. Now Navera's going to take his operator to a more
Why is
classic
he
angle. They
aiming so
break the
far?
turret as well.
What is that? He's
Is
aiming
Link
like
ready for this hit? Because it looks
at
like it's
another
coming
star.
towards A. No.
He's got the one-way set up.
Oh, they're going to have Fox fake again by the look of it too. They're going to try and throw a fake in round 31 against double operator.
I know how.
The plays on plays
Dart,
here.
drone, forces the paranoia out. This got shot down. And Yampi, I think he's got a good read of this one now. He can hear that there's no footsteps just stomping down through A main. He pushes deeper into mid to watch the cross up. And
Oh.
the dart is impeccable. The Vera gives him the perfect timing to be able to take the shot.
Nice.
Yampi as well finds it. Now just 3 players remaining here for Xerxia. Crews with the deep wall just try and work their way in, but how do they deal with it? These players just anchoring
Yeah.
it, and Team Liquid too
Yeah.
clean with him, man. Too clean.
Flawless.
That's a Prime Gaming flawless round 31.
I don't think we've seen one of them in OT
no,
yet.
maybe the mod that did it can get away with it if Liquid wins.
The back of the double operator, and this time there's no arguments. It did have impact. Yampy went aggressive with it, took information towards top.
Yeah, he's actually praying.
Was able to find the pick there as well. And I really don't think they expected Navera to have that off there. I mean, neither did they expect the position of Yampy.
It's so smart, though. The mid-round information is being gained by all of them as well.
Don't overthink it.
Scream got up on top of the Sage Wall, by the way, thrown out from Cruz in that round, and is able to set up a nasty-looking double peek. The pressure once more mounting upon Xerxia.
Just fuck off with that Odin.
How far can this really go? Is this where Team Liquid...
It actually triggers me to see that.
Secure that top seed out of their group. Make their way into the playoffs of all the other great teams at this tournament. Be a hell of a redemption for them. Second chance they were gifted of going to Reykjavik. And here's where they can really prove that they deserve to be here.
And for Xerxia, they let the #1 seed from APAC slip through their fingers. That was a 2-3 game against Paper Rex, where they had
They have money,
opportunities
they
to
can
win.
wait,
Sure,
they can play for
look like a
time.
team, but they cannot afford for these winnable moments to slip from them.
The problem is they set up completely for A with Patil and completely for B with
They've
people.
got the wrong read on what's happening. 3 players over by B. So much pressure on Scary and Sushi Boys.
If a knife connects onto Sushi Boys, he's not going to be able to pop his setup.
But he's pushed Yampy back. He was aware of it this time. And Yampy has not got that same plan.
Sushi Boys, he's been pressured so hard, has to hide. Right around the corner and he gets the pick off. Ridiculous. Takes the head off Navera, but the players are still working their way in. And Team Liquid, you can never count them out. Now the 3v3, the plan's starting to come through. Just about gets down and they're spamming. They heard the updraft. They know that Yampy's playing on top of the generator. Combo's popped up to try and create the one-way.
But they don't have a smoke to be able to cut off A main. So if they peek Yampy, they're peeking Soulcast too.
Slow warp at Jenny. Pops around right side. You can see it now with the double swings.
They use the jet smokes to smoke off A main. Amazing utility by Surf in the midst of all of this.
That's a 2v2.
Nice, 2v1.
He hits the shot.
Come on,
down the box.
2v1.
He knows where
No
the player
way.
is. He's found one, but time is running so low.
Nice.
And it is not enough for them. Team Liquid secure it. 17-15 is the scoreline on that final map. You can see up out of their chairs just how much it means to them.
They came here with something to prove. Knocked out in EMEA and given a second life, given a second chance. Well, they don't need any second lives in the group stage. They are the #1 seed from that group heading into the playoffs. And for Xerxia, they're not out. They're not eliminated. But it's a blow to the APAC story as they go rampaging through.
It's I think
they
like
made that match
exactly
here
like
today, but why were they pushed? I mean, they pushed Liquid to the limit. Even further than Crew pushed them on Ascent. 17-15. They'll still have their opportunities, taking on Optic, taking on Crew, the winner of that match.
Why is she changing socks?
You've really got to give credit to what Liquid were able to accomplish. They had so many incredible moments, starting off with this 4K from Scream, just anchoring Jenny.
A phenomenal series across the board. It wasn't the same glimpses of that lack of discipline from Team Liquid. They showcased that they've got it all. Not just the raw aim and quirky compositions that we always compliment them on and sometimes criticize them. They added a little bit extra, and as this tournament rolls deeper and deeper as well, Liquid are really making a name for themselves out of the groups, I think. A team to watch, honestly.
They've focused on the basics, taking their compositions down a step, I would say, and really relying on the stuff that made them great at the end of 2021. How many times did they lean on that double operator setup, and Yampy going for these amazing aggressive pushes? What a performance from Yampy. 33-22 by the end of this map. Taking his team through it. This guy's IGLing for them as well, Brent. It's just absurd.
Soulcast definitely stepping up in those critical moments. So many clutch moments from him, man.
Brent, remember that this team was... I mean, you heard it from Sliggy's mouth. They were considering changes after being eliminated from EMEA, not making it to Masters Reykjavik. Yeah. And now they've had this opportunity to show that they can.
Okay, they played well. They played
with
well.
this
Okay?
I mean,
the only thing that annoyed me was Sova and the fucking Odin.
So long.
Like, he got so many lucky kills with that.
They're now dancing with the big boys in the playoffs. 2 teams guaranteed from EMEA. And Liquid, maybe they weren't the name that you were expecting to get here. But this team, this team has deserved and earned their spot in this group.
Absolutely. Posing forward as well. see as well, just to touch on as well for Xerxia for but a moment, they really did push this team to the limits.
Absolutely. Could have been anybody's game. I mean, they had the match point a ton of times, and yet Liquid demonstrated that veteran presence and calm mentality you need to be able to get through those moments. So, just what a fantastic match. An amazing way to close out today.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we've
I'm
got
done.
an opportunity for
way
you
too
to
long.
partake as well and decide who
Past
was
one.
the player of the match of this match. And it's going to be coming up on your screens, a little QR code. There it is. You can maybe go into that as well, vote on the poll that we got going on as well, and actually have a direct influence on the broadcast.
Scream, Yampy, Scary, and Surf. I mean, the fact that there are 2 players from the losing team there, I think shows you how close that match was and how reasonable it could be.
Scary popped off as well in this one, but at the end of the day, yes.
Who would you go for?
Who would I go for? It has to be Yampy, I think off the back of that performance, right? But listen, I don't want to sway the vote, but I mean, listen, we're live. Listen, guys, make your own decisions. Be your own people. Be your own people, of course. Of course, yeah. So that's your opportunity that you can vote for the player of that match. And we're going to go to a short break as well. On the other side of things, of course, our analyst desk is going to break down exactly what went down in that series. So do not go anywhere. You don't want to miss it.
Okay. I'm gonna head out. This went on for way too long. I liked watching it, but holy fuck, man. What's tomorrow? DRX against NIP. Don't know if I want to watch that. Crew versus Optic. Zeta versus Fnatic. Okay. Yo, I wish you all good night, sleep well. I see you all again tomorrow. Tomorrow is gonna be yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna do it. I don't know how I'm gonna do it. I'm probably gonna go live at like around 5 or something. Play myself for a couple of hours till the matches begin that I want to watch. Well, actually, I think I'm just gonna watch the Zeta versus Fnatic. I think that's the only one that I really want to watch. So yeah, we're gonna see. Okay. I wish you all a nice one. Have a good night. Goodbye, goodbye.